This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Maelstrom by Peter Cawdron, performed by Emily Wu Zeller, Andrew Iden, and Amy Landon.
Book 1. Collision. Code White. Dr. Kelly! Dr. Kelly! Code White! Come quickly! Being the only surgeon in a rural Chinese hospital, I'm used to being summoned at all hours, but normally only for medical emergencies. Hearing a code white has me reluctant to lay down my stethoscope. It's 7 in the evening and I've been on my feet for 10 hours straight. Several farmers were brought in this morning suffering third-degree burns after a fuel reservoir caught fire. We treated them as best we could and arranged for them to be transported to a major hospital better equipped to deal with their injuries. I'll be right back, I say to the heavily pregnant teenaged girl lying on the raised bed before me. She's been waiting to see me since lunchtime and has minor abdominal cramping. In the U.S., she'd see a specialist, and as I'm an ENT, I'd only ever do ear, nose, throat surgery over and over, day after day, year in, year out. But here in China, I get the full spectrum of medical activity and I love it. As a kid, I was in a car accident that resulted in severe abdominal injuries. It means I could never have children. But seeing other women pregnant is cause for celebration, not sadness. For me, it's an honor to be part of the process. The girl sits up, cradling her swollen stomach. As I leave the room, I hang on to the doorframe, saying, "You've got 2 weeks, max. Baby's happy and healthy. Everything's normal. You're going to be fine." Chen tugs at my sleeve, urging me on. "Quick," she says, repeating herself, but not providing me with any explanation. Yelling echoes down the hallway. My Chinese is rusty. On good days, I can make out most words, but if I'm tired or someone's speaking rapidly, the intricacies of the language become a muddle of noise. We run. Although toward what? Running doesn't seem wise. Code white. Blue is cardiac arrest. Orange is multiple casualties requiring immediate attention. Gray is hemorrhage. Green is deteriorating condition, normally associated with rapid onset diseases or bacterial infections. The dry cold on the fringe of the Mongolian steppes tends to keep most microbes at bay, so green is rare. Occasionally we get cases of rabies or outbreaks of ringworm. But white? In 18 months, I've never been called in on a code white. White is a security incident, and they're normally handled by the Chinese police, as their station is across the road. Gunshots echo through the hospital, and I falter. Someone's screaming. Glass shatters. Doors slam, and again deafening gunshots ring out. Chen slows her pace. We come to a halt at the corner of the corridor leading toward the emergency department. She looks at me, and we both feel the trepidation of the moment. Guns aren't toys. Even the most seemingly banal action over the next few minutes could have far-reaching consequences. Chen is from the local Wusun tribe, a nomadic people that have traversed the deserts here for thousands of years. Her dark hair, bushy eyebrows, and soft, smooth, clear complexion speak of a mysterious lost world, when the Silk Road once joined East and West. Like me, fear pulses through her veins. We have no idea what awaits us. But we're doctors. We're committed to preserving life. Some might flee, but our patients can't. As they're in danger, we have to press on. Come what may, we have to try to protect them. As a foreigner, I'm an oddity, a curiosity. Locals look at me as though I can summon both angels and demons. I only hope my help comes from above today. I step around the corner as a police officer is thrown through the wall not more than 10 feet from me. Cheap particle board collapses around his crumpled shape. There's so much yelling I can't separate the words, but I can see what's happening. An old man lies on a gurney to one side of the corridor. Beyond him, a short, stocky tribesman is fighting with several police officers. Thankfully, the gunshots have been directed into the ceiling, fired in bluster while trying to break up the fight. A senior police officer stands in the reception area yelling, his gun still pointing up. Although there are 4 officers involved in the melee, the tribesman has the better of them. He's barely 5 foot in height, but has the strength of an ox. Even with batons drawn, the officers are no match for him, and they reel from his blows. To my astonishment, he grabs a wooden bench capable of seating 3 or 4 people and swings it like a baseball bat, connecting with several of the officers and knocking them to the ground. Chen and I inch down the corridor. She's calling for sanity to prevail. I grasp the vague essence of her words. Peace. Calm. No more. I have my hands out, pleading for the violence to end. But in the panic of the moment, my words are in English. This is madness! You have to stop! The tribesman is distracted by our sudden appearance. The senior officer sees an opening and fires. The nomad reels to one side. Blood explodes from his shoulder, splattering across the wall. But he will not be deterred. With inhuman strength, he rips the counter off the reception desk, tearing off a panel easily 8 feet in length, and flipping it over like balsa wood. Computer screens and keyboards go flying. The tumbling countertop crashes into the ceiling, bringing down panels and burying the officer in debris, knocking the gun from his hand. In the silence that follows, the tribesman steps over the rubble, closing in on the officer trapped beneath the wreckage. No! I yell, fearing he'll tear the poor man's arms from his sockets. The tribesman looks at me. Our eyes meet and I see something I'll never forget. Dark, haunting pupils that seem to stare through me. I scramble for the right Chinese words, using terms he'll understand rather than Western words like hospital or doctor. This is a place of life, not death. We help people. Heal them. He pauses. No harm, I say. We don't hurt people. The tribesman is brutish. He's wearing a tribal dress, lavishly adorned with flecks of red and gold, blue and black. But the fabric is faded. Worn patches speak of repetitive work. Hard labor. His chest heaves. His nostrils flare, although not with anger. From the anguish on his face, he seems upset. His eyes dart around at the devastation covering the floor, not settling on any one object. It's as though he's surprised by what's happened, that he has wrought such destruction. The officers scramble for safety, dragging their injured away and retreating behind us. I edge forward, saying, "We care for the injured." I have my hands out as though I'm calming a wild horse. You're injured. At those words, the tribesman turns, looking at the old man on the gurney. He snorts, rather than speaks. Is he your friend? I ask, slowly stepping forward, picking my way over the broken glass and busted particle board as though I were negotiating a minefield. He tosses his head with an expression that reminds me more of an animal than a human. It's as though he's signaling I'm close, but not correct. Your father. With those words, the tribesman steps toward the old man on the gurney. He spits on the floor, and then clears his nostrils. Who the hell is this guy? The senior police officer frees himself. He retrieves his gun from the rubble, but I shake my head, pointing with my hand, and signaling for him to back away. Several male nurses and another doctor appear at the far end of the corridor. I signal for them to stay back. "You want us to look at your father?" The tribesman offers a single nod, but again, his motion is more circular than vertical. He seems to roll his chin as though he were stretching his neck muscles. He huffs, breathing out a massive volume of air and releasing the tension in his muscles. His shoulders sag. Blood drips from his fingers, running down the inside of his arm, but he doesn't seem to notice. His hand reaches out and touches softly at the gurney. I can't help but notice his wrist and knuckles. Physically, he's shorter than me, but he's built like a bear. With broad shoulders and thick, stocky arms, he's got the physique of a bodybuilder, only scaled down. His knuckles are grotesquely swollen, showing signs of advanced arthritis, but at a guess, he couldn't be more than 25 years old. The high-altitude deserts of northwest China have a way of aging men and women well before their time, but his skin still has a youthful appearance. He's sporting a beard, but with a gradual rather than a marked delineation as his hair is thin and straggly. Chen tends to one of the police officers, while I approach the gurney. The old man is frail. He's tall, easily 6 feet in height, which is rare for this region where poor diets and natural genetics give most men a height of around 5'8", right at my height. Having come from America, where most of the men I knew were 6 foot plus, it's nice to look Chinese men in the eye without looking up at them. This nomad is the first man I've ever peered down at. "We're going to help your father," I say as the tribesman bows his head over the old man. His thin lips quiver. I signal with my hand, gesturing for one of the nurses to come over. "We have to take him now. Do you understand?" There's no response. I push gently on the gurney, rolling it back a little so the nurse can reach it. "Take him into ICU. Get him on a saline drip. I'll be there in a minute." "Yes, doctor." The tribesman looks up at me. Tears sit in the corner of his eyes, which is confusing. I've just watched him demolish a hallway, tossing police officers around as though they were rag dolls, and yet the emotion that dominates his heart is sorrow. "He must come with us," the senior officer says. "He's injured." "He resisted arrest." "Why did you arrest him?" I ask. "He is a wild one. He should not be here. They know not to come into the city." That's not a reason. "You were turning him away?" I ask. The officer never completes his sentence. Just a stare from the nomad is enough to convince him to back down. It seems the tribesman would quite happily resume where things left off should the officer press the point. "It's okay," I say to the tribesman. Turning to the officer, I say, "You should leave." "But we are here for your protection." "I think you've provided quite enough protection for one night, don't you?" The officer looks angry. "He's not going anywhere," I say, gesturing to the bloody shoulder of the tribesman. "Not tonight. And not while his father is in ICU. Now go. Please." The senior officer lets out a short huff. He's not happy about leaving, but my status as a foreign doctor seems to hold some authority in his mind, so he backs away. The other police officers are bruised, but not seriously injured. It seems their pride, rather than their bodies, ache. One of the young officers appears to have a dislocated shoulder, but he's using his hand, so he'll be fine. Chen rigs a sling for him. I have no idea how I'm going to explain this devastation to the hospital board in the morning, but the police provoked the tribesmen. That much is clear. How he fought them off, though, is beyond me. I'm not sure why I've sided with the tribesman. Perhaps it's that he's clearly misunderstood. Perhaps it's that the police were far too heavy-handed. Perhaps there's a little bit of rebel in me that favors the underdog. But I'm glad to see the back of the officers. "Let's get you fixed up," I say, turning to the short, stocky man. He looks at me with bewilderment, and I have to take him by his good arm and lead him down the hall to the emergency department. Behind me, several janitors start arguing about the mess. I leave them and the nurses to figure out what to do about the damage. ICU is somewhat of a grand term for a room with a few oxygen cylinders, a couple of biometric monitors, and a bunch of intravenous drips. Intensive care unit it is not, but we care for the locals as best we can. I gesture for the tribesman to lie on a gurney beside his father. Although the young man has been shot, he is not showing any of the classic symptoms of shock. His eyes haven't dilated. He's lucid and attentive. I check his wound briefly, making sure it's not hemorrhaging internally, and then check on his father, who's remained unconscious throughout all of this. The tribesman lies down, facing his father. The concern shows on his thick brow. Chen fixes an oxygen mask over the old man's face while I listen to his heart with a stethoscope. Our eyes meet and she shakes her head softly. We both know. We've both seen enough death to understand when the end is nigh. His erratic, fading heartbeat suggests hours, not days. All we can do is make him comfortable. "And him?" she whispers as I slip on a pair of clear surgical glasses, a paper mask, and scrub my hands in the nearby sink. "Him," I say, unsure how to reply. Like me, he's out of place. Perhaps that's why I have an affinity toward him. I don a pair of disposable gloves. "I need you to lie on your back," I say, and he responds, rolling over. "You're a quiet one, aren't you?" "They're dumb," Chen says. "Dumb? Some of the brightest minds ever to grace this planet have been unable to speak. Helen Keller, Stephen Hawking." "Steve Hawk?" she asks. "Is he the surfer or the skateboarder?" "Never mind," I reply as she hands me a sterile swab. I clean the gunshot wound, picking out foreign objects like flecks of wood and strands of cloth. Anything that could harbor microbes. "Light," I say from beneath my mask, and the nurse assisting us adjusts an overhead lamp, focusing it on the wound. Well, could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse. Chen anticipates my needs, handing me a needle loaded with a shot of local anesthetic. "This might bite," I say to the tribesman, who's unusually subdued. I lean over him. His eyes focus intently on mine, which is unnerving. In the U.S., most surgery is conducted using general anesthetic. Here, though, that's the exception. And I've learned to talk in calm tones about everything other than what I'm doing, as that's the easiest way to keep patients relaxed. Pain is both physical and mental. Reduce stress, and the pain felt by a patient can be little more than discomfort. "They?" I ask, and Chen picks up the conversation again as I administer the anesthetic in 3 spots around the wound. "They come from Lac Neur, the Salt Lake. It is where China tests its nuclear weapons." "And they live there?" "Yes, to the south." "How far away is it?" I ask, not really interested in the distance. I'm peering inside the wound, using a scalpel to carefully dig around, shifting bits of bloody sinew and muscle as I assess the internal damage. "It's maybe 100 kilometers from here, home to Shalha's tomb, the necropolis of Urdek. City of the Dead." Sounds creepy. I'm not sure this is such a soothing conversation for my patient, but the tribesman seems relaxed. I confirm my suspicion. The bullet missed his arteries, tearing through muscle and grazing the underside of his collarbone. Have you been there? As a child. There are over 300 grave sites. Some of them are over 4,000 years old. What do they look like? I ask, carefully stitching the muscle together and closing the wound. Are they like pyramids or ziggurats? No, they are open graves. Bodies wrapped in ox hides or in wooden coffins, buried beneath dead standing trees. Inwardly, I shudder at the thought, but I'm careful to remain composed in my actions. I need you to roll over. No sooner have the words left my mouth than the tribesman rolls onto his stomach, allowing me access to the exit wound on his back. Again, you'll feel a little bite. The tribesman doesn't flinch as I inject the anesthetic. We continue talking as I clean out and then close up the wound. While the anesthetic is in effect, I give him an injection of antibiotics, as I can't imagine he's the kind of person to undertake a course of antibiotic tablets for a week. I also draw a vial of blood and mark it for testing in Urumqi, a city with a population of 2 million, located several hundred kilometers northwest of us. There's a proper lab there that can do checks for a full spectrum of locally recurrent diseases, and even simple genome tests for hereditary traits that impact health. Last year, there was an outbreak of bubonic plague in nearby Yumen. Not a plague, the plague. The Black Death. The real goddamn plague that killed some 200 million people during the Middle Ages. I was left wondering if we'd been transported back in time, so I have no qualms testing a blood sample for peace of mind. The results of the test will take a few days to come back, but it will be good to get a feel for what's out there in these remote tribal populations. I'd like to get some x-rays, I say to Chen, but it's not the possibility of a hairline fracture on his collarbone that has me worried. His physiology is all wrong. Chen starts to roll the gurney forward and he flinches, reaching for his father. It's okay, I say, pulling off my gloves and mask and tossing them in a medical waste container. We'll come back. Promise. Out in the hallway, the mess is slowly being cleaned up. Someone's used a broom to clear a path for gurneys, and those ceiling tiles that didn't break have been replaced. Chen sets up the X-ray machine in the nearby lab. The tribesman looks panicked. The hum of the machinery and a large gun-like appendage at the end of a swiveling arm must be disconcerting for him, appearing like some mechanical monster. This won't hurt, I say. This will help. The conflict in his eyes is apparent. He may not be able to speak, but his intelligence is evident. The need to trust. The uncertainty about these strange people with their modern ways. It must be jarring for someone that's lived their whole life in the desert to see how much we rely on seemingly magical machines. Please. I feel as though I can read his thoughts. He's scared of the unknown. Guns, electric lights, buzzing machines. It's new and upsetting. His wide eyes tell me it's all he can do to trust me. I squeeze his hand and his fingers tighten in rapid response. For a moment I wonder if he's not going to let go, or if he's going to pull me closer. But he releases his grip. For someone that's mute, touch must be an important means of communicating. I position an X-ray plate beneath his back, making sure it covers his upper shoulder and head. Gently, I position his head sideways so he's looking at Chen behind the radiation shield. I'm curious. Beneath his straggly hair, his skull is slightly deformed, as though it has been squeezed and elongated in a vise. He has an occipital bun, a bulge at the back of his skull. It's not natural. It can't be. I suspect it's the result of a childhood injury, and I wonder if this is why he can't speak. In the back of my mind there are nagging doubts about him and his origins. When Chen spoke of the wild ones, she noted that none of them can talk, which is striking. Could the entire community be the victim of some inbred genetic condition? Perhaps something that deforms the region of the brain associated with speech? Stay still, I say, backing away slowly. His eyes never leave mine. Chen engages the X-ray, and for a moment there's a whir, followed by silence. I remove the plate and slide another beneath his shoulder blade, well outside the area affected by the gunshot. But again, I'm curious. His rib cage is barrel-shaped, with the lower ribs protruding noticeably. It's the kind of deformity I'd associate with early childhood injuries failing to heal properly. Dial back the juice, I say to Chen. I want to pick up some soft tissue in the image. I'm curious about his internal organs. His enlarged lower ribs could be the result of long-term tumor growth. Ideally, he needs an MRI, but a low-power X-ray will have to do. The tribesman is more relaxed with this shot, so I sneak in one more, slipping a small plate beneath his hand. Now hold still, I say, splaying his fingers wide. He smiles. He has no idea his body is being blasted with highly energetic electromagnetic radiation that passes almost unobstructed through the cells in his hand. After hiding behind the radiation shield one last time, I send Chen off to get the plates developed, while I wheel him back to the ICU. I'm not sure if it's a side effect of the anesthetic, but he's happy. You're going to be fine, I say, touching lightly on his good shoulder. I park his gurney next to his father and cover him with a woolen blanket. For me, the blankets here in the hospital are as itchy as hell. They're coarse and thick, but he doesn't seem to mind. As I pull the blanket up, I wonder about this strange man's life. The way he looks at me, it's as though he's never known kindness. Or perhaps he has, but never from a stranger. The world is a hostile place for those that differ from the norm. I check on his father. Although it looks like he's asleep, I know better. The old man is in a sustained state of unconsciousness. Despite our best efforts, he's not recovered. His heart is weak, and I have to hunt to find a heartbeat, so I hook him up to a biometric monitor. I cover him with a blanket, and the tribesman smiles, clearly appreciating how I've extended them both the same courtesy. Even though such a gesture is meaningless to a surgeon with 9 years of med school behind her. It is, quite literally, the least I can do. Chen brings me some coffee. I'm not sure I want any, but the night is cool and the cup is warm, so I sip at it. I'm tired. Exhausted. I'm ready to collapse on the cot behind the nursing station. My apartment is only 5 minutes away by car, but I have spare clothes here. They tease them, she says softly, gesturing to the tribesmen. The wild ones? I've only ever seen the women before today. They keep to themselves. So the father, he's not his biological parent? No, she says. It's a different world in the desert. They adopt them, feed them, use them for labor. I sit on the edge of the bench inside the nursing station, relieved to finally have my feet up. Sitting there, I swing my legs back and forth, shaking out the aches. It's been a long day. You should get some sleep, she says. Yeah, I reply, only half finishing my coffee. I curl up in the cot, turning away from the light, and drift off to sleep within seconds. Thankfully, the night is quiet. My sleep is deep. I wake to find Chen sitting at the foot of the cot. She's wearing a change of clothes and looks refreshed. I doubt I look half as composed. The sun is up. How are our patients? The father still hasn't regained consciousness. The wild one snores. She laughs softly. It sounds like he's cutting firewood with a chainsaw. She's right. I can hear him from the back of the nursing station. I get up, use the bathroom, shower and change, and feel like a brand new person. As I walk back into the ICU, I notice the tribesman is gone. For a moment, my heart skips a beat, but he's in the garden outside. The director of the hospital has a fondness for flowers, which isn't surprising given the arid desert around us. Bayingal is a town of about 40,000, surrounded by farms, but the desert encroaches on the roads, the footpaths, and yards. After a dust storm, the place looks like a ghost town. The director uses gray water from the sinks for his garden, and the patients enjoy convalescing in the sunshine as the sweet scent of flowers drifts around them. That tiny stretch of greenery might be the only patch of flowers within 1,000 miles. I hope the director sees the funny side of his garden being raided by a desert tribesman, although, to my surprise, it's the weeds the nomad is interested in. Instead of plucking some of the roses, he's focused on the wildflowers. Thin, lanky daisies at the end of long stems. If anything, the director should thank him. I check on the old man. His eyes are sunken and hollow. I peel back his eyelids and shine a light on his pupils. No response. The biometric monitor reveals an erratic heartbeat. But I'm old school. I like to listen. There are subtleties only a trained ear can detect, details missed by electronics. I shift my stethoscope around his chest and over his ribs, stopping at regular intervals to listen. I'm surprised he's still alive. If I was to stop the IV, I suspect he'd die from organ failure within a few hours. And I know I'm prolonging the inevitable. Chen and I sit chatting in the back of the nursing station, munching on what look like crab apples. They're sour, and there's not much flesh, but fruit is always a treat, especially for breakfast. A deep, resonant wail echoes through the ICU, and we jump up, but it quickly becomes apparent no one's in discomfort. The tribesman is singing, although that's the wrong term as his voice sounds more like a wind instrument. Sweet, striking, crisp notes echoed through the room without any words being articulated. The chant is unlike a tribal song, and seems more like the call of a primate, perhaps gibbons singing in the trees. There are vowels, but no clear consonants, and yet it's unmistakably music. There's rhythm, and the repetition of similar phrases. I'm spellbound. I don't think any of us have ever heard anything like this, as the vocal range spans several octaves, which is the kind of feat only a trained opera singer could accomplish. The musical scale is foreign to me, being neither minor nor major. The tribesman has linked the tiny flowers together into daisy chains, but not in the form of a necklace. The pattern has the intricacy of a spider web, or a dream catcher. An alarm sounds. The old man is flatlining. "Code Blue!" Chen yells over the chanting, and we spring into action. One of the nurses grabs the crash cart. I rip the blanket from the old man. Chen preps the defibrillator, applying gel to the pads as I start CPR, keeping my eyes on the heart monitor. Although I suspect it's hopeless, I can't stand by and watch someone die. Our actions over the next few seconds could extend his life by years, perhaps even a decade. What is life if not a fight against death? I have to fight. Chen positions the electrodes on his chest. I yell, and Chen fires the defibrillator. The frail body flexes before us, with every muscle contracting briefly before sagging again. I continue CPR. Adenosine? Chen asks. I shake my head. In his state, it'll kill him. Charging. One of the nurses removes the old man's oxygen mask and uses a handheld plastic pump to drive air into his lungs. I thump hard against his chest, circulating blood through his system, trying to keep his brain alive. Ready. Clear, I say, breathing heavily from the exertion. I step back and again the aging body before me flexes, arching up over the gurney before collapsing. As a doctor, I hate to concede defeat, but there's nothing more I can do. There are numerous euphemisms to explain away the odious nature of death. Gone, past, left, departed. But the truth is, death is the failure of the life support system we call a body. At some point, the intricate biological machinery breaks down, and the miracle of consciousness comes to an end. I stop CPR. Chen and I exchange a brief look. She's amazing. She'd keep going for hours if need be until I called it, but we both know our efforts are futile. I look at my watch. Mark the time as 8:50. Unidentified male from the province of Xinjiang, approximately 60 years old, deceased as the result of heart failure. The nurse bows her head, nodding as she writes on a clipboard. I didn't notice until now, but the chanting has stopped. The tempo in the ICU has changed drastically. It's as though we were driving down a highway at 100 miles per hour and drove into a muddy field. Everything slows. I'm sorry, I say, turning to the tribesman. He has tears in his eyes. One of the nurses goes to pull a sheet over the body, but I signal for her to stop. The tribesman lays a ring of flowers on the old man's chest, arranging them with meticulous care. He's crying. He strokes the man's hair, sweeping it to one side, and fusses with the dead man's arms, laying them against his side. He places bunches of weeds in the old man's hands. The exact meaning behind this gesture is lost on me, but it's clearly symbolic of life. Chen and I back away. One of the other doctors walks into the ICU. He stops, realizing what's happened, and skirts the side of the ward, bringing a large envelope over to me. Your X-rays. Thanks. Given the heartache of the moment, this is a welcome distraction. The fluorescent tube in the light box mounted on the wall of the nursing station blew several months ago, so I hold each of the X-rays up against a window, allowing sunlight to backlight the images. Chen points at several of the features. His skull. It's deformed. Strange, isn't it? I reply, switching to the X-ray of the nomad's chest and examining his rib cage. I run the tip of a pencil gently over the image, being careful not to leave any marks. Look at his ribs. What do you notice? Chen leans in, following the motion of my pencil as I trace the bones branching from the sternum. Nothing. Me neither. No damage, no deformity, no abrupt changes in density, signaling an old injury. Look how smooth the gradient is moving down to the floating ribs. And the heart and lungs, Chen says, gesturing to the lighter mass beneath the ribs. They're huge. She's right. For a small man, His internal organs are oversized, and his lungs have a slightly different shape, with the broad tips dipping low near his stomach. I take a photo of the X-ray with my smartphone before putting the first X-ray back on the window pane and snapping another photo. I'm on the verge of blurting out what I'm thinking, but I don't want to sound stupid. Science is about being careful, exploring ideas drawn methodically from the evidence, and I'm struggling not to jump to conclusions. I examine his skull again. Look at how thick the bones are, Chen says. And his chin, I say, as it's almost non-existent. I'd previously noticed the tribesman's chin wasn't that pronounced, but his jaw is largely hidden by his beard. Now, though, I can see that his jaw lacks the thick bone normally associated with a chin. Chen traces the plates in his skull, running a pencil along the thin lines marking where the bones fused in early childhood. No obvious injuries. I'm interested in the occipital bun, the protrusion at the back of his skull, causing his head to appear elongated. Not only is there no damage to the bone, the brain mass is faint, barely visible, but it extends into that portion of the skull cavity. What are we dealing with? Chen asks. But there's one final X-ray of his lower arm, wrist, and hand to examine. I flick it up onto the glass and take another photo. Look at the metacarpal bones. Instead of fine, easily broken twigs, the bones in his hand are thick and sturdy. Have you seen this before? Chen asks. I pause before replying. Yes. Where? In textbooks. Museums. Never in a living person. Chen is silent, waiting for me to elaborate. His physiology is hominid. I don't understand. I slip the X-rays back into the protective pouch, saying, he's not human. I think our tribesman is a Neanderthal. City of the Dead. Chen whispers, that's not possible. You're telling me, I reply, watching as the tribesman wraps the old man's body in animal skins. That's impossible. Apparently not. I'm shaking, but not out of fear. Adrenaline surges through my body in the excitement of the moment. Have you heard of the Wollemi pine? Chen shakes her head. Imagine the surprise of scientists when a hiker comes across a tree that's only ever been found in the fossil record some 200 million years ago. Or the discovery of the coelacanth, a fish thought to be extinct since before the time of the dinosaurs. Only here it is, unchanged after 400 million years. And do you think, she says, looking at him, it's possible. Isolated enclave. Limited interaction with the outside world. Fits the pattern. But I won't know for sure until the blood results come back from the lab. What are we going to do? The tribesman hoists the dead body over his good shoulder and picks up his pack. Well, we're not going to let him walk out of here. I raise my hand and signal for the tribesman to wait. I begin, not knowing where the conversation is going. Physically, I can't stop him. If I was to get the police involved, this could end badly. He clearly wants to provide his stepfather with a proper burial, but it must have taken him several days to reach us. The body will putrefy long before he reaches his tribal lands. My mind is racing at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Where there's one Neanderthal, there must be more. We'll take you home. What? Chen says. Her eyes go wide in surprise. Xiaoping, can you cover for me? I say to one of the doctors. Sure. You want to go out there? Chen says, pointing at the desert beyond the hospital window. We'll be fine, I say. I've got a 4-wheel drive. My father is wealthy, influential, and paranoid. which isn't as bad a combination as it might seem. He flipped out when I told him I accepted an assignment to work in rural China. He had a brand new Toyota Land Cruiser shipped in from Hong Kong, equipped with dual long-range fuel tanks, extra freshwater tanks, GPS, satellite phone, dash cam, survival kit, electric air pump, secondary batteries, and an industrial winch that could pull a tank out of the mud. Once a month, he pays for a mechanic to drive the 200-mile round trip from Urumqi to service the cruiser. Even though in the 18 months I've been here, I've only clocked 300 miles in total. I've never had to fill it up with diesel. The mechanic is constantly draining and topping up the tanks, as he feels guilty not actually doing anything when he gets here. He stripped down the transmission and rebuilt the running gear when I complained about a slight rattle, so I've learned to keep my mouth shut. I'm told I'll get over 1,000 miles from the diesel tanks. I could drive most of the way to Moscow without filling up. Chen doesn't look convinced, but the tribesman is already walking toward the door. A day out, a day back. What could go wrong? Technically, I have today off anyway, so I have no qualms about going for a drive to see the countryside. At least, that's how I'm justifying this crazy idea to myself. Over here, I say to the tribesman, grabbing my keys and leading him out into the parking lot. Chen follows, but she's not convinced. If anything, she must feel compelled to go with me as she's my in-country assistant. I open the back of the cruiser and shift a few bags around. There's a tent, sleeping bag, and a long-life emergency ration pack. If anything, I'm relishing the opportunity to actually put some of this stuff to good use. I doubt my assembly of the tent will look quite like the glossy image on the cover, but I'm sure I can erect something suitable for one night at least. Whether everything will fit back in the bag is another story. Beneath the false floor of the cruiser, Dad stowed several firearms. A hunting rifle, a shotgun, and a handgun. All illegal in China. But out here in the West, no one cares. The Neanderthal lays the body gently in the back of the four-wheel drive, and I marvel at the clash of cultures. I'm interacting with an entirely different species of hominid. It seems silly, but I grab my cell phone and take a selfie with him. Not that he'd know what a selfie is, but he doesn't seem to mind the attention of a quick hug and glances at the tiny black box I hold at arm's length. I fire off the photo along with the X-ray images, sending them to my dad via email, saying, "You'll never guess who I bumped into." I doubt he'll understand what he's looking at, but I can't keep this to myself. Wait until he hears about this adventure. Oh, I wish the tribesmen could talk. Mentally, I'm retracing every interaction, knowing I'll be quizzed by anthropologists. They'll want to know every little detail, particularly as with each passing moment he's becoming more acclimatized to interacting with modern Homo sapiens. I open the rear door and the Neanderthal climbs in. He's fascinated by the suspension, and rocks up and down, feeling the vehicle sway gently beneath him. He laughs. I smile, and reach around, helping him put on a seatbelt. He examines the belt with intense curiosity, playing with it, and noting how it retracts when released. He repeats this over and over, fascinated by the invisible mechanism that pulls the seatbelt taut. "What are we going to call him?" Chen asks as we climb in the front of the cruiser. "Aishin," I say, turning to look at our esteemed guest from what seems like another world. "He who cares," Chen says, translating the Chinese into English. "I like it." I thought she would. As tempting as it is to give our Neanderthal tribesman an American name, or perhaps name him after someone that discovered the remains of his kind in the Neander Valley deep within Germany, our hominid friend is Chinese and deserves a local name. Besides, from what I've seen, he has levels of empathy beyond what some humans have. He really does care. I start the engine, saying, "Hold on, Axe!" And he laughs from the back seat, still bouncing up and down and rocking the car. Not knowing how much exposure he's had to machinery, I ease the Land Cruiser forward slowly. Pebbles crunch beneath the tires. It takes a full minute before we leave the parking lot, as I want to give him time to adjust to the sensation of motion. I shift my rearview mirror so I can see him. His face has lit up with the excitement of adventure. Grunts and pseudo-vowels drift through the air, vaguely reminiscent of chimps at a zoo. Chen is laughing. Like me, she has a sense of how utterly ridiculous it is to take a Neanderthal for a drive in a car. If I could, I'd drive straight to the UCLA campus and walk Axe into a lecture on hominid evolution. Oh, what a riot! And I seriously consider making for Beijing's Academy of Science. But I want to see Axe among his own kind before a juggernaut of international researchers rolls into town. Although the road is largely clear of vehicles, I have to keep my eye on the traffic and avoid the temptation to watch Axe in the mirror. He has his hand pressed against the glass and is peering out the window, fascinated by the small town rolling by outside. Shanghai, with its endless skyscrapers, would blow his mind. We take the main highway south. Like desert roads on all continents, it's as straight as an arrow. Mountains rise up to the east, but to the west, there's nothing but salt flats stretching as far as the eye can see. My sat-nav tells me the Xinjiang desert extends for over 500 miles, curving out of sight over the horizon. Nestled in the foothills to the south is Lop Nor. It's easily 30 miles from the main road, along what looks like a dirt track. Axe amuses himself with the junk on my back seat. Newspapers, shirts, a tennis racket, frisbee, and a bunch of other things. Chen and I talk about America. She wants to go there one day, and it's strange to hear her speaking with reverence about things I take for granted, like shopping malls. What do you miss about America? She asks. After thinking about it for a few seconds, I say, the people. I guess I miss junk food. Donuts and burgers, Coke and ice cream. But they're just things. Stuff. I miss going to movies and shopping malls too, but what all of these have in common is people. We do everything together in the US. Hanging out at a nightclub or going to the beach, it's always with someone. And that's what makes it special, I think. Chen nods. I know she's looking forward to the bright lights of Vegas and seeing the Statue of Liberty in New York. But it's the people that make America great. Everyone's friendly. Not that people aren't friendly here, it's just different. It's like we can be both optimistic and pessimistic at the same time. Both happy and serious. Fun-loving and focused. Chen says, "That makes no sense." Ah, now you're getting the idea, I say, smiling. Americans don't make sense. That's the whole point. Whether you're in LA or Louisiana, New York or Nevada, you'll never find any two Americans alike. And don't expect us to make sense. There's only one thing we all agree on. We love freedom. Beyond that, we come in all shapes and sizes, colors and creeds. There are too many guns, Chen says. There are a lot of guns, I concede. But it's not like Hollywood. There's no shootouts at the OK Corral. I think I will like America, Chen says with studious consideration. I want to see the Grand Canyon, and Washington, D.C. What do you want to see in Washington? I ask, expecting her to say the White House. The museums. Ah, the Smithsonian museums. Yes. I hope you like walking because there's lots of different museums. They're all in the National Mall. I remember going there as a kid on a school trip. My memory is of airplanes hanging from the ceiling, and my feet aching after walking around for hours. We continue talking idly, alternating between Chinese and English, depending on the subject. After an hour, I pull off the highway, and the pace slows drastically as we head down into a dried-up riverbed. We're going off the road? Chen asks with some concern as the track disappears among loose rocks. Yes, I say, pointing at the location we need to reach on the sat-nav. My trust in the marvels of technology is unwavering. Chen is not convinced. "But the road," she says, pointing back at the smooth, concrete highway behind us as though it provides some semblance of security. "Roads?" I reply, smiling and trying to lighten her mood. "Where we're going, we don't need no." And I gesture for her to complete the phrase, but she stares at me like I'm insane. "It's from a movie," I say in my defense. "An American movie?" she asks, as if there are any others. It's easy to forget Bollywood, the British Academy, the Australian, French, Italian, and Chinese movie industries. All that there is in this world is Hollywood. "We don't need," I repeat, leading her on and trying to get her to finish the phrase. "Cars?" "No, we need cars. What don't we need?" Chen's confused. She looks around as though the answer lies within the Land Cruiser. "Maps?" I laugh, pointing at the riverbed in front of us. "Roads?" "Yes. Do you know what movie it's from?" "Fast and the Furious?" "No." "Titanic?" "No, but they didn't need roads either." "Is it from a space movie?" she asks. "Kind of. In a really obscure, space-timey kind of way." I'm trying to give her a clue. "Chen, if you're going to visit America, you have to learn about our fairy tales. Our movies are as much a part of our culture as Shakespeare is to the British, or Hans Christian Andersen is to the Danish." "The Martian," she says. "Matt Damon. He had a car on Mars, but there were no roads." "Close enough," I reply, laughing and realizing an 80s movie reference is probably a little too obscure for a rural Chinese nurse in the 21st century. "Tint the windows red, and this could be Mars." Yes, it could. A dust storm blows over the mountains. Darkness descends, and visibility drops to a few feet. What seemed like a good idea back at the hospital is looking decidedly stupid. Sat-nav convinces me we're still on course. So on we go. I slow the Land Cruiser to a crawl, not wanting to hit any rocks or ride into a gully. The engine is working hard on the rough terrain. We drive over a dune, and the wheels sink in the soft sand. I get out of the vehicle and brave the storm to lower the tire pressure so they get more grip. Fine dust swirls around me, catching in my hair and getting in my eyes. I need a bandana in order to breathe, but even then, grit gets in my mouth and up my nose as the wind howls past. After an hour, the storm lifts, and we ride over the dunes into a valley set between imposing cliffs. Axe gets excited. He pounds on the window, pointing to one side and alerting us to an outcrop of rocks. Part of a cliff face has collapsed, leaving a distinct pile of boulders scattered across the desert. He must recognize it as a landmark. The Land Cruiser is sluggish in the soft sand, but once I hit firm rock, it's easy to negotiate the valley and drive toward the outcrop. Dozens of dead trees rise out of the rocks and sand like abandoned telegraph poles. "This must be one of the gravesites," Chen says as we come to a halt and climb out of the vehicle. Some of the poles have partially exposed coffins at their base, but most of the mummified bodies are wrapped in leather hides. Without touching what's clearly an archaeological artifact, I crouch down, examining one of the few exposed bodies. Shrunken skin clings to a deformed skull. The few strands of hair I can see have a reddish tinge, and I'm left wondering if this was the person's natural color, or if time and exposure to the elements have damaged the hair. The rear door to the Land Cruiser slams, and I jump in fright. Axe has the body of the old man. We watch as he climbs the dune and lays the body at the base of a pole, all the while chanting and singing as he did in the hospital. He unfolds a leather mat and aligns the body so it's facing the same direction as the others. To my horror, Axe uses a knife to eviscerate the old man, running the blade along the man's stomach and emptying his intestines and bowels onto the sand. Chen vomits. I turn away, unable to watch. "Oh, I wasn't ready for that," she says, and the reality of what transpires at gravesites such as this is made abundantly clear. In order to mummify these bodies, all the soft tissue has to be removed to prevent rotting. It seems obvious enough, but seeing the process enacted is nauseating. Chen and I make our way down to the dune, unable to watch the gruesome task, but still hearing the ghostly wail of the Neanderthal on the breeze. Back at the Land Cruiser, we sit in the sand, resting in the shade and leaning on the rear wheel. "Not what I was expecting," I say, handing Chen a bottle of water. She rinses her mouth and spits to one side. "Oh no, not at all." Whatever burial rites and preparation are being undertaken, it's over in less than an hour. Neither of us dares to look until the chanting stops, and even then, we peer cautiously over the hood of the Land Cruiser, expecting to see the steep side of the dune drenched in blood, along with organs discarded on the sand. To our surprise, the area is clean. The old man's body lies nestled against the pole, while his innards must have been buried nearby and carefully concealed. Regardless of how repugnant this is to us, it's clear Axe treated the old man with respect and enacted what is undoubtedly a meaningful ceremony to him. After seeing that, though, I'd like to be cremated. I greet Axe with a bar of soap, a bottle of water, and a towel, and gesture for him to wash down his bloody arms, saying, "Clean. You need to be clean." He seems amused by my concern with cleanliness. Once he's finished washing, I bury the towel and soap in the sand with my boot. There's no way I'm taking them back with me. "So what now?" Chen asks. I gesture to the mountains, asking Axe, "Where are you from? Where do you live? Your people, where are they?" Axe may not be able to speak, but he understands at least the rudiments of the Chinese language. He points at the sky, well above the cliff top. I'm confused. He's trying to say something, and is animated, but I'm not sure why. Slowly, a dark shape appears in the distance. The sound of rotor blades beats at the air, echoing off the canyon walls. "Not good," Chen says. A Chinese military helicopter circles us before descending, kicking up a wall of sand as it hovers a few feet above the desert floor on the far side of the Land Cruiser, well away from the burial site. A loudspeaker bellows something about staying still, but the voice is garbled and mixed with static. Chen calls out over the thumping of the helicopter, "I don't think these are his people." "Yeah, they're a little too sophisticated for Neanderthals," I yell in reply, appreciating her levity in the tension of the moment. We're not on military land. Not as far as I know. We haven't done anything wrong. There's nothing to fear. And yet my heart pounds in my throat. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. A mistake. And I rapidly rehearse what I'll say to the commanding officer. He or she is going to want to see ID, and proof of our residence at the hospital. I'm nervous about the false floor in the Land Cruiser and the hidden firearms. Soldiers jump from the helicopter. With desert fatigues, helmets, thick goggles, and camouflage paint on their cheeks, they look inhuman. Axe picks up a clump of wood, brandishing it like a baseball bat. He marches forward with his head slightly bowed and his teeth clenched, ready for war. Only this is a fight he won't win. "No!" I cry, rushing to grab him. The transformation that comes over him scares me. He's lost in a burst of anger. His eyes are wide. His nostrils flare and his muscles flex as he screams above the roar of the helicopter. I pull at his arm, but he's so focused, so consumed with rage, he doesn't realize I'm trying to hold him back. I run in front of him, stumbling in the soft sand and waving the soldiers off, yelling, "Don't shoot! He doesn't know! He doesn't understand!" The soldiers take up defensive positions, spreading out on either side of the helicopter with their rifles leveled at us. "Please!" I yell, still trying to block Axe from advancing. But he's too strong. Shots ring out, breaking like thunder over the beat of the rotor blades. Bullets pepper the Land Cruiser. I force myself in front of Axe, forgetting about my own safety and my zeal to protect him. Don't they know? He's too precious. He's out of place in the modern world. He must survive. Bullets tear past my head with the crack of a bullwhip. The bullet that strikes me feels like the sting of an angry hornet, slamming into my sternum with a thud. Another clips my shoulder. Shock grips me. Blood seeps through my shirt, and I fall to my knees in the sand, clutching at my chest. I've been shot. How could I be shot? Me? How can I go from being alive and vibrant and healthy 1 second to dying the next? No. This is wrong. Muscle spasms ripple across my chest. But I'm perplexed. Dying isn't as painful as I thought. It's more of a dull ache, sapping my strength. Axe is hit. He falls beside me, collapsing face first on the dune. Chen has been struck on the side of her neck. Her frail body lies sprawled on the sand. Her legs twitch. Guilt washes over me. Chen died because of me. That I'm dying as well is irrelevant. She shouldn't have lost her life to my folly. Soldiers run in toward me, yelling, still pointing their rifles as though I pose some kind of threat. But I can feel my life draining away. My knees sink into the sand. The sounds around me fade along with the sunlight. Darkness descends. Hands grab at me, pulling me. But I'm beyond caring. I'm losing my hearing. My feet go numb and my muscles turn to mush. I collapse in a heap, sliding down the sand dune. Collision. Darkness gives way to light. There's noise, warmth, rocks, sand. My mind is foggy, my thinking hazy. Drink some water. My eyes flicker. Chen cradles my head in her lap, lifting me so I can sip from a cup. How? I ask through parched lips. My chest aches. My rib cage feels as though someone's been pounding on it with a baseball bat. Tranquilizer darts, she says, holding up one of the tiny mechanical hornets. You took 2 of them. My head throbs. I try to sit up, but the cavern seems to swirl around me, and I reach out, taking hold of the rock face to steady myself. Where are we? I don't know. Axe sits in the corner of the cave, hidden in the shadows. He has his legs crossed and is rocking back and forth, mumbling. His faint repetition is vaguely reminiscent of a Buddhist chant. He's afraid. Rusting iron bars stretch from the ceiling to the rocky floor, trapping us in the rear of the cave, but they're set almost a foot apart. Chen could slip through. Perhaps even I could make it between them. But Axe couldn't. Not without breaking a few ribs. A heavy chain has been wrapped around a hollow, rusted door lock, with a shiny, brand-new padlock holding the chain loosely in place. Not what I'd expect from the military. I drink some more water, which helps clear my head. Slowly, I creep toward the bars, wanting to see around the corner of the cave. Temporary lights hang from electrical cords strung together and evenly spaced along the ceiling. A guard stands to attention beside a solid steel door leading out of the cave. But he's unarmed. No rifle slung over his shoulder. No sidearm. "What's going on?" I call out, deliberately speaking in English rather than Chinese, and reinforcing my Western appearance, hoping that will help us gain some leverage. "I demand to speak to someone in charge." Without moving his head, the guard looks at me, squinting a little, and then ignores me, looking straight ahead again. There's a camera mounted high on the ceiling near the door. A soft red LED indicates it's on, so I appeal to the dark, glossy lens. "I'm a U.S. citizen," I say. "I demand to speak to someone from the U.S. Embassy." Chen picks up on what I'm doing and translates into Chinese, even though she knows I'm fluent. Together, we're mounting a case to be heard. "We're doctors. We were transporting an injured man back to his tribal lands." I wait for Chen's translation. "If you contact the hospital in Bayingol, they'll confirm everything I'm saying." Chen races through the Chinese version, adding a few extra details, including the name of the senior director and the address of the hospital. "You have no right to hold us here against our will," I say with a bluster of authority I don't have. After a few minutes, the steel door opens, and a tall, lanky man walks in wearing civilian clothes, a tweed sports coat, white shirt, paisley tie, and brown pants. He addresses me in English, but his accent is European. At a guess, he's from Italy, or maybe Greece.
"Ah, Dr. Callie, Dr. Callie, Dr. Callie."
Why he says my name 3 times is beyond me, but he looks pleased with himself. He's holding my purse, looking down at my driver's license, which enrages me. How dare he rummage through my belongings?
"You'll have to forgive our security detail. They get a bit overzealous when Americans come crashing through the perimeter fence."
"Fence?" I look at Chen. I need to stay calm. The last thing either of us needs is to inflame things further. There's a time and a place for settling scores, and it's clearly not here and now. But in my mind, I'm already mounting legal action against this guy in court. Forgiveness is not on my mind. He unlocks the cell door, saying,
Come.
"We didn't see any fence." He hands me my purse.
You flattened the 10-foot-high chain-link fence and you didn't notice?"
"No," I say. My mind casts back to the dust storm. Visibility was almost 0. Sand drifts could have half buried the fence. We must have driven right over it without noticing, thinking the resistance the Land Cruiser felt was the wheel sinking in a shifting dune.
"I'm sorry for what happened,"
he says. "You shot us," I say, not pleased by his apparent apology. "You assaulted us, and you have detained us against our will."
"My dear Dr. Callie, this is not America. Trespassing on military property is a serious offense in China. You were mistaken for spies."
I'm incensed. "You could have killed us."
"I regret the misunderstanding, but you did not follow our instructions. You ran toward our soldiers. They defended themselves."
As far as I'm concerned, they were heavy-handed, but I appreciate they didn't use lethal force. "Who the hell are you?" I don't like this. The fake, warm, friendly show, glossing over what happened to us. It's nothing more than a feigned apology. This guy is hiding something. He's trying to smooth over what happened, and probably wants to brush us off and send us on our way. But he's misread my mood. He might be able to deal with locals like this, but I'm pissed off.
"Please, come,"
he says.
"All will be explained."
Although I have my doubts about his sincerity. I wouldn't trust this guy to tell me the time of day. "Axe," I say, standing in the open doorway of the cell. Axe is still sitting in the corner, mumbling.
No, he stays.
He does not, I say. He's with us.
He belongs here.
Axe looks at me with longing eyes. He's been here before. There's a helplessness in his rocking motion. Even with all the bluster and fight I've seen from him over the past day, he's resigned to his fate. We know what's going on here, I say, refusing to step out of the cell. The man's demeanor changes. He's not angry, but the facade is gone. We have proof. Evidence. His lips tighten. Axe, I say again, holding out my hand. It's okay. I won't let them hurt you. Axe gets to his feet and approaches slowly. He's timid, moving like a caged animal. It's as though he's expecting to be beaten. He reaches out and takes my hand. I'm not sure how well he's following the conversation as we've been switching between Chinese and English, but he seems relieved not to have been scolded. We came together, I say. We leave together.
That's not possible,
the man says. I hadn't noticed before now, but there are several other civilians and military officers standing on the far side of the open steel door watching us, listening in on the conversation. You clearly know who I am, I say. Think about the surname. Think about the name Callie. Think very carefully about where you've heard that name before. But I offer no more explanation than that. I want the realization to hit hard. There's a rushed discussion beyond the door. The tall man is flustered. This isn't what he expected. Apparently, I'm supposed to be compliant. Grateful. Fat chance. I'm not playing games, I say. Tell me what's going on. You will answer me, and you will set us free. All of us. Everything's wrong. I cannot imagine why European scientists would work with the Chinese military. It makes no sense. Even the prospect of being freed seems false. I feel like we're being marched toward a firing squad.
Dr. Callie,
another man says, stepping through the doorway and walking toward us.
I'm Professor Johannes Goethe. This is Professor Marcelo Flores.
Johannes,
Flores says.
What are you doing?
We were never going to keep this secret forever, he says. Sooner or later, someone was bound to figure it out.
But she doesn't know,
he protests. She knows enough, he says, gesturing toward Axe. And as for her father...
Her father?
Flores asks.
My father is the U.S. Secretary of State, I say proudly. If you think he doesn't know precisely where my Land Cruiser was abandoned, and that I've gone missing, you are sorely mistaken. Call Beijing. Let's see what they have to say about kidnapping the daughter of a senior U.S. diplomat. Your own government will turn over every rock in this desert to find me. Flores shrinks a little. And my dad has the evidence, I say, taking the initiative while I have them off guard. I've emailed everything we have to him. Your secret is out. It's over. I'm only guessing at their secret, and not sure what's over, but right now I'm happy to bluff if that'll get us out of here alive.
Bring him,
Goethe says, pointing at Axe. He and Flores talk in hushed tones as they walk out of the cave. Axe is hesitant, but I keep a firm grip on his hand and pull him along with us. Chen looks at me. She's nervous. As we exit through the steel door, I notice sunlight streaming in from the opening of the main cave, but Goethe and Flores lead us deeper into the mountain. Flores, though, is pointing back at the opening, clearly disagreeing with Goethe about taking us with them. A raised boardwalk winds through the cave. Bundles of wire line the walls. Axe pulls away from me. wanting to head back toward the sunlight. "It's okay," I say, not wanting us to separate. He follows, but his eyes dart around. He's scared. In the distance, there's the hum of machinery and the crackle of electricity.
"You think you know what's going on,"
Goethe says, stopping in the entrance to a vast spherical cavern.
"But you have no idea how much your world is about to change."
He gestures to a glowing, pulsating blue star floating in the middle of the chamber. We're standing on a steel walkway looking down into a cavern easily 50 yards wide. A thick glass pane set into a 1/4-inch sheet metal frame separates us from the cavern itself, and I wonder how bright the star actually is as the glass is heavily tinted. As fascinating as the sight is, I'm more interested in the shielding provided by the glass, as that tells me something about what's on the other side. Looking at the bottom of the frame, I can see how the glass distorts the rim. At a guess, the glass is easily 2 inches thick, and seems to have laminated layers, distorting the light.
"Radiation shielding,"
Goethe says, noting my interest. Around the cavern, rows of computer workstations and large wall-mounted monitors display a dizzying array of ever-changing metrics. A bunch of probes and what looks like a satellite dish all point at the star. A mixture of military personnel and civilians are at work on computer terminals throughout the cavern, but all from behind thick glass shields.
"They shouldn't be here,"
Flores says.
"This is too much. You should not have shown them without consulting the minister."
Goethe raises a hand, speaking in gentle tones.
"I think she can help us."
"What is that?" I ask, turning my attention to the star.
"A multidimensional fracture in space-time,"
Goethe says. He raps the glass with his knuckles.
"Emitting alpha and beta radiation, X-rays, gamma rays. You name it."
Chen says, I don't understand."
"Your friend,"
Goethe replies, directing us to a boardroom set off to one side, built into an alcove within the cavern.
"The Neanderthal. This is how he got here."
"From the past?" I ask.
"Oh, no, not the past. He is very much from the present. Just not the present as you understand it."
We enter the room and sit around the table. Chen and I choose seats allowing us to look out of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the magnificent blue star shining in the heart of the cavern. It seems to be turning, twisting slowly, but not around any fixed axis. It drifts rather than spins. Axe sits next to me. He has his hands in his lap and his head bowed as though he's expecting to be scolded. I touch his forearm, squeezing the dense muscle softly, trying to reassure him everything's going to be fine. But I'm guessing. Hoping. I have no idea what we've stumbled into. Optimism. It's such a wonderful trait when everything goes well. When things go to hell in a handbasket, it's nothing more than delusion. "What's going on?" I ask, feeling overwhelmed.
"Worlds are colliding,"
Flores says. I'm dumbfounded. I understand the words he's speaking, but not the meaning. I comprehend each individual term, but the overall concept is madness. Worlds, plural? How? The nearest planet to us is either Venus or Mars, depending on where we are in our orbit, but at their closest approach, they're still 30 to 40 million miles away, and never more than a tiny pinprick of light in the sky.
"We need your help,"
Goethe says. Me?
"Your father. He will believe you."
My father? I reply, struggling to keep up with the conversation. I'm still hung up on the worlds colliding thing. Wait, explain this to me.
Goethe says, "Imagine a stone being thrown into a pond. Ripples reverberate out from the center. As they move out, they become less intense, slowly fading into the background.
So that? I ask, pointing at the star. That's the stone? The collision?
No, the collision hasn't happened yet. You have to think in 4 dimensions, not 3. This is where the collision will occur. This is a 4-dimensional ripple. The closer we get to the point of contact, the more intense it becomes.
And this? Chen asks. How long has this been going on?
By our estimates, 200 years.
I'm stunned. Goethe wasn't kidding about our ignorance.
It took several years for us to pinpoint the location of the breach. We've been monitoring it directly for about 3 months now. But it's easily a few centuries old.
Flores says,
Pockets rupture all the time around the globe, but this is the only point of continuous presence.
All the time? I ask. That's not possible. I'm pretty sure no one's ever seen anything like this before.
Haven't they?
Goethe asks.
You're thinking too small. You're thinking of a blue light in a cave. Think in 4 dimensions.
I say, if one of these things appeared in the middle of a city, it would be all over the news.
Too small. Too small,
Flores says, waving with his hands and getting excited.
Urban areas account for only 3% of Earth's surface. Did you not hear him? You're thinking too small. Think in 4 dimensions. You and your stupid cities. You're thinking in only 2 dimensions. Even in 3 dimensions, the magnitude of the problem is obvious.
I'm lost. Goethe is more composed.
Ruptures happen all the time. A patch of air is displaced thousands of feet above the ground and a plane passes nearby, experiencing turbulence. A section of the mantle is swapped between worlds, and the different densities and changes in composition cause an earthquake, which is attributed to natural causes. A sphere of water in the sea is switched, and ocean currents are disrupted as a rogue wave forms on the surface.
Someone would notice, I say, not finding their explanation credible. If you're right, and this thing has been going on for hundreds of years, then at some point there must have been some impact on human civilization.
Oh, and there was,
Goethe says.
In 1945, a squadron of 5 fighter planes was lost over the Atlantic.
You're talking about the Bermuda Triangle? I say, incredulous that a childhood myth could be brought into the discussion.
The same day, a seaplane dispatched to look for the missing aircraft also vanished.
What is this? An episode of The Twilight Zone?
Goethe isn't deterred. 6 disappearances in 4 years. And so nothing. For us, that's characteristic of a fracture opening and closing.
I don't know what to say. I'm not convinced. How can you be so sure? Who's to say there's not some other explanation and that you're jumping to conclusions? Flores raises an eyebrow.
Says the woman sitting next to a Neanderthal.
Okay, you've got a point. But I don't see why there couldn't be a perfectly logical, natural explanation for this. Goethe laughs.
This is a perfectly logical, natural explanation.
Flores says,
A couple of years ago, the plague broke out nearby. Where do you think that came from?
He's right. I'm silent. Goethe says,
In the 70s, climbers spotted signs of a yeti on the northern slopes of the Himalayas. But scientists dismissed the idea because breeding populations would be too small for such an animal to go undetected in the 20th century. And they're right. But a few individuals being dragged through a fracture is entirely plausible.
I ask a question that seems absurd to me, knowing it probably validates their point of view. But I want to be sure I understand. So something like the Loch Ness Monster? Flores says,
A subsurface aquatic fracture with a world that still harbors the plesiosaur.
Goethe adds,
It probably wasn't one plesiosaur, but several over an extended period of time. They would have swum through looking for prey. They're bottom feeders. They would have left when they found the loch devoid of squid and large mollusks.
But not before posing for photographs, I say, unsure whether I'm being sarcastic or stating the obvious.
Goethe shrugs. Your world is in danger,
Flores says. Wait a second. What did you say? I ask.
The danger is real.
No, not that. Why did you say your? Goethe smiles.
The Neanderthal isn't the only one to come through a portal.
The hair on my arm stands on end. No.
On our Earth, the Second World War ended in 1957 with the defeat of the Greater German Axis and the capitulation of Moscow.
Flores says,
We put a man on Mars back in 1998. He died within a few days,
Goethe offers.
But he made it to the surface, and others followed after him in 2010, establishing our first off-world colony.
Chen asks, So there are other worlds like ours?
Yes and no,
Goethe replies. I say, You mean somewhere out there, all this is playing out again on some other world, but with just a few slight differences?
No, it is not as you imagine,
Flores says. Goethe explains.
Picture a tree. When branches diverge near the trunk, they're close to each other. But as one branch leads to another and then another, they move further apart.
The look on my face must signal my confusion as he adds,
These worlds have been diverging for billions of years.
How many? I ask, still perplexed by the scale of what's being described. How many Earths are there?
We don't know. How many stars are there? There comes a point when you stop counting.
And Axe, Chen asks. He's not from another time, but another place, right?
Same time, but from a world where Homo sapiens never arose as the dominant hominids.
I shake my head. Flores says,
There are worlds where dinosaurs still roam the planet.
Goethe says,
And worlds where Earth is as barren and lifeless as Mars.
What's causing this? I ask, pointing at the blue star.
We don't know. Our world has been ravaged by the rift. We came here looking for answers.
I look up at the Chinese military officer standing in the doorway, and suddenly everything becomes clear. We. Goethe isn't referring to himself and Flores. They're all from another world. Goethe senses the realization sweeping over me.
Everything you see here, everyone, they're all from our world.
Chen asks, How have you kept this secret from the Chinese government? Flores says,
We have a healthy working relationship.
Given that no expense has been spared in this subterranean base, I get the feeling the health of the relationship is based on some ubiquitous form of wealth shared between worlds. Gold? Platinum?
We've approached the U.S. government, but have been rebuffed. But you,
Goethe says,
you have direct access.
Me? I'm sitting in what looks like the villain's lair from a 1970s Bond film. This is a lot to take in. As for believing it, I'm still struggling with Axe being a Neanderthal, let alone the concept of colliding worlds. I'm not sure I can convince my father. But they're right. He's far more likely to take me seriously, or at least to get someone to look into this if I present a sound, logical argument. He'd simply ignore them as crackpot conspiracy theorists. Our minds are cursed with a tendency to seize on irrational concepts. Who shot JFK? Roswell, the moon landing, 9/11. But all too often, truth is stranger than fiction, even if it's hard to believe. I still have a bunch of questions. Like, how did they get here? Why did they choose this location, and not just Northwest China? Why our world? But I'm a medical doctor. Questions can wait. I'm used to jumping in and doing whatever it takes to extend life. I'll help them. Axe is lost in our world. That's clear. I start to speak when a woman rushes in, pushing past the military officers and whispering in Goethe's ear. He looks at me, listening intently to what's being said. The woman leaves. Goethe picks up a remote control and points it at a wall-mounted television, saying, "It seems the time for talk is over." The television springs to life. Goethe switches channels and settles on a news broadcast coming live from a helicopter somewhere over New York City. Explanation from the government. The city is going into lockdown. We've been ordered to clear the airspace around the blast zone, but even as we leave the area, the devastation is clear. An entire city block destroyed in what some are describing as a nuclear explosion. Only it's not. There's been no blast wave. The devastation ends as sharply as a paper cut. A camera on the helicopter zooms in on a section of Manhattan bordering Central Park. The buildings are gone. The road simply stops, disappearing into the dirt. Scorch marks radiate out from the center of the blast zone, scarring the ground. Trees lie flattened like dominoes, only there shouldn't be any trees that far from the park. At the heart of the circle, barely visible on the screen, is a tiny blue star. A fighter jet roars over the city, banking as it surveys the damage. "America is under attack," the reporter says as the helicopter descends behind a building, obscuring the view of the devastation. "Governor Pellman has ordered the National Guard onto the streets, establishing an exclusion zone around the site of the terrorist incident." Chen asks, "What happened to them? To those inside?" "They're dead," Goethe says in a somber voice. "The breach will have decimated both sides of the portal. It's the same process that formed this cavern." "That's hundreds of people," I say. "Thousands. Dead." "It's not the breach you should be worried about," Flores says. "The real problem is what's about to come through." Goethe says, "We need to talk to your father."
Book 2, Impact. Central Park. Belle snorts, clearing her nostrils. In the cold autumn air, her warm breath condenses like that of a dragon blowing steam. "Easy, girl." I lean forward, rubbing my gloved hand next to her dark mane. She twists her neck slightly, pulling against the reins in disapproval at my touch. Long pitch-black hair swings in defiance. Belle is all business, and I understand her intent. It's not that she doesn't like being patted, but she's on duty. She's sensed something ahead, something that makes her uneasy, and no amount of coddling from me is going to talk her out of her instincts. Belle saunters on. Her ribs flex as her massive lungs expand and contract. Muscles in her neck and shoulders surge with strength. Her hooves crunch on the loose pebble path as I rock gently in the saddle. There's something majestic about sitting astride a horse, a feeling of raw power longing to burst into a thunderous gallop. Cars and motorbikes may be faster, but they lack the finesse, the presence, the stately authority of a mounted police unit. "What is it?" I ask. What have you got for me?" I'm not expecting a response, but I'm taking the time to acknowledge her thinking, constantly bonding with her, showing her I care. Horses are intelligent. They're not machines. Life cannot be dismissed like a computer or a phone, switched on and off at will. I loosen my hold on the reins and scratch at the base of her mane, just in front of the saddle, signaling I trust her. Belle raises her head, looking toward the far corner of Central Park. "Good girl." I peer through the trees, curious about what could unsettle a veteran police horse of 5 years. She's been on the force longer than me, been through riots, run down muggers, even been shot at. And at all times her training has taken precedence over fear. Belle doesn't scare. The sun breaks through the buildings beyond the park. Fog drifts over the grass. A jogger runs past. As she came up from behind me, I didn't see her until she overtook us. Her ponytail swings in time with her run. Without looking back, she raises a friendly hand, signaling an early morning hello as we plod along. I watch with idle curiosity as the fanny pack strapped around her waist and seated in the small of her back bounces with her stride. Normally, mounted patrols work in pairs, covering Central Park in an irregular pattern so as to be unpredictable, but always working in together. This morning, though, my partner called in sick. Given there's been reports of a stalker near the running track, I headed out early, wanting to make a clear show of NYPD presence. There's a foot patrol less than 300 yards away, over by the tourist center, should I need backup. But Belle and I have got this. Riding high on her back, I'm confident we can face any challenge. The young woman ahead of me is dressed in skimpy, skin-tight exercise gear, clothing far too impractical for the cold, forcing her to run hard to generate body heat. Steam drifts in her wake. Belle sniffs at the air. Do animals sense things humans miss? I've read reports of animals behaving strangely prior to earthquakes, but I wonder if perhaps they're always acting a little weird, only it's not noticed until something sensational happens. I'm more concerned about the stalker, if the reports are correct. Unfortunately, there's no law against being a creep or leering at women, and hey, I'm as hot-blooded as the rest of the men in New York City. I don't mind a little eye candy and soft curves, but only if the interest is mutual. The prospect of our early morning stalker becoming a rapist or a murderer is unsettling. I squeeze my thighs a little, and Belle picks up the pace. The woman with the cute, tight butt and rhythmic, swinging arms disappears over a rise. I know the layout of the park. She'll reappear in about 30 feet as she rounds the duck pond. From there, I'll get a good look at her until she swings through the woods. I take Belle across the grass, intending to mount a small hill that'll give me a view of the woman as she jogs through the trees. From there, the path leads back beside a low stone wall surrounding this section of the park, and she'll be visible from the road and safe from mischief. I'll make sure she's okay through the wooded section, and then she's on her own. Crime prevention is better than picking up the pieces and pushing for prosecution. Belle balks at climbing the hill, but I urge her on. Sunlight glistens through the wet leaves in the trees, casting long shadows around us. An unnatural silence descends on the park, blotting out all the subtle background noises. I find the sensation strangely reminiscent of a recording studio. A couple of my friends are in a rock band. They've produced a few originals, and I got to check out their recording booth last Saturday. With acoustic padding lining the walls and ceiling, the silence was uncanny, unsettling. In the same manner, Central Park seems to have been muted. No bird calls, no wind rustling through the leaves, no distant sounds of cars and trucks on the main road. Even Belle's steps have fallen silent. The silence is so intense it screams at me. Before I can react, a flash of light blinds me, but it's not from a spotlight or an explosion. The brilliant white light is akin to someone reflecting the sun in my eyes. A compression wave surges through the air. I start to turn when my body shudders with the force of the impact. It's as though I've fallen on the road, and yet I'm still seated on the saddle. The blast wave is silent, slamming into me with a vengeance, an invisible concrete wall flying sideways through the air. My left leg is pinned against Belle. My upper torso twists as I'm thrown from the saddle. Belle collapses, falling on her side, trapping one of my legs beneath her. Branches, twigs, and leaves swirl through the air, trapped in the draft racing along behind the compression wave. My riding helmet takes the brunt of the collision, and the subsequent impact with the ground, leaving my head rattled. I squirm, wanting to free myself from beneath Belle. She cries out, neighing in agony and rolling away from me. The poor girl is trying to get to her feet, but she can't. The pain in my ears is unbearable. I'm up, but my head is throbbing. I squeeze my nose and blow, equalizing the pressure in my ears. I'm dizzy, disoriented, unable to determine what the hell just happened. The world swings around me as I vomit on the grass. With my hands on my knees to steady myself, I spit on the ground, clearing my mouth, trying to compose myself. Deep breaths. 4-5 to Central. 4-5 to Central Command. There's been some kind of explosion to the northwest of the park. Requesting backup. Whatever happened, it's bad. Real bad. Covering at least a city block. Gonna need fire and paramedics. The taste of bile lashes at my throat. I look around. Where am I? I could have sworn I was in Central Park, but to the south there are no buildings beyond the trees. A mountain range looms in the distance, but there are no mountains visible from the streets of New York City. 4-5 to command? I let go of the microphone slung over my shoulder. There's no response, not even static. Command? Rich, deep red blood stains the grass, but it's not mine. Belle flounders on the hillside. She's panicked. Easy, I say, reaching out and touching at her neck. She swings around, wanting to see me. Her eyes are white with terror. The helplessness, the hurt, the pain of not knowing why, I can see it all in her eyes. She already understands the extent of her injuries better than I do. Her left front leg is broken in several places and crumbles beneath her weight as she tries to stand, while her back cannon has snapped. The bone has broken through the skin. The bleeding is profuse. Oh, Belle. Her eyes plead with me, wanting me to make her better, desperate for me to reverse what has been done. My heart breaks. 4-5, I say into the microphone, willing someone to reply, in desperate need of help. There's no response. I pull off my riding gloves and stroke her forehead, calming her. Easy, easy. Blood seeps from under her mane, marking where she has been struck by flying debris. I touch at her wounds, feeling the warm, sticky blood beneath my fingers. It's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. I'm lying, but she believes me. Her breathing slows and her body sags. She's no longer snorting. Her eyes are dilated. She's in deep shock. I loosen my riding helmet, tossing it to one side on the grass. I'm here for you, I say, at first crouching and then kneeling beside her, touching her tenderly, speaking with a soft, calm voice. My heart aches knowing what needs to be done. I unbutton my sidearm, slowly pulling it from the holster, keeping it out of sight. A knot forms in my throat, making it difficult to speak. I'm not going anywhere. I've always known animals are sentient, especially the larger animals. Often they grasp the pitch and tempo of our words rather than the meaning. But they know at least the gist of what we say to them. Horses, dogs, cats. They're far more self-aware than most people realize. I keep the gun behind my back, running my left hand over the tuft of Belle's forelock and gently down between her eyes as I talk to her. You and me, we've been quite the team. You're my girl, you know that, right? Her eyes are locked on mine. I feel like shit. I stroke her forehead, trying to console not only her but myself. Gently, she rests her head on my knee. With the pain she's in, she needs peace. At the very least, she knows she's in the presence of someone that loves her right to the end. And that means something, right? My throat tightens, choking me. With my right hand, I ease the safety off the gun and push the slide hard against my back, just above my waist, slowly and quietly loading a round into the chamber. I can feel the mechanism clicking in place with horrifying efficiency. My left hand lingers on her forehead, stroking her hair. I don't want to do this. Someone stop me. Don't make me do this, please. I'm sorry, I whisper. I run my fingers gently over her eyelashes, and she closes her eyes in response. As tenderly as I can, I cut my hand over her eyes, raising my gun and placing it gently in the center of her forehead. The shot is deafening, piercing my own soul. Belle's body shudders. Her head rocks back and flops lifelessly to the ground. I cry. The gun seems to increase in weight, falling from my fingers. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Belle. I wish there was another way. My bloody hands run up through my hair, tears streaming down my cheeks. Forgive me. Please forgive me. I'm bawling like a child, on my knees, begging, please. The hole in her forehead is surprisingly small, and weeps but doesn't bleed. I pat Belle's mane even though she's beyond feeling, talking to her as though she can still hear me. I'm not sure how long I sit there sobbing, stroking her dead body, but the guilt and sorrow I feel is overwhelming. Time has lost meaning. Nothing matters anymore. Cicadas buzz in the forest. The sun beats down on me. Sweat drips from my brow in the humidity. A dark shadow blots out the sun. I look up, seeing a condor or a vulture or some other scavenger circling overhead. I grab my gun and get to my feet, yelling, "No!" and firing wildly into the air. The bird continues to soar, following a thermal. I take aim, setting my right hand in the ball of my left palm to steady my arm, and lead the target by about 5 feet. Another shot rings out and the bird drops a little, swooping and flying briskly away. I doubt I hit it, but I got close enough to scare it, and may have clipped the wing. I seat my gun back in its holster. Where the hell am I? A lush, dense jungle stretches away to the south. There are buildings, but only to the north. One of them collapses, falling as though under a demolition charge. Dust swirls in the air, rising up in a dark cloud to briefly fill the void where once an entire apartment building stood. I'm confused, bewildered. Something slithers through the thick reeds in the pond at the base of the hill. A pond that was once circled by a path leading back toward the baseball fields on Central Park Drive, but is now overwhelmed by a primeval swamp. Somewhere nearby, a woman screams. The jogger? In some regards, her cry for help is relief, allowing me to leave the side of my fallen horse and focus on someone else. The wind catches my torn uniform as I run toward the screaming jogger. My vest took the brunt of the blast, protecting my upper torso, but my sleeves have been ripped open. Red scratches line my arms where debris from the pressure wave rushed past. But this was no bomb, no terror attack. I don't know what happened, but the woman I saw earlier is in trouble. At the moment she's alive, I have a duty to help. I run, yelling for her to hold on. But to what? I'm not sure. Hope? Isn't that the quintessential character of humanity, to hold on to hope against all odds? That someone else has survived is encouraging. Together we might be able to figure out what happened. I run down the hill and into the swamp. Warm, muddy water swirls around my legs, having rushed in from beyond what little is left of Central Park. Within 10 feet, I'm up to my waist. There's thrashing ahead. The water is churning, splashing. Muffled screaming breaks around me as the woman wrestles to free herself from the coils of an enormous snake. She grabs at a tree, fighting the efforts of what must be an anaconda trying to drag her beneath the dark water. By holding onto the tree, she's preventing the snake from wrapping around her a second time. Fangs strike at her arm, drawing blood. I run up to her, pushing hard through the water. She sees me and reaches out a hand. I peg leg over the tree trunk-like body of the snake, sliding through the water to get at her. The snake strikes again, sinking its fangs into her shoulder. I can't shoot. The creature is too close. With its erratic, writhing, thrashing motion, I could miss and hit her. As I approach, the snake turns on me, seeing me encroaching on its prey. Its head swings, baring its fangs. The snake lashes out, striking at the air before me, opening its mouth and hissing. There's only one way to be sure of my shot. I shove my hand inside its mouth, pushing the gun hard against the soft palate, and squeeze the trigger. The back of the snake's head explodes. Blood and brains splatter across the trees, and the body of the snake falls limp. The woman is still screaming, madly pushing the body of the snake away from herself. I holster my gun and grab at the snake, helping her get free. "What the hell?" she yells. "What's going on?" Blood pools on the surface of the water, forming a slick as it spreads out. "I don't know, but we need to get to high ground." We wade through the water. I'm not sure where to take her, so I lead her back to the mound where Belle lies inert, knowing there's a first aid kit in the saddlebag. We're both in a daze. It takes me a moment to realize I'm holding the woman's hand like a school kid as we walk up the grassy slope. Big, tough, badass cop isn't as tough as he thinks, I guess. Her clothing is soaked, clinging to her skin. Water drips from her hair, running down her chest and curving around her soft cleavage. Mud sticks to her legs. Blood seeps from the wounds on her shoulder. "Sit here," I say, trying to sound composed, but my voice is shaking. I grab the first aid kit and open it with trembling hands. "What's your name?" "Vicky." "Your full name?" "Victoria Selena Mendez." "And your phone number, date of birth?" "What?" she asks, staring at me in surprise as I rummage through the kit. "Are you asking me out on a date?" "What? No." I'm flustered. It's a test, a means of checking your mental state. What day of the week is it? Where were you born? Things like that." "I'm a paramedic," she says, taking the kit from me as I crouch beside her. "I'm pretty sure my phone number is not part of the test." I laugh. Busted. I'm not sure why I asked for her number. It certainly wasn't to call her, as I'd have forgotten the sequence in seconds. I'm in a daze and feeling awkward, clumsy. I rationalize my question. Most people struggle to remember their own phone number because that's the last number they ever call. I was genuinely trying to do the right thing and push her mind to recall obscure details. I need to know if she's in shock, but it's me that's struggling with reality. "Tough day, huh?" she says, diffusing the situation as I slump onto the grass beside her. "Yeah." It's both humbling and a relief to sit with Vicky. Cops are trained to suppress their emotions, but, hidden or not, feelings lurk beneath the surface. Some of the grizzled older officers have grown calloused. Some of them don't care, treating everyone with suspicion. But bounce a grandkid on their knee and they melt like wax in the hot sun. I'm not sure what I feel with Vicky, but just those few words from her leave me disarmed. I glance down at the brilliant white word, police, emblazoned on my chest. Uniforms or costumes, portraits in caricature, something to hide behind. Unsurprisingly, they're worn so we feel uniform, like cardboard cutouts of each other. It's necessary, I guess, but a pretense nonetheless. Seeing Vicky in her gym gear leaves me with a far different impression than if I'd seen her knitted out as a paramedic, and yet she's one and the same person. I get the impression she's genuine, true to herself. Me? I feel like an imposter. A pretender. Vicky cracks open a tube of saline solution and rinses the deep cuts on her shoulder and arm, squirting the clear fluid into the bites and watching as blood runs out. "They're not poisonous, right? Anacondas?" "No," I say with the authority of a police officer, but without actually knowing for sure. Now doesn't seem like the time for uncertainty, even if it's disingenuous. "What can I do to help?" I ask, seeing her working with one hand. This is what I need. Some action. Something to do. Something to focus on other than myself. I'm vaguely aware I'm in shock. I know I'm reeling from all that has happened, but it's not until now I realize quite how deeply the events of the past hour have affected me. Vicky daubs at the wound on her shoulder, struggling to see clearly as it's too close to her neck. "Can you see any bone?" I lean over, peering at various angles. "A little, I think. I'm not sure." "Any foreign material? Bits of stick? Dirt? Debris?" "No." "I'm going to need help closing these wounds, Officer Janos." "Mark," I say, trying to smile. I grab a pair of disposable gloves from the kit and slip them on. My training is kicking in. Vicky rummages around in the small canvas bag, pulling out things I didn't even realize were there. "Butterfly strips," she says by way of explanation, handing me a sealed packet with dozens of thin bandages. They're a good alternative to stitches. Make sure there's plenty of inward pressure. Both sides of the cut need to join and remain intact, so don't be shy of a little force. Vicky watches with intense interest as I apply the first strip. She purses her lips, fighting off the pain. I work methodically, spacing the strips evenly and closing the wound before applying a gauze bandage to her shoulder. A few strips of sticky tape hold the bandage in place. It's not a work of art, but it's practical. Not bad for a cop. I move on to the bite on her arm. Thankfully, it's not as deep. After applying a compression bandage to her forearm, I offer her my water bottle. Sitting on the grass, drying out in the sun, we take stock of where we are. So, she says, handing the bottle back to me after almost emptying it. Can I assume you're real? I laugh. I was going to ask you the same question. And the mountains of Mordor over there? That's not Earth, right? I mean, this little patch we're sitting on is, but all that... the jungle? The mountain range? That's like some other world, yeah? I guess. So all this, it's some major Twilight Zone level bullshit, huh? I like Vicky. I smile, saying, yes. Her ability to accept what's happened is refreshing and helps me adjust to our new reality. And this is your horse? Yeah. I'm not saying much. I was about to ask her a few questions when she raised the subject of Belle. I'm green, only 2 years on the force. Crew-cut hair as blonde as sand at the beach. Toned muscles, six-pack abs. Quinoa and chicken for lunch. I'm like a Boy Scout on crack. But putting Belle down left me exposed. Naked. I never thought I'd develop such a deep attachment to my horse. I heard the gunshots. That's what brought me... I'm sorry. She was amazing. I can't do this. I can't defile Belle's memory with nostalgic self-pity. This isn't playing out the way it's supposed to. I'm a cop. I'm supposed to have my shit together. No chinks in the armor. We need to gather our stuff and move out. Where? There, I say, pointing at a building beyond the park, just visible through the trees. Most of the buildings have fallen, but at least one of them is still standing. Through the swamp of death? Vicky asks, raising her eyebrows. There's got to be other survivors. Besides, we need some height, a vantage point to look out over this region, if we're going to make sense of what's happened. The murky water at the bottom of the hill thrashes, and then settles. Although the water is no more than waist deep, it looks impenetrable. Vicky takes the almost empty water bottle from me and sips from it again. Somewhat understandably, she's in no rush to go back down there. We both sit and watch as the ripples dissipate, waiting for the next disruption, trying to gauge exactly what's lurking in the swamp. Tell me about yourself. What do you hate? Vicky asks. I look at her, perplexed, not sure where that thought came from. You can tell a lot about people by what they hate. Hate? I say, playing along. Okay. How about people that don't walk in straight lines on the sidewalk? She laughs. Oh, yes. Playing games on their smartphones or dithering around and drifting in front of you? Yep, chalk me up for that one. She pretends to address someone in front of us, waving her good arm and calling out, Hey buddy, indicate before changing lanes. I like that. And you? I ask. Without any hesitation, Vicky says, Shampoo that comes in exactly the same bottle as the conditioner. I have to think about that for a moment. I wear reading glasses, she says, pulling a pair from the fanny pack around her waist and waving them like a tiny flag. Bugs the hell out of me as I can't tell the bottles apart in the shower. My roommate loves designer poos, as I call them, but I'm forever picking up the wrong one. I smile. Is it too much to ask for a little bit of color coding? She puts her glasses away. I mean, it should be a 50-50 split as to which one I grab first, but no, I swear, it's always the conditioner. I've even tried putting them in different spots in the shower, but Jules keeps mixing them up. Oh well, your turn. Okay, I say, warming to the challenge, and appreciating this entirely novel way of diffusing the tension of the moment with some frivolous banter. What about when someone says literally but they mean figuratively? Oh, deep, she says, nodding. I hate that. Literally hate that. And people who cut you off while you're talking? Vicky says, batting her eyelids and looking angelic. Yes. I hate pretentious food, she says. I feel a little put out by what to me seems like a stereotype, so I say, I like quinoa. Do you even know what it is? She asks. Sheepishly, I reply, it's like a grain, right? It's a seed. Really? Let me guess, from the quinoa tree? From a bush. But it's from India, right? The Andes, Vicky replies. Well, it tastes nice, I say. Vicky blurts out, liar? And we both laugh. I say, quinoa is a pretty fancy name, huh? Things with fancy names are fancy by default, even if they're a little rubbishy. Pretentious, she says, clearly feeling she's won this round. Okay, what about people that wait until they get to the front of the line before deciding what they want to order? It's called fast food, Vicky says, shaking her head as though the notion has been completely overlooked by society. I know, right? They're standing in line for like 10 minutes, but they don't even try to pick something out until they're right in the front of the cashier, and then indecision sets in. It's my turn to have a little fun and do some role-playing. I think I'll have the... No, do you have anything with quinoa? Yep, I hate that, Vicky says. There's an awkward silence between us. Either of us could keep the conversation going, but we both know we're delaying the inevitable. We're roughly 100 yards from one of the roads winding through Central Park. There are a few rises in the distance, but this corner of the park is underwater. Any ideas? Vicky asks. One, I say, feeling refreshed by our banter. I get to my feet, saying, help me with the saddle. Moving Belle isn't easy. She weighs half a ton. I release the strap around her girth and wriggle the leather saddle free, with Vicky pushing at her body to help work the strap loose. Flies buzz around us, feeding on the fresh blood. What are you thinking? She asks. Smell, I say. Throw this in down there and we head off over there. Hopefully Belle can save my ass one last time. I rub the straps and the blood seeping into the grass, rolling the saddles over the coat and leather. Vicky packs up the first aid kit and we walk down to the water's edge. I heave the saddle as far as I can, throwing it 20 feet from shore. After the initial splash, the saddle floats for a few seconds before sinking into the murky depths. In less than a minute, there's a commotion under the water. I'm not sure if it's caused by fish or snakes or even alligators, but whatever's down there, it's big and hungry. The water seethes like a boiling pot. On Earth, New York is far too cold for gators, but the sweat dripping off me has me wondering about this place. Just where the hell are we? How did we get here? Vicky's not distracted. She's already making for the other side of the rise. I jog to catch up to her. Come on, she says, offering me her hand as we wade into the swampy waters. I accept. I'm not sure it does any good beyond providing each of us with a bit of comfort, and it may even slow us down. But it feels important to stay connected on this weird alien Earth. Is this Earth? Or some other planet? Am I high? Everything I've experienced is real. Too damn real to be a dream. But a hallucination? Maybe. I don't know. Holding Vicky's hand grounds me in the present. We make for an outcrop of rocks breaking through the waterline. The swamp is shallow, lapping around our knees, allowing us to make good time as we run on, madly splashing through the water. The farther we go, the more the natural slope of the land reduces the water depth, tapering to what would be mere spring flooding on the grass. I turn, looking back. Vicky follows my gaze. I still haven't let go of her hand. Her iron grip is telling. Right now, all we have is each other. Through the sunken trees, I can see Belle's body lying on the hillside. The water is deceptively calm. We made it, Vicky says. We did, I reply. Although to where? We walk on to West Drive, winding its way through Central Park, and follow the road around a small rocky knoll topped with a thicket of trees. Suddenly the park looks entirely normal. Although most of the trees have lost their leaves with the coming of autumn, the wood blocks out the view of the mountains. Were it not for the unrelenting heat and humidity, I could almost convince myself nothing's out of the ordinary. Vicky stops to tie a loose shoelace. "And from here?" she asks, pulling the knot tight. "We head toward the city," I say. "There has to be someone else that survived." Megafauna. We jog up several flights of concrete stairs set into the hillside. I've walked up these stairs hundreds of times, but never with trepidation. The best I can hope for is to walk out into New York City and be greeted by a film crew, along with movie stars working on the latest action blockbuster. Such thinking is wishful. The city is in ruins. Slabs of concrete rise out of Central Park West, breaking up the road into huge sections lying at various angles. It's as though the city has been hit by an earthquake, and the road has been deformed by a massive wave running through the ground. I was hoping for a return to reality, but the city looks like a war zone. Buildings have collapsed in the street, burying the road in rubble. Crushed cars and trucks. What should be a brand new Mercedes with flawless pearlescent paint and a tinted sunroof now resembles something from a demolition derby. A hand protrudes from beneath a fallen wall, but from the sheer amount of blood that seeped out onto the concrete, there's no hope. Even so, I pause and check for a pulse. The hand is lifeless and clammy. If I didn't know better, I'd think it was a prosthetic. The wedding ring convinces me it's not, and my heart sinks. "What the hell hit us?" Vicky asks, taking a good look at the devastation. "A meteor?" "I don't know. Whatever it was, it's clear we escaped the worst of the impact in the park. There's only one building still standing, an apartment block by the corner of the park. Shattered glass lies scattered across the street. Water runs out of a manhole cover, streaming to the gutter. Vicky jogs to the intersection. I follow, although I'm not sure it's wise to rush. "Look," she says, pointing down a road north of the park. "Someone's breaking into a car. Ordinarily, this would be a red flag to a bull, but not today. A Caucasian male in his late 20s, 5'8" in height and easily 180 pounds, is hitting the passenger window with a tire iron, clearing away broken glass. Even from here, I can see tattoos wrapped around his neck and running down his right arm. "Hey!" I yell, waving. "Hey, you!" He turns, holding the iron by his side and looking guilty at the sight of a cop. Right now, civil law and order is the least of the problems we face, and I really don't care what he's doing or why. Just to see another human being is encouraging. We're not alone. I start to yell out, "It's okay," when a shadow falls across his face. He looks up as a massive beast rushes in from a side street. Gigantic claws snatch him from the road. Vicky and I stand transfixed, not more than 50 yards away, as the creature sinks its teeth into his torso. He screams as his body is torn in two. Blood sprays across a white van beside him. I'm left shaking at the raw violence I've witnessed. "What the hell is that?" Vicky asked softly, with far more presence of mind than me. As the animal tears at the car door, smelling something within, I whisper, "Don't know. Don't want to find out." I'm at a loss to describe what I'm seeing. The creature is easily the size of an elephant, but covered in thick, shaggy, straggly hair. Its snout is stubby, with eyes that are small and beady. Each of its claws would be easily 2 to 3 feet in length. It's not a bear. It's far too big to be a bear, and the body shape is all wrong. Rather than walking on all fours, it seems to favor its hind legs, alternating between 2 and 4 legs for mobility as it sniffs at the air. A thick tail swings broadly behind it, almost like an extra limb. Blood drips from its teeth. Slowly, we inch our way backwards. Broken bricks and shattered cement crunches softly under my boots. The animal turns to face us and lets out a deafening roar, raising its head and baring its teeth. "What do we do?" Vicky asks as I retrieve my Glock from its holster. But the gun is useless against a creature this size. I might as well be holding a pea shooter. Run, I say, turning and heading for the apartment building behind us. There's someone in the window on the second floor, yelling at us to get off the street. Yeah, I got that, buddy, thanks. All he's done is attract the attention of this monster. The concrete shudders behind me as the massive beast thunders down the road. Vicky overtakes me, sprinting toward the apartment building. Running in wet riding gear, while wearing a tactical vest and laden with police equipment isn't easy. My kit is bulky. Everything is carefully packed so things like handcuffs don't bounce around, but it also means there's no time to shed any weight. Vicky bolts through the broken glass doors and up the stairs. I'm breathing hard, pumping my arms and running as fast as I can. A shadow looms over me as I reach the building. The fetid smell of decay fills the air. A massive arm swings at me. Claws cut through the broken doors. I drop, sliding on the slick marble in the foyer, and skidding out of reach. Vicky stands on the first landing, calling for me. Again, claws strike out, tearing away the shattered metal frame around the main door as I scramble for the stairs. Being wet, I slip on the slick floor. I can't move fast enough. Bricks and mortar fall around me as the monster crashes again and again into the building, trying to burrow its way into the entrance to reach me. The ceiling collapses, covering me in dust and fragments of drywall. The animal roars, clawing at the floor, digging its way into the building. Its knife-like claws come within inches of impaling me as I roll, scrambling to get away. I grab at the railing in the stairwell, pulling myself on as I run toward Vicky. Up here! An old man yells from the second floor. He's in a wheelchair. Even though the creature can't reach us on the landing in the stairwell, neither of us are taking any chances. I bound up the steps after Vicky, out of breath but pushing on regardless. My lungs are screaming for air. It's all I can do not to collapse as my heart pounds relentlessly in my chest. What the... Vicky finishes my sentence, addressing the old man. What the hell is that? I'm not sure either of us is actually expecting a coherent answer, but the man says, Megatherium americanum. As if in reply, the creature roars. Its low bellow echoes in the stairwell. Or a close relative, the strange man says, talking as though such a conclusion's entirely obvious. The animal hasn't given up. It's made it into the entrance but can't mount the stairs. I peer over the edge of the railing, watching as a snub-nosed snout sniffs at the air. Massive claws drag on the stairs, tearing tiles from the floor. The old man is fearless, but it's clear he's been in his wheelchair a long time. His head is deformed, covered with straggly hair. Withered arms and short, stumpy legs speak of decades of atrophy. The blast has left tiny flecks of glass embedded in one side of his neck, face, and head, giving the appearance of road rash, and marking the direction he was facing when the explosion occurred. Below us, claws probe the edge of the floor beneath our feet, testing the strength of the concrete slab. Vicky and I step back, but the old man isn't bothered by the animal. Beautiful, isn't she? Megatherium is deceptive. After a flurry of violence in the entrance, it stops, listens, sniffs softly at the air, trying not to make any noise. Its head turns slightly, looking up through the stairwell, but it can barely fit into the foyer and has no hope of reaching us. Even so, I can't stand near the railing. Like Vicky, I'm peering around a corner of the hallway. The snout withdraws. In the silence that follows, the old man chuckles softly to himself, apparently enjoying the spectacle. Vicky whispers something, looking at me, but I raise my finger to my lips. Slowly, Megatherium protrudes again into the stairwell without making a sound. A long tongue licks at the air. Finally, the creature retreats. We stand there listening as the animal pulls itself out of the lobby. Metal groans, glass breaks, plaster falls. Come, come, the man says, turning around in his wheelchair and rolling into a nearby apartment. The door has been knocked off its hinges. Vicky and I follow, looking at each other with bewilderment. She shrugs her shoulders, shaking her head softly. Outside, Megatherium raises up on its hind legs, pawing at the building, clawing at the aluminum window frames, and tearing curtains out onto the street. She'll tire soon enough, the man says. Vicky and I stand at the back of the apartment, not willing to venture away from the door with the animal peering in through the window. Megatherium tears at a balcony set beside the kitchenette, ripping a sliding door from its frame and breaking off chunks of concrete. You're perfectly safe, the man says. Are you fucking crazy? I ask, unable to contain myself. Quite possibly, the elderly man says. But she's an omnivore. She'll tire of us rodents soon enough and lose interest. She's expending a massive amount of energy on a futile hunt. She'll move on to easier prey. Who the hell are you? I ask, suddenly more interested in him than the monstrous creature. Sure enough, the animal drops to all fours and snorts in what I imagine is disgust. Slowly it saunters back to the roundabout, with a swagger more reminiscent of a lizard than a mammal. I've seen gators move like that, but not horses or dogs. Vicky edges forward, peering out the window. Megatherium's tail sways behind it like a counterweight. See? The man says, ignoring my question. He adjusts his glasses, peering at me through tiny eyes. I'd offer you some coffee, but I'm afraid the power is off. No fucking shit, Vicky says. I like Vicky. Swearing is a curious cultural phenomenon. Although some find it repugnant, I think we swear because the intensity of the moment demands more than we can otherwise articulate. Are there more of you? The man asks, looking at me. Police, I mean. No, I say, realizing this guy is in shock. He may not be showing it physically, but he's unhinged from reality. Shame, he says. Neighborhood's gone to hell. Yes, it has, I say, crouching in front of him and looking him in the eye. His pupils are dilated. He's in denial, overwhelmed by the moment. Like us, his brain is struggling to process all that's happened, and yet he's drawing on a reservoir of knowledge neither Vicky nor I have. I rest my hand on his forearm, and he looks down at my fingers as though they're entirely alien. It's okay, I say, maintaining eye contact. Vicky picks up on what I'm doing. As first responders, we see this all the time. Sensory overload. A victim with a knife wound or someone in a car accident. They'll appear coherent and clear-headed, but they're in a daze. It's as though only the most rudimentary of mental processes are still running. All auxiliary functions have shut down. They see us, they'll talk with us, they hear what we're saying, and yet it's as though they're in another world, perhaps a dreamlike state. I've taken dozens of victim impact statements after muggings, and they all say they experienced roughly the same thing. A sense of being divorced from their own bodies during the crime. They think they're detached and aloof, unaffected by what happened. But emotionally, they're barely holding themselves together. For those undergoing intense emotional stress, time grinds to a halt. Senses like smell and touch fail entirely. Life unfolds in sepia tones. Vicky moves around the other side of the old man. She takes his pulse from his wrist, quietly counting to herself. I say, I'm Officer Mark Janos. This is Vicky Mendez, a paramedic. We're here to help. Without speaking aloud, Vicky mouths, erratic heartbeat. He blinks. I might have missed it earlier, but I swear this is the first time he's blinked since we arrived. Help, he says as though the concept is entirely foreign. Vicky says, I'm Victoria Selena Mendez. I'm going to take a look at your injuries from the blast, okay? He nods. Why she provides her full name is beyond me. I guess all three of us are in various degrees of shock. We're all trying to cope as best we can. Vicky puts on her glasses, opens the first aid kit and sets it on the counter. She retrieves a pair of gloves and some antiseptic cream. With a pair of tweezers, she begins pulling bits of glass from his neck and cheek, saying, Hold still. It's okay, I say, remaining at his level and gently squeezing his forearm. You were right, Vicky says to him in a soft, kind voice. The creature, it's gone. She picks out tiny rocks along with the glass, dropping them to the floor. What's your name? I ask. Working with him is good for me, calming my madly beating heart. Eric, Vicky says. Well, Eric, it's nice to meet you. I say, I wish it were under different circumstances. I'm going to apply some cream to your neck, Vicky says. This is going to sting a little, but it's important to keep your wounds clean. Eric nods and Vicky gently wipes his neck and the back of his head with a disposable cloth before dabbing at his cuts with the cream. Are you on any medication, Eric? She asks. Yes. He points at the refrigerator. Vicky opens it and rummages through the contents, examining the labels on a dozen small containers. There's a jug of water in the door of the fridge. She grabs a glass from the sink and pours him a drink, giving him a couple of pills. He doesn't ask what they are. With a swift motion, he swallows them. Vicky and I make eye contact. She nods, signaling everything's fine. She mouths something, but this time I don't catch her words. I don't need to. I trust her. How did you know? I ask, gesturing to the decimated front of the apartment. Wind blows in through the broken window frame. Megatherium americanum, he says in a voice that is subtly different. The cadence is slower, while the pitch is lower than before, less manic. The giant American sloth. Sloth? Vicky asks. That thing is a sloth? I know precisely what she means. That monster is unlike any sloth I've ever seen on the Discovery Channel. That's no slow-moving, anemic mammal hanging precariously from a tree. And yet the claws are eerily similar. They've been extinct for millions of years. Never made it this far north, but there's one of them outside my apartment. Just out there by the roundabout, if you want to have a look. From the way he's talking, it's as though he's lost track of what just happened. But you knew about them? Vicky says. You knew what it was. Yes, I'm a university professor. Science, biology. Do you know where we are? No. But you knew about the sloth? I ask. What else is out there? I don't know. If there's gigantic sloths, what else from that era could be outside? Ah, he says, pausing. Things like a mammoth? Vicky asks. Possibly, but they wouldn't hurt us. Even Megatherium shouldn't be dangerous. I suspect it was upset, perhaps hurt, provoked by our intrusion. Vicky asks the very question I'm thinking. What happened to us, Eric? Have we been transported back in time? Not time, Eric says. No, couldn't be time. Why not? I ask, as it sounds like a reasonable conclusion to me. There is no time, not as a separate entity. There's only space-time. But this is different. On our world, Megatherium americanum never made it out of South America, and yet here he is in New York. How would you explain this? Vicky asks. I don't know. But we're on Earth. The gravity, the atmosphere, the trees. The probability of these repeating exactly as they are elsewhere is absurdly small. We must be on Earth, only not our Earth. What else could be out there? I ask. What would be dangerous? Everything. Lions, bears. Great, Vicky says with resignation. Yeah, not what I was wanting to hear either. So you're thinking mountain lions? I ask. Panthera leo atrox. Panthers? Vicky asks. No. Don't be fooled by the Latin name. Imagine an African lion, only bigger. How much bigger? I ask, still horrified by the size of the giant sloth. 7, maybe 8 feet. A fully grown male would be easily 900 pounds, the size of a grizzly. Something like the saber-toothed cat? Vicky asks. Cat? No. House cats are on a separate evolutionary branch. The American lion is the largest felid ever to walk the planet. As for your kitty cat with big teeth, yes, the saber-toothed tiger is probably out there as well. Its name is Smilodon. Its incisors are almost a foot long, and it can expand its jaw twice as wide as an African lion's. Are we likely to run into these things? I ask, wanting to keep the conversation on track. No, Eric says, followed by, yes. I don't know. Maybe. Bears, lions, they're all out there, probably. What do they eat? Vicky asks. other than us? Eric asks in a voice that doesn't suggest he's joking. Horses, camels, bison. Vicky looks at me and says, "We need to get out of here." I'm in violent agreement. The smell from Belle's carcass isn't going to help our cause, although I'm not sure where to go. Where is everyone? I ask, peering out onto the road. The sloth is gone. If Eric survived, there must have been others from this building that made it through the blast alive. Broken glass crunches under Eric's wheels as he rolls up beside me, looking out over the intersection. They went to the light. Light? They left me. Didn't care about me. What light? Vicky asks. Over there. A block away, maybe 2. But why would you want to go there? Why not? I ask. Looking across the mounds of rubble, I don't see anything. Bricks lie scattered across the road. The few buildings still standing lean at dangerous angles, having partially collapsed into the street. Mangled steel beams stick out in odd directions. Cars and trucks have been crushed by falling debris. Dust coats everything. Eric points, saying, "That's the epicenter, the point of impact." Impact? Vicky asks. Of what? Don't know. Don't want to find out. Has anyone come back from there? I ask, still not seeing anything. No light, no signs of life, human or otherwise. No. I'm unsure whether that's good or bad. Although I hate the idea of being caught in the open again by the giant sloth, my instinct tells me sitting still isn't a viable solution. We should check it out, Vicky says. Like me, she favors action. No, Eric says. Listen, I say. The cavalry isn't coming. It's been what, 5, 6 hours since this thing hit? Do you see any rescue crews out there? If we're going to get through this, we need to move out. But I can't. Eric's concern is understandable. We can climb rubble, run, hide, and all with a minimal amount of effort. He can't. If one of those creatures catches us in the open, it won't be either Vicky or me that gets eaten alive. He's afraid for his life, and rightly so. It's okay, Vicky says. We won't leave you out there. The look in his eyes tells me he wants to believe us, but when a gigantic sloth is bearing down on us, or a lion charges, reality will make liars of us all. We'll come back for you, I say. We'll figure this thing out and return with help. Eric nods. He's quiet for a moment and seems conflicted. Finally, he says, There's a shotgun in the hall closet, and at least 2 boxes of shells, mainly birdshot. There might be some buckshot in there, I'm not sure. But you're welcome to it if you think it will help. I like the idea of having more firepower. I'm already backtracking to the closet. Vicky pulls me to one side, speaking softly. We can't leave him. You know as well as I do we're not coming back. Vicky, I reply, unsure how to respond. We can't take him. He knows it. We know it. He's what? Dead weight? Out there? Yes. You saw how goddamn fast that monster was. We have no idea what else is out there. This is the safest place for him. Eric rolls over toward us in his wheelchair, so I drop the conversation and examine the tactical shotgun leaning in the corner of the closet. Sweet, I say, pulling out a Mossberg 500 crafted in matte black. It has a tactical spotlight mounted beneath a tubular magazine running parallel with the barrel. The butt is detachable with a pistol grip. There's no way Eric could fire this thing. It would knock him out of his wheelchair. I loosen the butt and remove it. Given the kind of animals we're likely to encounter, aiming is meaningless. I'm better off with the increased dexterity of a small grip. By the time something like that sloth is close enough to shoot with this thing, I couldn't miss. I doubt the shotgun will cause a serious injury to such an animal, but a blast from it might equate to a nasty hornet bite and deter even a sloth from attacking. This isn't yours, is it? No, it's not, he says. It's stolen, I say, looking at the filed-down serial number. His head hangs. Someone else lives here with him, someone that's involved in some kind of criminal activity. I'm thinking a son, or perhaps a nephew. I look at him and say, It'll do. Nothing more needs to be said. I check and the magazine isn't loaded, so I slip several rounds into it. "It won't stop them," he says. I know. Even so, having a Mossberg lifts my confidence. "Noise is good," Eric says. "Sharp, loud noises will scare most creatures. For them, it will be like the crack of thunder." I nod. "Aim for the eyes, nose, mouth, anywhere with soft tissue. Avoid the skull. All you'll do is piss them off." "Roger that," I say. There's a small backpack, so I dump the spare ammo in the pack and swing it over my shoulder. "Come with us," Vicky says. I'm silent. I'd rather not be held back by the old man. I will return for him. At least I'm sincere in that intention. But honestly, I have no idea what we'll face out on the street, and if it'll even be possible to return. Eric looks at me. Why did he have to look at me? We had an agreement. Damn it, Vicky, we had reached an arrangement. This was settled. I look at her, thinking but not saying, why? It's not that I don't want to take Eric, it's that I think she's underestimating the difficulty we'll face out there. As it was, I could barely outrun the sloth. The debris burying the street is going to make it slow going as it is. Carrying a crippled man is nigh on impossible. Vicky holds my gaze, but doesn't say anything. Her eyes pierce my soul. I sigh. She knows. I unzip my vest, pulling items from it and dumping them in 2 piles on the bench, one to take with us, one to leave. Handcuffs, radio, keys, wallet, transponder. In the other pile I place the taser, a small can of chemical mace, my multi-tool all in one, along with a few spare magazines for the Glock. I sweep these into the backpack and hand it to Vicky, saying, "You'll have to carry this. Don't lose anything." She nods. I'm tempted to keep the bulletproof vest, wondering if it would afford protection from sharp claws, but I'm probably better off being more mobile, so I dump it on the bench as well. "We're going to have to lose the wheelchair," I say. "Too much rubble out there. Vicky, you'll carry the shotgun. If we run into one of those things, we stand and fight. There's no running. Understood? If shit goes down, you hand me the shotgun." I pull the thick police-issue belt with the Glock hanging from it and hand it to her. She slips it around her waist, but needs help fastening it so it doesn't sit awkwardly on her hips. "Have you ever fired a gun before?" Once," she says. "Long ago." "This is a quick-release holster," I say, taking her hand and setting it on the butt of the gun. "It's designed so the gun can only be drawn straight up, stops anyone grabbing the gun at an angle. Take a firm grip on the pistol, keep your finger clear of the trigger, pull up." She follows my instructions, but she's too passive, and simply drags the whole holster higher on her side. "Be assertive," I say. "Snatch at it, pull straight up, not forward or backwards. Try again." This time she gets it. The gun comes out cleanly. I step behind her and reach around her, guiding her hands and aiming out the window. Gently I roll her hand to one side so she can see what I'm pointing at. "Pull back on the slide to load the first round. You've got 15 rounds in a magazine. Count them down as you fire. Shout it out. As soon as you get to 0, the block is going to stay back. At that point, the magazine is empty." Again, I gently turn her hand, showing her the release mechanism for the magazine. "If you have time, keep the magazine. If not, drop it on the ground. These pouches around your waist have 3 more mags. Just jam a fresh magazine into the butt, pull back on the slide and release, and you're good to go again." I show her the process as I speak, and she nods. Her eyes narrow, her lips tighten. She's focused. She'll do well. Vicky slips the gun into the holster. "We're gonna need water. Do you have any plastic bottles?" "In that drawer," Eric replies. "Take whatever you want." I open the refrigerator and hand Vicky the jug, along with a half-empty carton of OJ, and she fills 3 bottles. "Okay," I say, winking at Eric. "Let's roll." He chuckles at my decidedly inappropriate humor. I hoist him on my back, and we head down the stairs. Nightfall. The sun is low on the horizon as we leave the apartment building. I take the lead, with Eric sitting on my back. He can't weigh more than 80 to 100 pounds. I'm confident I could run 100 yards with him bouncing around. I couldn't sprint that far, but after an initial burst, I'm sure I could jog the length of a football field if need be. Vicky comes up beside me in her gym gear, with the police duty belt hung around her slender hips and a Mossberg shotgun in her petite hands. "You look totally badass," I say. She grins. I think she's enjoying this. "Don't forget," she says, pulling back on the bolt of the shotgun and chambering around. "You owe me a date." I laugh. I have to lean forward into the march to keep Eric perched on my back. Within 20 yards, it's clear I'm going to be hunched over most of the time. "You're my eyes and ears," I say, watching broken bricks and shattered concrete passing underfoot. I'm breathing heavily, pausing and looking up every few minutes, trying to get my bearings. Vicky stays close by my side. If anything, she's a bit too loose with the direction of the Mossberg. I'd hate to get taken out by an accidental discharge. As she's right-handed, I say, "How about you take the left?" She crosses behind me, and the Mossberg points away down the street. Eric's chatty. It's easy to be chatty when you're not carrying someone on your back. "So where did you guys meet? Did you know each other before all this?" I leave Vicky to answer. "We're jogging partners," she says, and I turn my head to one side, raising an eyebrow. She smiles, winking at me. "We were supposed to be going on a date tonight." "This is a date," I say, pretending to defend my pride. Eric says, "Better than a drive-in." "No popcorn," Vicky laments. The rubble seems to extend forever, but as we walk on, I notice a subtle difference. The angle on which storefronts have fallen and buildings have collapsed, along with the wreckage of cars and buses, has changed slightly. It's as though a flood passed through, pushing everything to one side, and it becomes apparent we're skirting the edge of the disaster zone. The epicenter lies somewhere to our right. "Look at the lampposts," I say, pausing by a side street. They've fallen like dominoes, all lying in roughly the same direction. Yes, Eric says. "The Maelstrom. It must have originated up there." As we start down the street, a voice calls out, "Hey, over here!" I look up. 3 people are standing on the collapsed mound of an apartment building. 2 men and a woman. They're covered in dust, waving their hands and calling for us. As much as possible, I've avoided climbing over rubble, remaining in the center of the street where the debris is lightest. But up among the ruins, there are survivors. "Woohoo!" one of the men yells. Vicky bounds ahead of me, resting the shotgun on a broken slab of concrete as she climbs up toward them, yelling in echo, "Woohoo!" "She should be quiet," Eric says, holding onto my shoulders as I sway back and forth, climbing up behind Vicky on the rubble. "She's advertising, broadcasting our location." I suspect he's being overly paranoid. If there are other survivors within earshot, I want them to know we're here. Besides, we haven't seen any animals since we left the apartment almost an hour ago. It's been slow going through the debris, but I think the animals have largely kept to the outskirts, where our clump of New York City intrudes into their world. Vicky yells, "It's good to see you." "It's good to see you too," one of the men calls back, stepping forward out of the shadows. There's movement behind him. At first I'm not sure what I'm seeing, as the damn thing is too fast, racing across the broken concrete, leaping from one crushed windowsill to another. The big cat stays remarkably low against the rubble. Its legs pump like pistons, while its head and eyes stay locked on the man. It leaps, flying through the air for the last 15 feet, soaring with claws outstretched. I try to call out a warning, but it's too late. I'm not sure if it's a lion or a saber-toothed tiger, as the creature is a blur of motion, but it pounces on his back, sinking its teeth into his skull, and drags him off over the broken cinder blocks, barely breaking its stride. The other 2 survivors scream, but they never saw the creature coming. The animal disappears as swiftly as it arrived, dragging the carcass of the man in its jaws. What to me played out in seconds, to them would have happened in the blink of an eye. I'm stunned. Vicky fumbles with the Mossberg. I'm frantically trying to set Eric down and catch up to her. She holds the shotgun with trembling hands and snatches at the trigger, pointing it at the lion as the massive beast drags its prey over the rubble. Nothing happens. Safety's on. But in the tension of the moment, she doesn't realize. I leap up beside her and she tosses the shotgun to me. In a single swift motion, I have the shotgun up, the safety off, and I'm firing several shots in rapid succession. The big cat disappears over the edge of the rubble, darting down the far side of the collapsed building with its prey. I'm not sure whether I hit it or not. At best, I gave it a slap on the ass. Nothing that's going to kill it, but perhaps it will think twice about coming back. The woman's screaming. The man is on his knees with his hands over his face. Go, 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 I yell. Vicky pulls out the Glock and scrambles over a crushed sofa and an overturned table, running toward the survivors. Her eyes dart around. Her gun points down at the debris, but her arm is straight, tense, ready to bring the firearm to bear on any threat. I still have the shotgun. There's no way I'm putting it down. Eric looks up at me with what I can only describe as sorrow in his eyes. He thinks he's going to die out here. I wonder if he thinks I'm about to abandon him. I'm not. I reach down, grabbing him around the waist and hoisting him onto my hip. Hang on. Eric pulls on my shoulder, positioning himself, and I make for Vicky and the others. The smell of gunpowder sears my nostrils. With all the adrenaline pumping through my veins, his weight is immaterial. My boots slip on the loose brick and scattered concrete, but I remain upright and jog to catch up to Vicky. Vicky's already trying to console the woman. She drops the backpack on a slab of concrete that looks like part of a collapsed balcony and hands the man a bottle of water. Eric and I come racing up to join them. I'm breathing hard. Too hard to talk. Cops? You're cops? He is, Vicky says. What the hell was that? Eric, I say, still catching my breath. Leospalia, he says. An extinct form of lion, unique to North America. Extinct? The young man says with the bewilderment I had after facing the giant sloth. The young woman sobs uncontrollably. Vicky rests her arm over the woman's shoulder, comforting her. A face appears in the rubble, and it takes me a moment to realize what's happening. They're tunneling through the debris. A man works himself out of a tiny opening at waist height, pushing a lump of concrete ahead of him onto the slab. Dust coats his hair. Sweat drips from his brow. He has a look of exhaustion on his face. I heard gunshots, he says, confused. It took Dad, the woman says. I set Eric down, leaning him against a crumbling brick wall, but leaving him facing out toward the street. I hand him the shotgun, saying, Make your shots count. He's subdued. I doubt he's ever fired a shotgun in his life. His grip is rigid and stiff, as though he's hanging on to the edge of a cliff, holding on for dear life. I doubt he'll hit anything like that, but I'm hoping noise alone will be enough to scare off an attack. Who took him? The man says, crawling out of the debris, not yet picking up on what's happened. As a cop, I've been trained to rapidly assess a situation so as to be able to make snap judgments, and I feel I understand what's going on. They're related, all of them. From their ages and their broadly similar features, their family. Their father's dead, killed by the lion. Sister's crying. Younger brother is in shock. Older brother is dusting himself off and getting to his feet. Mom must be trapped under the rubble. They're trying to reach her. They must be able to hear her, to talk to her, or none of this would make any sense. As much as I want to focus my attention on the oldest brother, who I'd put in his early 20s, I'm wary about losing my focus on the periphery. Although I have no idea about the behavior of these prehistoric animals, I'm all too aware how lethal they are. I don't understand. Where's Dad? The oldest brother asks. A lion, the sister says, looking up at him with tears streaming down her cheeks. A lion? He says, repeating her words, but from the motion of his eyes he seems more concerned with us three strangers, and with Eric in particular, a lame elderly man nursing a shotgun as he leans against a bunch of bricks and an upturned concrete slab. The brother must have heard the shotgun report, but he never saw the creature. Hearing of a lion in New York City must defy belief. What? How? He asks in anguish. The younger brother points at the blood splatter on the crushed cinder blocks. Vicky stops herself from saying, okay. I understand. It's a reflex comment, something we all say at the time in law enforcement in response to an emergency, wanting to reassure someone in distress. But it's not appropriate here, and Vicky caught herself before that fatal word slipped out. She hands the older brother a bottle of water, saying, "I'm Vicky. I'm a paramedic. Mark's a police officer. We're here to help." The way Vicky's speaking, it would be easy to think we're the advance group of a fully fledged rescue team, when in reality, we're survivors, just like them. The older brother runs his hands up through his hair. The disbelief on his face is painful to behold. His lips tighten. Tears roll down his cheeks, leaving tracks in the dust as the fine drops slide down his neck. He sniffs, trying to hold back more tears as the sudden onset of grief threatens to overwhelm him. It's never easy to watch someone drowning in sorrow. Both Vicky and I have been trained to be detached in circumstances like this, to be supportive but not emotionally involved. It's cruel, but necessary. We have to remain unmoved or we're no use to anyone. And yet that approach leaves me feeling like an asshole. This guy just lost his dad. Nothing will ever make that up to him. No words can be spoken that will soothe his soul. No amount of time will change what has happened here today. Time may make acceptance easier, but time is a bitter pill. Time brings distance, not a cure. His is a wound that will never fully heal. I'm sorry for your loss. His lips quiver. He hugs his brother and sister, pulling them in tight. Together they bury their heads into each other's shoulders and sob. Vicky and I hang our heads in silence. She pulls me to one side. We step down next to Eric, moving out of earshot. "What are we going to do?" she whispers. I suspect she's figured it out as well. There's someone buried beneath the rubble, someone that's very much alive. I speak in soft tones. Honestly, I don't know. I'm still coming to grips with the harsh reality facing us in this hostile world. Back in the apartment, Eric said something about people heading toward a light, but I don't know what to make of that. We set out to find something, anything, but what, I don't know. The light seems to me to be more symbolic than real. I haven't seen anything that suggests there's any way for us to escape from this hell. For now, it's enough to survive. We're easy prey for those prehistoric monsters. "We can't go in there," Vicky says, peering out of the corner of her eye at the makeshift tunnel. "They've just lost one parent. I can't stand by while they lose another." "You don't understand," she says. "I've trained for this with FDR, the FEMA Disaster Response Team. We are not equipped to mount a rescue, not even close." "We can't just leave someone trapped down there," I reply, keeping my voice low. For me, it's perplexing to see a seismic shift in Vicky's default position. She didn't want to abandon Eric, but it seems she's prepared to walk away from this family without even trying to help, which seems out of character. The look on my face must signal my confusion. "You don't understand," she says, reaching out and holding my forearm, affirming that her point is not one of disagreement, but rather reluctant pragmatism. "The toughest part of the human body is the skull. It takes around 2,000 newtons, or roughly 500 pounds, to crack a skull open like an egg. 500 pounds, that's all. Look at the debris. What is there? 5 tons on top of her? 50? I have no idea. But there's a hell of a lot more than 500 pounds bearing down on that tunnel. One false move, and it's a tomb for 2. She pauses, picking her words carefully before continuing. "These stories you see on TV, where they drag someone from the rubble of a collapsed building, maybe 2 or 3 days after an earthquake, they never tell you the whole story. All you ever hear about is the survivors, the lucky ones, the ones they're able to rescue. Do you know how many there are that don't make it? Hundreds, thousands. I'm sorry, but we're out of our depth." "So we just leave her?" I ask. Vicky shrugs her shoulders. Like me, she's negotiating treacherous waters, trying to figure out what our next move should be. She looks down at her shoes. This isn't easy for her. To free one person takes, 20 to 30 trained professionals working for 8 to 10 hours or more. At each step, you have to ensure the safety of both the victim and the rescuers. We would use hydraulics to prop up slabs. steel props to secure access points, braces to avoid cave-ins. We'd push deflated airbags into open pockets and run compressors to relieve the weight of the rubble around an injured person. It's like the kids' game pickup sticks. You cannot make a wrong move, one wrong move, and everything comes tumbling down. I nod. Eric looks up at me with a long face. Like me, he knows she's right. How the hell am I supposed to explain this to these guys? Sorry, your folks are either dead or as good as dead. I hate this. I hate being put in this position. I hate being the one that has to make the call. Vicky looks deep into my eyes. There are tears welling up in the corners of hers. Her lips quiver. She's hurting, but she knows what needs to be done. I breathe deeply. I have to live with the decision I'm about to make. Either way, there are consequences, physically, emotionally. The siblings are looking at us. They know. They must know what we're discussing. They have to know the hopelessness they face. What are your names? I ask, deferring a decision for a few more seconds, still trying to accurately understand all the options. The older brother points at himself, then his sister, and finally his brother, saying, Philippe, 24, Teresa, 21, and Marcel, 19. We're the Bernards from Toulouse in France. We were visiting New York with our parents. They were in the wrong damn place at the wrong damn time. Philippe's voice wavers with doubt as he asks, Our mother, she's trapped. Can you help us? You have to realize, I say, hating where this conversation is going. We're not equipped to mount a rescue. Please, Teresa says, pleading with me as though I were a priest or a shaman, capable of conjuring up a spell to ward off evil. Marcel's quiet. He's shaking. Why me? Why fucking me? Why do I have to make this decision? The whole slope is unstable, I say, trying to explain what they already know. I wave with my arm, gesturing toward the pile of bricks and rubble rising above us like a mountain. The three of them are silent. They already know what we've decided. Their eyes fall away from me, leaving me feeling like shit. They'll continue on, even without their father. We'll walk away. Odds are the mother will die, as will at least one of them in the attempt to rescue her. But they can't leave. There's no certainty to the future. Nothing is set. If there's one defining trait of humanity, it's our refusal to bow to the inevitable. Whether it's charging the trenches at the Somme, or being given odds no better than a roll of a dice when diagnosed with cancer, we simply cannot give up. Over hundreds of millions of years and across countless parent species, surrender has been bred out of our DNA. I cannot walk away from them. If we're going to do this, I say, you have to follow our lead. Do you understand? You have to accept our judgment. All three of them look at me as though I've somehow already saved their mother. To her credit, Vicky nods her head softly in support. Even if we had a full rescue crew, there would be no guarantees. As it is, your mother will probably die. I'm sorry, but you have to accept that at the outset. We will do what we can, but we will go slowly. If we deem it too dangerous, we stop. No one goes in that tunnel until we've assessed the approach. Safety comes first. Agreed? Agreed? Philippe says. We can use carjacks, Vicky says, pointing at a row of vehicles half buried in debris on the road. Prop up the tunnel, lift rubble, stuff like that. Tire irons will work as well. The ones in the shape of an X can be used as braces in a crawl space. Philippe nods as Vicky explains. The basic approach is nothing is removed without being replaced by some kind of brace. Even seemingly loose rubble can be crucial to supporting the weight above. The last thing we want is to trigger a slide. I say, Philippe, Marcel, let's see what we can salvage from those cars. Vicky says, Teresa and I will figure out the layout of the building, where the mother might be, alternative approaches, things like that. Good. Vicky talks intently with Teresa as the three of us able-bodied men work our way down the rubble. Hey, Eric calls out. I turn and he throws the shotgun to me. You might need this. I hope not, I say, catching the gun. I doubt something like a sloth would attempt an attack on the loose rubble of a collapsed building, but the lion showed itself adept at stalking on the unstable mound. Vicky's got the Glock, so we've got one firearm in each group. Philippe keeps pace beside me. You're a police officer? A real police officer? Yes, I reply, feeling like a celebrity. I can hear the confidence in his voice. Thank you for helping us. Don't thank me yet. The closest vehicle is an SUV. Bricks have buried the passenger's side, but the windows are intact. Marcel picks up a lump of concrete and makes it to throw at the window, but I put up my hand, saying, No, don't. It's safety glass. Your rock will bounce right back at you. Hang on. There's got to be something around here we can use. I spot a familiar shape in the rubble, an aluminum baseball bat. It's slightly bent. It looks like someone tried to wrap it around a lamppost. I line myself up beside the driver's window and swing. Glass shatters. To my surprise, the car alarm sounds, a piercing siren followed by a bunch of whoop, whoop, whoops. I reach in through the window and pop the trunk. As I walk around the back, Philippe pops the hood. He's going to disable the alarm. Loud, ain't it? I yell over the piercing siren. He nods, saying something, but I don't catch what. I yell, Loud is good. Keeps the monsters at bay. He smiles and gives me a thumbs up, leaving the alarm connected to the battery, and joins me at the rear of the vehicle. We have to clear away the rubble before we can open the hatch, but there's a spare tire, a toolkit, and a jack beneath the false floor. Marcel takes our salvage back to the others. After a few minutes, the alarm resets itself and stops screaming at us. Philippe and I move on to a Tesla parked in front of the SUV. The roof is caved in with a large chunk of masonry punching through the sheet metal. I'm about to take a swing at the window when I catch Philippe looking on with glee. You want to try? I ask, offering him the bat. His eyes widen. Have you ever played baseball? Philippe shakes his head. No? I can't help myself. I'm a baseball nut. It's not enough to simply give him the bat. I have to show him some of the finer intricacies of how to swing. Take a firm grip, I say, both hands together. You want the bat back over your shoulder, pointing up at the sky, nice and straight. Philippe follows my instructions, looking to me for confirmation. That's it. Now bring the bat down. Think about your swing. Line it up right with the center of the glass. Philippe brings the bat down slowly, tapping it lightly on the glass before returning to a ready position. Top of the ninth, I say, mimicking a sports commentator. The Yankees are down by 2. 2 strikes and the bases are loaded. It all comes down to this. Philippe is grinning like a school kid. He swings as I yell, The pitch is good! The glass window shatters. Thousands of tiny shards of glass rain down on the leather seats. It's out of here! I yell. It's over the fence! Home run! We both laugh, letting some of the frustration of this crazy world slip away with thoughts of home. I pop the trunk, but it's empty. Where the hell is the spare? Philippe pops the hood and asks, Where's the engine? It takes a few minutes, but we find another jack. The toolkit, though, is underwhelming. I suspect Tesla would rather we call AAA. Philippe finds a crushed box of cereal, a few dented cans of soda, and a flattened bag of bread, so he takes them back to the others. Marcel catches up to me as I pull debris off a van parked farther along the road. It's almost completely buried in rubble, but it looks like a work vehicle, something belonging to either a plumber or an electrician. My turn, Marcel says as I stand beside the driver's window. Go ahead. I hand him the baseball bat. He's more confident than his older brother and adopts a good stance. Okay, I say, again playing the role of sportscaster. We've got a big hitter here. This guy's a real slugger, batting an easy 300, walking out to home plate. It's Marcel Bernard from France! Ah! His face lights up at the jovial introduction I've provided for our imaginary crowd. Swing for the fence, young man. Marcel unleashes a beautifully balanced strike at the window. I swear if it was a baseball, he'd have hit it straight and true. Glass shatters and Marcel hollers in delight. Inside the back of the van, we find a large metal toolbox. This is more like it. Pliers, a socket set, assorted wrenches, a ball hammer, several hacksaw blades, leather gloves. There's a 6-foot crowbar lying on the floor of the vehicle, which is perfect for breaking through concrete, and several lengths of 1/4-inch piping we can use for leverage on the crowbar. Perfect. We need to take this shelving, I say, realizing the box shape could come in handy as bracing. Marcel removes the shelves while Philippe and I ferry the supplies back to the others. It's another hour before we've rummaged through all the vehicles on this street. I dare not venture further. For now, 7 jacks and a pile of tools will have to do. This is good, Vicky says, arranging our spoils. What are you thinking? I ask, sitting on a collapsed brick wall across from her. Teresa lost sight of her mother in the stairwell, which is good news. It's the most structurally sound part of any building. If there's anywhere that's survivable, it's the stairwell. Philippe said there's an enclosed bathroom about 15 feet below us that's large enough for him to stand in. He can talk to her but hasn't been able to reach her. I nod, listening intently. Vicky picks up a jack, tossing it from hand to hand and assessing the weight. I'll set up there and begin testing approaches. I start to speak, but Vicky cuts me off. No, Mr. Police Officer. You're staying out here with our little pets. As much as I appreciate her attempt at humor, describing the wild animals we've encountered as domesticated, I feel as though I should be going in there. Vicky can read my mind, I swear. I'm smaller, lighter, and at the very least trained in how to stabilize a crush victim. Wait here. I don't like this. I feel as though I'm not in control. Things will spiral out of hand. They won't, but I can't help feeling that way. It takes a concerted effort to convince myself she'll be okay. She's trained for this. I'm not. Leave it at that, Mark. Please be, I say, and yet again she cuts me off. I will. Vicky slips on the leather gloves and shoves several car jacks into the backpack, pushing the bag into the tunnel ahead of her. To my surprise, she pulls the police belt tight around her waist, raising the Glock higher on her hips. Our eyes meet. I'm about to say something when her eyes dart over to the Bernard family, wanting me to remain quiet. I'm not sure if I love or hate Vicky. At the moment, it's hate. For complete strangers, we can read each other like a book, and I find that infuriating, maddening. If there is a cave-in, she's not prepared to let anyone else risk their life for her. If it comes to it, she'll make sure her own death is quick, and she knows I can't accept that. But she also knows I don't want to upset the remaining Bernard family, and she's counting on that to keep me quiet. I'm just going to talk to her. She's also a lousy liar. As Vicky positions herself in the rubble, I crouch beside the tunnel. It was my decision that brought her to this point, but there's no talking her out of this, so I speak softly, saying, You owe me a date, remember? She smiles, but she's not the only one that's sly and quick. As she wriggles on her elbows, working her way into the shadows, I unlock my smartphone and switch on the flashlight. You'll need this, I say, reaching into the tunnel from the left, running my hand over her back and toward her right side as I hand her the phone. Vicky pauses. She can't turn around within the tunnel, but she can maneuver sideways a little and reach back. As soon as she's taken the phone from my hand, I relieve her of the Glock in a single swift, decisive motion. I'll see you soon. There's a mumble of annoyance from the tunnel, but she continues on. Teresa found a tube of Pringles in the rubble. Remarkably, they're unbroken. The 3 Bernard siblings eat potato chips while Eric looks at me with curiosity, eyeing the Glock in my hand. I don't think he figured it out, but he's curious. I lay the gun next to the first aid kit and sit down next to him. The sun's going down. Eric says, We need light, fire, smoke, anything that will keep animals at bay. He's right. As adept as these creatures are during the day, their sense of sight and smell are even better at night. Damn, I wish I'd thought of this earlier. It's going to take time to pull car batteries, wiring, and headlamps out of the various cars in the rubble. Philippe is shuffling, bracing along the tunnel to Vicky, so I say, Marcel, can you give me a hand? It's dark by the time we make our way back with 5 batteries, a set of jumper cables, spare wiring, a fuse box, and several headlights. I only hope we have enough batteries to last through the night. Vicky's not back yet. Philippe has been talking to her through the tunnel and passing equipment down to her, so I leave it at that. I don't need to be complicating things, and she doesn't need me fretting, even though I'm getting worried. I keep myself occupied, setting up the headlights so they point away from us, illuminating the approaches across the rubble. "Ha," Eric says as I finish setting the last headlight about 20 feet away from us, trying to give us a bit of a buffer zone. "What?" I ask, seeing him looking up at the cloudless sky. "The stars. Notice anything unusual?" I look up, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be looking for. "No?" "Precisely," he says. "There's nothing out of the ordinary. Wonderful, isn't it?" "Is it?" I ask as Marcel joins us, curious about our conversation. Yes, Eric says. "This confirms we're on Earth, in the present." "How is that possible?" Marcel asks as both Teresa and Philippe sit beside us as well. "I don't know," Eric replies. "But we're here on Earth in what we would consider the present day. Think of the stars like a flock of birds taking flight. There are thousands of them, all at slightly different distances, all heading in slightly different directions. Only our flock of stars is moving so slowly it appears frozen in time." "I don't get it," Teresa says. "If we weren't on Earth, none of these constellations would be visible. From any other angle, they'd be a jumble of tiny dots in the sky." "And if we went back in time?" Marcel asks. "They'd be elongated, stretched, twisted, distorted. Any shift over a few thousand years would be obvious. But look at that. Orion is radiant above us, and there's Aldebaran in Taurus, and the Pleiades exactly where they should be." "So," I ask, "if we're on Earth and we haven't traveled back in time, what happened to New York?" "I don't know. I think, and don't hold me to this, but I think this is a parallel world, one in which the megafauna never went extinct, one in which Homo sapiens never gained ascendancy." There's a light in the tunnel. Vicky's making her way back. I rush to help her. "How is she?" Philippe asks as Vicky gets to her feet. "Can you reach her?" Marcel asks. Vicky shakes the dust from her hair, saying, "She's okay. She's trapped another 20 feet further in, but I've reached her. We've touched. I've talked to her and held her hand." Teresa's face lights up. Mine doesn't. There's something about Vicky's choice of words, something beyond the exhaustion she must be feeling. Her words are too precise. They've been delivered with careful deliberation. She's speaking with the formality of a medic and not with the exuberance I've come to expect from her. "She's resting. I'm going to need more equipment to free her." That "more equipment is needed" seems to satisfy the others, but it's too vague for me. Something's up. Our eyes meet, and again we're in sync. I need nothing more than a quick glance from her to know there are serious problems down below. I change the subject. "We've salvaged food. There's sardines, dry noodles, and even a few cookies. Well, cookie crumbs." That distracts Teresa and Marcel. They set to getting Vicky something to eat as she rests, exhausted from almost 2 hours of toil below. I bide my time, allowing the banter and excitement between Eric and Philippe to divert the discussion and wait for an opportunity to pull Vicky aside. She inhales a can of sardines, pulling off her gloves and eating with her grimy fingers. Eric talks with Marcel about France. Vicky and I sit beside the tunnel. "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine," she says, although the blood seeping from beneath the bandage on her shoulder suggests otherwise. "Liar." She looks at me out of the corner of her eye, on the verge of smiling. For complete strangers, we know each other so well. Vicky would rather soldier on without comment or complaint, but I suspect she finds the camaraderie we share refreshing. "How bad?" I ask quietly, knowing no more context is needed. "Bad." Vicky never takes her eyes off the others. She's ready to shut down the conversation if they pick up on our discussion. "Her left arm has been crushed by a broken section of stairs. I can use a car jack to relieve the pressure." "But," I whisper, knowing there's a but. "That arm has been without circulation for a long time." Vicky takes a deep breath. She pauses and then whispers, "I'm not a doctor, Mark. I don't know what to do." I rest my hand on hers. If this was a regular rescue, I'd apply a tourniquet and get an IV into her to hydrate her and stave off renal failure. I'd have access to a variety of drugs to treat her arrhythmia. I'd stabilize any bleeding and get her into a goddamn chopper as fast as I could. But, I say, completing her sentence. Yeah, but, Vicky says. Her heartbeat is erratic. She's barely conscious. I'm afraid if I release that arm, she'll go into septic shock as her internal organs shut down. Once that buildup of toxins is released into her bloodstream, she's got hours, maybe just minutes to live. I squeeze Vicky's hand. She was right. We are not equipped to deal with this. Anything we do to free the mother will hasten her death. Vicky sighs. The arm has to go. There's no other way. Even then, she'll probably die from psychological shock, blood loss, organ failure. Hell, there's a million things that could kill her. I'll do it, I say without a moment's hesitation. Aw, you're so sweet, she says, almost laughing, and returning to her jovial self for a moment as she pats my hand. But you're even less experienced than I am. I hate this. I hate the feeling of helplessness. I hate the inaction. As repugnant as amputating an arm is, I'm tormented by my inability to do anything to help Vicky. She must sense my frustration as she squeezes my fingers, saying, I'll get the mother out of there. You get us out of here. Deal? Deal. Vicky gets to her feet and rummages through the first aid kit, gathering all the painkillers she can. Not that they'll help. She rustles through the toolkit and pulls out a rusty old hacksaw, looking at the blade with studious attention. Did you find a lighter out there? Any matches? I shake my head. Shame. I can help, Philippe says, seeing Vicky's about to climb back into the tunnel but not knowing the context of our conversation. She looks at him with weary eyes. Her exhaustion, physically, mentally, and emotionally, seems to answer in place of any words. She flicks on the light of a cell phone and slips the phone under her bra strap so it's pointing roughly forward. In the tunnel it'll end up pointing down at the rubble, but will cast enough ambient light for her to see. I'll tell them, I say, helping her into the tunnel. As Vicky crawls into the claustrophobic gap in the rubble, she looks back at me and says, It had better be a good date. I mean a really good date. You need to take me somewhere flashy and upmarket. No expense spared. None, I say, knowing she's blowing off steam and doing anything she can to deflect her mind away from the awful reality that waits at the other end of the tunnel. No one should have to inflict such a hideously cruel act on another human being in order to save their life. I can feel her grieving before she begins. Vicky disappears into the shadows. Flowers, candles, a nice bottle of French wine. She mumbles a few more items, but they're spoken in a whisper, for her alone to hear. Darkness. Mark! Mark! Eric yells, pointing into the darkness. Not now. My head is spinning. I'm trying to figure out what to tell the Bernard family. Vicky could inadvertently kill their mother down there. I don't need anything else to deal with at the moment. Mark! My eyes follow Eric's gaze. The headlights we positioned around the concrete slab point outward, resting on collapsed sections of the building. If we had time, I would have raised them up on some kind of stand, but night fell too fast. As it is, the lights cast long shadows across the rubble, catching piles of brickwork and steel beams protruding from the debris. Shadows move along the edge of our vision. It's the blood, Eric says. It's drawing them in. They're scavenging, looking for an easy meal. He's right. When Vicky and I first emerged into the city, the stench of death was already hanging in the air. Over time, we've become accustomed to the smell, but it must be drawing in predators from miles around. I step up onto the rubble and raise one of the headlamps to my shoulder, slowly panning across the debris. Several pairs of red eyes peer back from the darkness. Fuck. For now, these monsters are content to dig in the ruins, but I don't know how long that will last. One of the batteries is dying, leaving its light flickering, so I switch it out. Even though there's barely a minute of darkness on our left flank, that's enough to embolden a nearby lion catching our scent. When the light comes back on, I see it circling some 30 feet away. But thankfully it quickly slinks back into the night. "Not good," Eric says. "Sooner or later they're going to try us." "I know," I reply. "But right now there's a more immediate problem. I figure I've got roughly 10 to 15 minutes before Vicky amputates the arm. At the moment, she'll be grinding up painkillers and giving them to the mother, allowing some time for them to kick in and hopefully take the edge off the pain." "Listen," I say, as all eyes stare outward, watching the approaches. "There's something I need to tell you." It takes the Bernard family a few seconds before they realize I'm not talking about the animals. "You need to understand, your mother's badly injured. She's pinned beneath a broken section of the concrete stairwell." Teresa looks at me with utter dread. Philippe is stoic. Marcel looks stunned. "Her arm is pinned." I'm repeating myself, trying to avoid what inevitably needs to be said. "She's been trapped for a long time. I'm sorry, but there's no way to free her without removing her arm." Teresa raises her hand to her mouth in horror. "Even then, she's so weak. If we had more resources, we're just not equipped." My head hangs. "I'm sorry. We'll do what we can, but you need to understand." Understand what? The unspoken point conveyed by my sunken body language is that they have to accept she may die. We wait in the darkness, listening as lions bellow in the distance. No one speaks. What is there to talk about? Monsters stalk us from without, while we wait in fear, knowing of the dreadful horror that is to come from below. The first screams are muffled calls for help. Within seconds they're dwarfed by a blood-curdling shriek. It's hard to imagine the noise is human as it cuts through the quiet of the night. There's a rhythm, a cadence to the intensity, magnifying what I imagine is the action of the saw. On and on it goes, tearing through my very soul. Finally, silence descends over the rubble, followed by a ghostly wail rising up through the crushed bricks and broken window frames. Philippe goes to enter the tunnel. I hold my hand out to stop him. "Give her time," I say. "She needs to stabilize your mom." He steps forward. "There's not enough room," I say, physically cutting him off. The last thing Vicky needs is someone panicked and frantic in such an unstable, claustrophobic space. He bites his lip in anguish, frustrated. Marcel paces back and forth on the sloping concrete slab. Teresa sits trembling, biting her nails. Time is torture. With no way of counting out the seconds, it's hard to tell if there are hours passing in silence or just minutes. Occasionally a cry of pain echoes down the tunnel. I try calling to Vicky, but there's no answer. Damn it. I want her to answer, but she's got more to deal with than me and my petty anguish at losing control. Like Philippe, I'm frustrated. Policing is about defining boundaries, making decisions, controlling situations. And it's painfully apparent to me I have little to no control over anything that happens in this topsy-turvy world. Did I ever? On either world? Or is control an illusion, a placebo to placate the insistence that life must bow before me? The lights around us flicker. I'm not sure why, as they're each connected to a different battery and should be independent of each other. But the headlights pulsate in unison. Punctuated darkness breaks around us, the inverse of lighting, plunging us into the cold dark of night for several seconds at a time. No, Eric mumbles. I scramble over the rubble to the closest headlight, flexing the wires and checking the connections, again trying to wrest control of something beyond my ability. As near as I can tell, there's nothing wrong with the individual lights or the batteries. Something else is happening. What is it, Eric? I don't know. Some kind of electromagnetic interference. The lights remain on, but they dim considerably, casting a soft yellow glow over the debris. The animals stalking us in the darkness grow bolder, coming closer, remaining just on the edge of the light. Fuck. I'm growing ever more frustrated and angry. Nothing is going in our favor. Damn it, I shout, picking up a brick and hurtling it at one of the lions. What I'd really like to do is break something, smash one of these lights. But what would that accomplish? I want to kick the battery in anger, but I don't. Suddenly the lights surged to full strength, pushing back the night by almost 100 feet and leaving me wondering if they're about to blow. I'm perplexed, maddened. The intensity of the lights wanes, settling somewhere around half strength. Whatever's happening, one thing is clear. Our time here is rapidly coming to an end. "She's coming," Marcel says, pointing at the tunnel. I leap down from the pile of broken bricks, landing on the slab beside him. Vicky is backing slowly out of the tunnel. She's dragging something on a sheet. "I've got you," I say, reaching around beside her and taking the crumpled sheet from her iron grip. Sweat drips from her forehead. Vicky's focus is absolute, and it takes a few seconds before she lets go and allows Philippe and me to help. She gets to her feet as we lean into the tunnel and carefully drag the mother to the opening. Vicky's tied a knot in the far end of the sheet, anchoring the woman's feet in the folds of cotton, securing my service belt around the woman's waist. Marcel supports his mother's head as Philippe drags her out. I position myself to grab her legs and lower her to the slab. She's conscious, barely. She recognizes her daughter, reaching for her with her left arm. Bloody rags have been wrapped around the stump of her right arm, t-shirts, scraps from a dress, a small towel, anything that can double as bandaging. Vicky has amputated the arm between the elbow and the shoulder, cinching a leather dress belt tightly around the stump. "Oh, Maman, Maman," Teresa cries. "What's your mother's name?" "Juliet," Philippe answers. "Hang in there, Juliet," I say as we rest her on the concrete slab. Juliet forces a weak smile. Teresa comforts her mother, taking pains to avoid touching her wound. Marcel scrunches up a coat as a pillow, resting his mother's head gently on the folds of leather. Juliet stares up at the stars. There's no motion, and for a moment it seems she's dead. But her eyes flutter, and her head rolls to one side. The children crowd around her. Vicky sits alone beside the tiny opening of the tunnel, shaking from exhaustion. I join her. Blood splatter mars her face. Hundreds of tiny red dots have sprayed across her cheek. I try to wipe them away gently with a torn piece of cloth, but only succeed in smearing the blood. Vicky says, "I hope you've got good news." I'm silent. Nothing's changed up here. With the lights failing, things have only gotten worse. I'd hoped to make it through the night and continue on at sunrise, but the lights are dimming with each passing minute. They wax and wane in sync with each other, threatening to fail entirely and plunge us into darkness. "Juliet's tough," Vicky says. "My God, she's tough. If we can get her—" "Where?" I snap, struggling to keep my voice down. "There's nowhere." I'm frustrated. I failed them. Vicky, Eric, the Bernard family. Atlas himself could not raise this world upon his shoulders. I feel there's more to do, things I should do. But what? I'm sorry. I don't even know quite what I'm apologizing for, growling at her and cutting her off, sending her into the darkness to amputate Juliet's arm, failing to find a way out of this hellhole. Perhaps all of the above. The ever-stoic Vicky doesn't patronize me. There's no, "It'll be all right." We both know that's a lie. There's no, "It's not your fault." There's no blame to be apportioned. We've done all we can to survive, but it's simply not enough. With the lights failing, we'll be overrun by predators in the dark. It's just a matter of time. Vicky simply nods her head, accepting there's nothing more to be done. She's drained, sapped of any strength. She leans into me, so I put my arm around her. Vicky's cold. Her thin clothes are drenched in sweat, and she's feeling the chill of the night. For now, she's content to soak up some body heat. I rub my hand up and down her shoulder, trying to warm her without bumping the bandage on her forearm. Vicky's a trooper. I've never met anyone like her. On any other day, she would have been just one more jogger running past, with neither of us noticing each other with anything other than fleeting curiosity. How crazy to have been thrust together like this. Vicky rests her head on my shoulder, with her hand touching lightly on my thigh. I sigh. Perhaps this is what I need as well. Something to divorce me from the pressure of the moment and recognize the simple things in life. What are we without friends, companions? Whatever may come right now, I'm at peace. I'm sore, I'm tired, I'm cold. Not as cold as Vicky, but cold nonetheless. I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, I'm in danger of being attacked by prehistoric monsters. We all are. And yet, with Vicky beside me, I'm finally calm and strangely at peace. Teresa sits beside her mother, gently stroking her hair. Philippe and Marcel talk in hushed whispers. Eric leans back, looking at the stars. We're all in our own way making peace with where we are. The first time I feel as though there's no pressure on me to perform, no pressure to be anything other than myself. Vicky shifts her weight slightly, resting her hand on my chest as she gets comfortable. Sitting here with her is like being lost in a dream. You did great today, I say softly. There's solace to be found in thinking about someone other than myself. Vicky's quiet, but I can feel the rise and fall of her chest, the slow warming of her body, the tenderness of her touch. She needs time to recharge emotionally. Teresa helps her mother sip at the last of our water. The brothers work with a pair of pliers trying to fix one of the other lights we salvaged. We need each other, she says. We do, I reply, feeling calm rather than frantic. My mind clears. Anxiety falls away. Outwardly, nothing has changed, but I feel I'm better equipped to handle whatever comes at us. The lights dim, on the verge of dying, and Vicky stiffens in response. Hey, I say, finally realizing I need to accept whatever happens and use that to our advantage. It's always darkest before the dawn. It's easy to be afraid, too easy. But even with gigantic lions stalking among the ruins, there's nothing to say they'll attack. Like a great white shark in the surf or a grizzly in the mountains. These creatures are not evil incarnate. They're not purposefully seeking us out. They're scavenging. We've got to convince them there are easier meals elsewhere. I look out over the ruins. The rubble of collapsed buildings has formed valleys and ridges where once there were apartments and roads. Looking further down the street, across at the far mound, I spot a faint blue shimmer, and my heart skips a beat. Cut the lights, I say, jumping to my feet. What? Philippe asks, as I'm contradicting my own strategy over the last few hours. Trust me. He disconnects one of the batteries, and the light to our east dies. Marcel turns off the light above us, leaving only the light pointing back toward Eric's apartment building. I grab the Glock from where it lies next to the backpack and push it into Vicky's hand, saying, Stay here. What? Where are you going? Over there. I crouch beside Eric, saying, You told me about a strange blue light, remember? Yes, he replies, looking where I'm pointing. Was it something like that? Yes. What is it, Eric? My question isn't fair. Eric knows no more than I do. But I don't want him to guess. I want him to confirm what I'm thinking. They're all gone, right? The other survivors. Where did they go, Eric? Is that where they went? I think so. Is that it? I ask. Is that the point of impact? Yes. Is it a portal? A doorway? I don't know. Vicky is beside me, squinting as she struggles to make out the dim light hovering slightly above the debris, easily 100 yards away. No one's come back, she says, and I know what she means. It's an assumption this is some kind of bridge between worlds. It could just as well vaporize anyone that steps inside it. Who would come back? I ask. The irony is, the light is so faint we missed it entirely during the day. If we hadn't stopped to help the Bernard family, we would have walked right by this strange point of light and eventually walked out to the other side of this decimated portion of New York City and into a primeval jungle. You want to go over there? Vicky asks. I can hear the exhaustion in her voice. She'll do whatever I say right until the point she collapses. I'll check it out. Vicky says, Whoa, if you think I'm letting you out of my sight? We stick together, right? Eric says, reminding me of our pact back in the apartment. I look at Philippe. He nods. Okay, we've got 100 yards to cover, fast. As soon as we start moving, we're going to attract attention, so we need to be quick. Eric, I'm going to run, carrying you in a fireman's hold. You'll be lying across my shoulder. It's going to be a rough ride. I'm going to need to keep one hand free for the Glock. Eric nods. Philippe, Marcel, I want you to adopt a two-man carry. You'll form a chair with your arms and carry your mother between you. It's important you grab each other's wrists, not hands. You'll be running sideways over rough, loose rubble. Be quick and decisive, but careful. Both men nod. Vicky, you get the shotgun. Teresa, you're going to bring up the rear. I want you to carry a battery and a car headlight, keeping some light behind us. Hopefully that will deter these monsters a little longer. It's going to be heavy. Teresa nods. I'm already loading a battery into the backpack. I hang it over her tiny frame and clip a set of cables onto the terminals. Marcel hands her one of the headlights. Whatever happens, keep moving, I say to all of them. Checking both the shotgun and the Glock have full magazines. I slip the Glock into the small of my back. And if it isn't anything? Eric asks. Then we make our stand and fight to the last. I show Philippe and Marcel how to hold their arms. Then Vicky and I get their mother up, resting her in the cradle formed between them. She's feverish, drifting in and out of consciousness. Running with her is going to be like carrying a sack of coal. Ready? I ask Eric. Always, he replies. I lean down and grab his arm, hoisting it over my shoulder, and pull him halfway across my back so my left arm is between his legs, while my right arm grips his wrist. He positions himself by wriggling a bit and grabs hold of my waistband. I reach around and pull out the Glock. I can barely straighten under his weight, but I look at the others and say, Godspeed. Eric and I start down the slope with Philippe and Marcel behind us. Run is a misnomer, but we make double time over the rubble, slipping and skating on loose bricks, but not falling. Vicky and Teresa are close behind. If anything, they could go ahead, but I'm hoping there's safety in numbers. The silhouette of a lion is visible moving across the ridgeline to our left. My heart races. So long as it bides its time, we'll make it. We reach the road, where the debris is light, and I break into a jog. Talk to me, I call out, not looking back. If you're falling behind, let me know. Eric bounces on my back. He's got to work at staying balanced, and I feel him shifting as I run. We're good, Marcel replies. I keep to the road as long as possible. The going is easier down here. But at some point we need to cut up the other side toward the light. As we get closer, it's apparent the blue light is concentrated in a single, tiny point, shimmering like a star. I'm breathing heavily. I can hear the crunch of shoes behind me. Although it's impossible to tell, it sounds as though everyone's close. Here we go, I say, starting up the rubble. Immediately my pace slows. It's hard work climbing over loose bricks and broken window frames. Glass breaks under my boots. My muscles ache. My lungs burn, screaming for oxygen. The moon is high overhead, casting an eerie, dim light on the wreckage. Steel bars, torn clothing, crushed furniture, refrigerators, smashed TVs. They're either obstacles to avoid or springboards to propel me on as I pick my way through the rubble, knowing the others are close behind, following my lead. Everything's covered in fine white concrete dust, absolutely everything, including our legs and boots. I can't shake the feeling we're being watched from the darkness, stalked by a lion creeping up on us, waiting patiently, timing its attack. The speed and effectiveness with which the Bernard father was snatched haunts me. It's as though the shadows around us could explode at any second, revealing a lion bearing down on us at full pace and leaving no time to react. I slip and almost fall. In a split second, the choice is tumble down the mound or lose the gun. I drop the Glock and use my free hand to grab at a steel rod protruding from the debris to steady myself. Once I've regained my balance, I look for the gun, but it's gone. Even in daylight, it would be nigh on impossible to find among the crushed bricks and torn clothing, broken bottles and splintered wood. I suspect it slipped beneath the rubble, so I jog on, springing from one flattened brick wall to another. I'm so fixated on where my boots are landing, I almost run past the ghostly blue light and have to cut across a pile of loose cinder blocks to reach it. I'm not sure what I'm expecting as I run into the light. In the movies, there are psychedelic tunnels, strobe lights, and roller coaster-like twists and turns as people fly between worlds. Given the hammering we took when this thing first hit, I brace, grimacing in the final few feet, and wondering if I'm again going to be thrown around like a rag doll. But there's no flash of light, no thumping explosion, no pain or disorientation. At first, I'm not sure anything's happened at all. Branches break underfoot. Large palm leaves lie strewn across the ground. There are trees everywhere, but they've been stripped of their foliage. For a moment, I'm wondering if we crested the mound and ran into a park, but in the distance I can see buildings, streetlights. A helicopter flies overhead, and seconds later a massive spotlight douses the ground around me with a brilliant white light, washing out all color. "Woohoo!" Eric yells. I turn, looking back, but I can't see the blue light. The words, "Stay where you are," booms out of a microphone mounted beneath the helicopter. "We have a rescue team coming to you." Philippe comes running through the portal, appearing out of thin air. It's as though he ran through a mirror. He has his mother draped over his shoulder, then Marcel appears behind him, running hard. "Come on," I yell, urging the others through the portal. Teresa comes through and runs to join her brothers. "We've done it! We're home!" Marcel yells over the thumping of the rotor blades beating at the air above us. But there's no sign of Vicky. I swing Eric down off my shoulders, dropping him awkwardly beside Marcel and Teresa. "Where is she?" I ask, steeling myself to go back through the breach. "She was right behind me," Teresa replies, her voice trembling. The spotlight is infuriating. I can't see the blue light marking the entrance to the portal. I know it's somewhere roughly 10 to 15 feet in front of me, but there are several helicopters up there with overlapping spotlights blanketing the area. The shadows cast by their lights are constantly moving, changing the appearance of the ground. "Vicky!" I yell, stepping over fallen branches and waving my hands through the air around me, trying to find the portal. Suddenly, she appears about 10 feet to my left. She's limping. She's sprained her ankle. Vicky looks disoriented, bewildered by the spotlight bearing down on us and the incessant noise of the low-flying choppers. She's lost a shotgun, but it doesn't matter. I'm relieved to see her. "Vicky!" I yell. She turns and rushes to hug me, throwing her arms around my neck. "We made it," she says, bearing her head into my shoulder. "Yes, we did," I say, closing my eyes for a moment and trying to shut out the noise and confusion, wanting to savor the moment. "We're home," she says. I smile, losing myself in her gaze. It's hard to believe just moments ago we were lost on another world, seemingly without hope, and now we're back in New York. We turn and walk over toward the Bernard family, stepping over broken tree limbs and shattered branches. Vicky hobbles, so I help her over a fallen tree, lifting her by the waist. I reach out my hand to help Eric up, but he's dead still, paralyzed with fear. His eyes are wide with terror. I don't need to know what's behind us. It's enough to know we're in danger. I lift him up and sit him on the tree trunk where he can spin around and drop over the other side with Vicky. Slowly, I turn. No more than 20 feet away is a saber-toothed tiger illuminated by the spotlights. The hair on the back of its neck stands on end. The big cat snarls, baring its elongated incisors at me. With no weapons, we're helpless. One bite would be fatal, tearing through a human torso with ease. "Go, go, go!" I say, pushing at the air and signaling for the others to creep away. The tiger looks at me, and then at them, picking out its prey with cold deliberation. "Over here!" I yell, grabbing a stick and beating at a fallen branch to draw its attention away from the smell of fresh blood oozing from Juliet's arm and Vicky's shoulder. "Get out of here!" I shout, stepping away from the others, drawing the tiger to one side. Vicky is screaming, but I can barely hear her over the sound of the helicopter. Philippe grabs her by the waist, pulling her away from the spotlight and into the dark shadows. The last I see of her is a mess of hair, swirling around her face in the downdraft. "Stay calm. Back away slowly." Yeah, that's real easy to say from 50 feet up. Marcel grabs his mother, hoisting her over his shoulder, while Teresa drags Eric away. I step sideways, circling out wide, trying to turn the creature. Massive paws negotiate the debris with ease. Sharp claws flex on a fallen tree trunk. The tiger faces off with me. Its teeth are intimidating, almost as long as my forearm. The animal is all muscle. I doubt there's an ounce of fat on those bones. I hold my arms out wide, trying to make myself appear larger than I am. Still slowly circling out wide, getting the animal to turn its back on Vicky and the others, hoping this gives them time to escape. "Come on," I bellow. "You want to dance? Let's dance." In the distance, flashlights ripple through the dead standing trees. At a guess, the rescue party is a couple of 100 yards away. My movements are as slow as those of the saber-toothed tiger. I feel my way through the debris with my boots, not taking my eyes off the big cat. There's a connection between us. To break eye contact is to provoke an attack. It's counting on fear as an ally. It wants me to turn and run. No goddamn gun. Mentally, I'm cursing my folly at leaving my police-issue belt in the rubble. I should have put it back on. I could have holstered the Glock. It's maddening to think such a simple mistake could cost me my life. Neither the Glock nor the shotgun would be effective against this tiger, but at least I'd be able to go down fighting. Eric's theory was that loud noises would scare the big cats, but if a helicopter roaring overhead doesn't frighten it, gunfire will only piss it off. What the hell am I going to do? I guess die is an option, although not one I want to entertain. The adrenaline surging through my veins pleads with me to turn and run, but the tiger would be on me in seconds. Its muscles are tense, coiled, ready to spring out and pounce on me. Rather than being striped, the tiger is spotted and motley. Its broad face, though, looks like one of the big Bengals at the zoo, only with butcher knives for teeth. The animal sniffs at the air, looking up at the helicopter. The pungent odor of jet fuel, the noise, and the hurricane-like winds must confuse and dilute the smell of fresh blood. Its confusion is my only defense. I'm seriously hoping a squad of Navy SEALs or Delta Force is coming through the trees with some major firepower at hand, but I doubt I can keep the creature at bay long enough for them to help. Although the tiger's facing me, it turns its head, trying to figure out where the others have gone, being more interested in an easy kill. "What are you waiting for, you mangy, overgrown flea bag?" The tiger snarls, starting toward me. With paws the size of dinner plates, it steps down from a fallen tree trunk into the debris, but I can see it's conflicted. It wants to turn and go after the others. "You want to know why you're extinct?" I yell, keeping the tiger's attention focused on me. "You may have sharper claws and bigger teeth, but we've got the greatest weapon of all. Smarts." The big cat eyes me with suspicion. I can see the killer instinct in its eyes, but there are others out there. It has its pick of the prey. "What's the matter, stupid?" Although it's impossible for the creature to understand my words, it seems to grasp the disdain and anger in my voice. I've got to buy Vicky time. I stamp at the ground, holding my arms out wide and baring my chest as I scream at the top of my lungs, yelling, "Come on! Come and get me!" The tiger calls my bluff. The big cat breaks into a run, thundering over the broken branches and fallen tree limbs, roaring as it charges. There's a frightening majesty to its stride. Muscles across its body flex and stretch in perfect syncopation. Its head barely moves in relation to its torso, and its eyes never leave mine. I'd like to think I'm holding my ground, but I can't even hold my bladder. For all my bravado, I'm shaking like a leaf, gambling with my body as bait. The tiger leaps, sailing through the air with its claws outstretched, ready to pin me to the ground. Its jaws are wide, with fangs poised to tear me apart. For a split second, it seems to freeze in midair. Then the big cat vanishes from sight like a dream breaking with the dawn. It is plunged back into the portal, and with my heart still in my throat, I'm struggling to breathe. I can only imagine the creature's confusion as it lands on the broken bricks and loose rubble on the other side. From its perspective, I'm the one that disappeared. I fall to my knees, shaking. Above me, the helicopter continues to circle, blinding me with its spotlight. It's probably not more than 4 or 5 minutes before several soldiers come running into the light, but it feels like hours, days. They're dressed from head to toe in what I imagine are chemical warfare suits, with full face masks, thick gloves, and tape strapped around their leggings, sealing their trousers against their boots. Oxygen cylinders ride high on their backs. One of them steps in front of me. I get to my feet and put my hand out, signaling for him to step to one side, saying, "Believe me, you do not want to stand right there." "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," I say as the squad surrounds me with weapons pointed outward. "Vicky?" "The others are okay. We need to get you out of here, sir." "Sir?" That brings a smile to my face. I don't know that I've ever been called that by anyone other than a perp trying to sweet-talk me out of a pat-down while searching for drugs. The helicopter keeps its spotlight on us as we make our way toward the city. The soldiers are in no mood for dawdling, so we make double time through the decimated forest. There's lots of chatter on the radio, but being unable to see anyone's face behind their masks, there's no small talk between us. I'm surprised to find it takes less than half an hour to reach the road. I thought we were deeper in than that. A barricade has been erected roughly 50 yards further back. We jog on the concrete, running toward armored personnel carriers with an array of spotlights and Browning machine guns pointed back at the jungle. I'm led through the barricade to a waiting ambulance. "We're gonna need to strip you down, sir." There's the sir again. "Strip?" I ask. "The whole area is radioactive. We need you to go through decontamination." There are hundreds of people milling around, men and women in a variety of uniforms, some of them with video cameras. Standing in the middle of the street, with a bitter autumn wind blowing, I take off my clothes and step under a portable chemical shower. I'm expecting something like rain. What I get is a torrential downpour akin to NFL players dumping Gatorade over a coach. Whatever this fluorescent blue toilet water is, I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to swallow it. It's impossible to breathe for about 15 seconds as I'm subjected to what feels like an ice bath. When it's finally over, a female medic hands me a towel. "Thanks," I say, although I'm more inclined to cover my groin with the small towel than dry myself off. She hands me several more towels, and I end up dropping each of them on the ground as I madly scrub myself dry, trying to regain some warmth in my body. Someone hands me a military jumpsuit. As I'm putting it on, I spot Vicky sitting in the back of a nearby ambulance with a grin on her face. I simply shake my head, trying not to smile. One of the paramedics tries to redirect me to an empty ambulance, but I politely decline. "I think this is my ride." The spongy suspension creaks under my weight as I step into the back of the ambulance. Vicky's laughing. I sit opposite her on a gurney, saying, "Enjoy the show?" "Oh, yes." "Your hair's blue," I say, thinking out loud. "You look like a Smurf," she replies. Vicky scrunches her hand up into a ball, waving her pinky finger at me as she adds, "Especially with the little, you know." We both laugh. As usual, Vicky is in fine form. A soldier comes to the back of the ambulance and asks, "Is there anything I can get you? Anything you need?" "We're fine," Vicky says, huddling under a thick blanket. "Actually," I say, thinking about it for a moment, Could you give me some camembert, a baguette, and a nice bottle of French wine? The soldier looks at me confused. Vicky slaps my knee playfully. Somehow, I get the feeling our adventure is just beginning.
Book 3. Maelstrom. Welcome. The heat is stifling. Sand gets everywhere in my hair, in the corners of my eyes, behind my ears, even in the tiny gaps between my teeth. I hate it. I hate being here. Whose idea was this anyway? Oh yeah, mine. Sweat drips from my forehead. Water? Mark asks, handing me a plastic bottle. Thanks, I say, unscrewing the cap. The water is hot. I'm tempted to add instant coffee rather than pretend it's somehow refreshing. Officer Mark Janos sits on a wooden crate beside me, only he's not in uniform anymore, being dressed in cargo pants and a white shirt. Even without his NYPD uniform, his vest and police utility belt, he carries himself with a sense of purpose that speaks of authority. The shade provided by the tent is immaterial. The heat from the sun seems to be magnified by the canvas, not reduced. It's as though we're sitting inside a fan-forced oven. It's been just over a week since Mark and I escaped the rupture in New York City. Occasionally, creatures still stray through the breach, but we were the last of the survivors to come through. At first, the National Guard would shoot the megafauna with their 50 cal rifles. Now they're taking them down with tranquilizer darts. Our scientists want to study them, I guess. Personally, I never want to see Megatherium again. I heard they caught one, but there's been no pictures, and I can understand why. The idea of one of those animals getting out and running amok isn't exactly going to appease an already skittery public. As it is, the world is in shock. We've been drawn away from our petty, selfish infighting to recognize the universe is far larger, far stranger, far more hostile, and far more of an immediate threat to our survival than anyone dared imagine. It's kinda trippy to think there are potentially an infinite number of Earths out there. Even astrophysicists are struggling to grasp the implications. They tell us infinite is an oversimplification. The current estimate is there's 10 to the 47th power possible alternatives. That's 10 followed by 47 zeros. Although apparently even that's conservative, as there's at least 10 to the 24th power stars in the visible universe. And until the mechanism by which worlds branch out is understood, each of those could have 10 to the 47th power alternatives. Then there's something about gravity leaking between dimensions, but that's where my head explodes. All I know is the universe went from absurdly large to absurdly larger. A helicopter flies low overhead. The downdraft threatens to topple the tent, kicking up sand. How long do you think they're going to keep us in limbo? Mark asks as the chopper lands on the barren plain behind us. I shrug my shoulders. I don't mean to ignore him, but I am trying to ignore yet another pointless, annoying military flight. Low dunes lead down to the cliff face and darken entrance to the cave. The Chinese military has established an exclusion zone with the off-worlders, as they've become known. Sandbags line the ridge, with soldiers somehow enduring the heat outside. Like Mark, I feel abandoned. The language barrier between us and the Chinese borders on insurmountable. We have barely any idea what's going on. It's certainly not what we were told would happen when we met with the UN Secretary General. Everything was so simple back in New York. The U.S. State Department told us we'd be under the command of Dr. Elizabeth Calley, the daughter of the Secretary of State. Only it seems she's not actually a commander or a general or whatever they think she is. She doesn't want us anywhere near her and the Neanderthal. We've been here for 3 days now. Mark didn't want to come. I think he had his fill of exotic creatures trying to kill him. Yep. This is all my fault. Dr. Calley Sr. is in his 60s and speaks highly of his daughter, even though she's living a world away from him. I found him very persuasive. But apparently the off-worlders don't trust him or us. The idea was, neither Mark nor I are military, so we can be trusted. Hopefully. Our only credentials are surviving on another world by ourselves, so we're not spies. The State Department thought that would make us more relevant to the off-worlders. Fat chance. There's a call, one of the interpreters says, jogging up to our tent. Mark and I spring to our feet, following her. Every step is a struggle, fighting against the fine, shifting sand. If the heat inside the tents is oppressive, outside it's like being scorched by an alien death ray. I wilt. We are ushered inside a command tent. There's a fan in the corner circulating both the sand and the heat. We've got to make sure the rotisserie chicken gets good coverage as it cooks. Your father, Dr. Callie, he insists on expanding your team. The speaker is a Chinese general, but even I don't believe him, and I'm ostensibly on his side. His speech is too mechanical, as though this is a prepared lecture rather than something spoken out of concern. We can handle this, an American woman replies on a video link, and I get my first look at Dr. Callie. She's in her late 20s. Like me, her skin is pale and she wears her hair back in a ponytail. Given the heat, doesn't every woman? I'm ready to shave myself bald. 2 from each country in the alliance. That was the agreement. We didn't agree to that, Dr. Callie says. You need to understand, this is not a negotiation. Goethe and Flores will blow the chamber and jump between worlds if you send troops in here. They will not tolerate any kind of interference in their mission. Support, yes. Control, no. They set the rules, not the United Nations. This is our world, the officer replies. You need to understand, Dr. Callie says, repeating herself. From the tone of her voice, she's frustrated and doing all she can not to explode with anger. They've tracked this thing across 15 different worlds. They've seen entire civilizations burn. We're nothing but a speed bump to them. The answer is no. Not even the U.S. team? The officer asks, trying to draw out some kind of concession. Your father handpicked Officer Mark Janos and Nurse Vicky Mendez. Paramedic, not nurse, but whatever. The officer says, they are apolitical. They've been to the other side. They can help. I doubt that, Dr. Callie says. Some guy pissed on a saber-toothed tiger and that's supposed to impress me? I step forward into the camera. I'm probably not supposed to, but it's clear the general isn't getting anywhere. Dr. Callie looks surprised. She didn't realize Mark and I were listening in the background. He didn't piss on that thing, I say, but he pissed himself. Mark looks horrified as I drag him forward. Yeah, you don't pick that out in the video, do you? Mark shakes his head. He reluctantly waves a hello, and as I can see him on the monitor, so can Dr. Callie. He's not surprised by my comment. He's come to expect stuff like this from me. As much as he hates it, I think there's a part of him that secretly loves the way I push him into the limelight. We're not superheroes, he says, which is a far more eloquent way of putting our position forward. But we can help. Dr. Callie is silent. Her eyes glance up, looking at someone off camera. I'm sorry, she says. The answer is no. We're coming in, I say. What? She replies in somewhat of a panic. No. What are you going to do to stop us? I ask her. Are you going to shoot us? Is that the message you want to send to the world? Although I'm speaking to Dr. Callie, I'm very much aware the real conversation is happening with Goethe and Flores, the 2 leaders of the off-world team. Are you going to gun down a paramedic and an unarmed cop? Do you really think we faced off against goddamn Megatherium to sit out here sunbathing? I don't wait for a reply. I turn and drag Mark out of the tent with me. He gives me a look I've come to love. You're batshit crazy. But I'm with you. I'm surprised by how much emotion is welling up within me. Is it defiance? Perhaps. In some ways, I guess my pride has been insulted. Adrenaline surges through my veins. "You're sure about this?" Mark asks as we charge out under the scorching heat of the sun. The sand on the dunes is fine, impeding our steps, shifting beneath our boots. "No, but we've been there, you and me. We know what it's like. If any more of those breaches open, hundreds, maybe thousands of people will die." "This isn't smart," he says, keeping pace beside me. Mark is nothing if not assertive. He may be questioning my sanity, but he's not slacking his pace. "You heard what they said. They've watched dozens of worlds die. I can't sit by while that happens here." We trudge over the low, undulating dunes. Someone calls to us over a bullhorn, but they're speaking in Chinese, which is no help. I have no idea whether the harsh, crackling voice is directed at us or the off-worlders. Sand flicks from beneath my boots. Mark and I walk side by side toward the imposing cliff face. "You're crazy," Mark says, taking my hand. "You are certifiable." "And you love it," I say. "You'll be the death of me." God, I hope not. The shadow of the cliff looms over us and the temperature drops noticeably, which in itself is a relief. I can see Dr. Callie in the entrance to the cave arguing with several of the off-world soldiers. Mark and I slip in the soft sand, making our way down the side of a dune and into dead space. The low ground between the two camps, out of sight from all but the cliff tops. As we trudge up the other side of the dune, gunfire erupts from the rocks echoing off the canyon walls. Spits of sand flick up in front of us as bullets pepper the dune. The water bottle in my hand explodes, ripped from my fingers and flung across the sand. The crack of a bullet whizzes past my head and suddenly my bluff is looking decidedly stupid. We both freeze, raising our hands in surrender. Two off-world soldiers run toward us. Given how hard it is to walk through the soft sand, their pace is intimidating. They're dressed in Chinese military fatigues, and were it not for their big, burly bodies, they'd be indistinguishable from the troops we just left. "Just don't do anything stupid," Mark says, staying perfectly still. I'm in violent agreement. For now, I'm all out of stupid. I swallow the lump in my throat as the men race up to us, kicking sand into the air with each thundering step. I've never been hit by a man before, and the shocking violence of a fist striking my cheek is overwhelming. Mark puts up a fight, but I crumple on the sand. Within seconds, I'm hoisted over my assailant's shoulder and dragged away. It takes a couple of blows for Mark to fall, and I'd like to think he's giving as good as he gets. But the second soldier is only about 10 feet behind me, with Mark draped over his shoulder. Blood dripping from his nose. Sorry, Mark. We're dumped unceremoniously in the entrance of the cave. Landing on sand would be nice. Instead, my ass hits rough gravel, and I wince with pain. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Dr. Callie says, crouching before me. She wipes blood from my lip. "They would have killed you. You know that, right?" I'm still dazed. I never thought we were in any real danger. Up until the point shots were fired, I assumed it was all a bluff. The pungent odor of gunpowder wafting from a hot barrel inches from my head convinces me otherwise. One of the soldiers kicks my leg, saying something in a language I don't understand, and forcing me to curl up to let him pass. "Enough," a tall, thin man says, striding up to us. "Back to your post." "Goethe," Dr. Callie whispers, still crouching beside me. "If anyone else comes across that dune, I want them stopped," a shorter, overweight man says. "Center of body mass," a soldier asks. "Arms and legs," is the reply. "We will allow them to retrieve their wounded, but no one else advances. Understood?" "Yes, sir," the soldier responds, resuming his position among the rocks. Flores, Dr. Callie whispers, raising her fingers slightly. Mark looks at me. Swelling forms around his left eye. I mouth the word, sorry. Not smart, Vicky. Really not smart. Get them up, Goethe says. Arms, Flores says as I push off my knees, getting back to my feet. I raise my arms high above my head. Flores pats Mark down, and then me. Only this is no TSA check. Flores isn't taking any chances. He makes no allowance for gender. I get a hand aggressively cupping my groin, along with a rather personal inspection of each breast. Yes, they're soft and squishy. There's nothing hidden there other than the bra that supports them. But I keep that comment to myself. Flores pays particular attention to the fold of cloth on my collar, the cuffs of my shirt, and finally the hem of my trousers, looking for God knows what. He says, "You belt and your boots. Remove them." Mark and I comply meekly, tossing them on a wooden crate. I'm not sure why we're removing these items other than to inconvenience us, as my trousers are immediately sagging, slipping from my thin hips. I guess they think these things could be bugged. Come, Goethe says, and Mark and I follow him, hobbling over the rocky ground in our socks. Flores, Dr. Callie, and 2 armed guards follow behind us. As we walk through the darkened cavern, Mark whispers, "Go to China," she said. "You can really help them," she said. "It'll be fun," she said. I'm silent. "Wait in here," Goethe says, opening the door to a meeting room set in the side of the cavern. The room, if it could be called that, has a sandy floor and rough rock walls. A floor-to-ceiling glass wall separates us from the main cavern and an all-too-familiar glowing blue ball of gas about 40 feet away. Within the room, there's a long table, a whiteboard, and a television mounted on the rock wall. The door shuts behind us and locks. A guard stands outside, but rather than standing beside the door and looking out, he stands in front of the glass, peering in, watching our every move. An overhead vent circulates air, but it's tiny, barely wide enough to fit an arm through. At least there's aircon, I say, slumping in one of the chairs. And water, Mark says, picking up a plastic bottle and handing it to me as he sits down. Sorry, I say, reaching across and taking his hand. I'm half expecting Mark to pull away. Now is not the time for pandering to emotion, so I wouldn't blame him if he did. But he's too nice to be rude. He simply rubs my fingers, showing his support. After we escaped the breach in New York, we were instant celebrities. Just add water. The public lapped up the video of Mark facing off against a saber-toothed tiger while unarmed. The footage of him fooling the animal into jumping back through the portal has become iconic. The spotlight from the helicopter filming the event was so intense he couldn't actually see the portal and had to rely on his memory of where he came through. It was one hell of a gamble, and to my mind, typifies him as a person. He was willing to risk his life to buy the rest of us time to escape. We spent the next few days being debriefed and were kept in separate rooms in an empty hospital ward. I snuck into his room in the middle of the night, much to the amusement of the guards on the door, and curled up with him on a hospital bed designed for one. Nothing happened between us, but given all we'd been through, it just felt right. I still don't know why there were guards at the hospital. What did they think? That Megatherium was going to come for us? We never actually got to go on our date. Too much media attention. And then there was the Chinese problem. The U.S. doesn't do well with other countries calling the shots, but as the off-worlders were on sovereign Chinese soil, the State Department had to play nice. Mark wouldn't have come if I hadn't talked him into it. Perhaps that's why he's the perfect person for the job. I hope Goethe and Flores can see that. For the next couple of hours, we are left alone. We chat idly with each other, but we're both aware we're being watched, so we're guarded with what's said. Not only is there a soldier outside peering in, there's a security camera mounted high on the rocky ceiling of the cave. Beyond the glass, the cavern is a hive of activity. Computer workstations have been set around the rock wall, with some kind of lead glass shielding between the station and the glowing blue portal. From the way the shielding distorts the light, it's thick. The portal itself pulsates, rotating about 3 axes, and seems to drift in place, turning one way for a few minutes before slowly changing direction, twisting and turning another way. It's mesmerizing to watch. What looks like a fiery blue star rolls over on itself, tumbling as though guided by eddies and currents in some invisible stream. Mark says, "I sure hope none of those creatures come through." I nod, but my mind is on something else. I need to pee. I get up and tap on the glass. The soldier looks at me with piercing eyes. "You guys pee, right?" I point at my groin, wondering how much English this brute understands. "We sure as hell do. If you don't take me to the bathroom, I'm going to have to go over there." I gesture to the far corner of the room. The soldier talks into a tiny microphone attached to his collar, and I wait. It's probably only about 2 minutes, but as I really need to go, it feels like an eternity before the door opens and I'm handed a 1-gallon plastic bucket. "Use this." Oh, great. No toilet seat, no toilet paper, no privacy. But the door is closed before my complaint is fully heard. "Could you look the other way?" I ask, turning to Mark. There's an entire glass wall spanning the length of the room, leaving me feeling more than a little self-conscious. He grins, trying not to laugh, so I say, "It'll be even more funny when it's your turn." "Put it over here," he says, gesturing to the far side of the cave, partially obscured by the table. Mark takes off his shirt, holding it low like a tiny curtain, and peers at the ceiling as though there's something interesting in the chaotic rocks above us. He's got nice pecs and honed biceps. I could stare at his muscular chest all day long. "You're such a gentleman," I say, kissing him on the cheek as I step around him. I set the bucket down, slip my pants over my hips while half crouching, and relieve myself in the bucket. Once I'm finished, I ask, "Do you want to?" "No, I'm good," Mark says, still staring at something extremely interesting on the ceiling. "Are you sure? We could be here for a while." Mark's human. Who doesn't pee and poop? Western culture is so prudish. We love hiding away in stalls while doing our business. Mark looks at me with a hint of suspicion. I maintain eye contact as I pitch my head down, raising my eyebrows slightly, repeating my question with nothing more than my body language. He glances briefly to one side, revealing a glimmer of embarrassment, and then nods slightly. I take his shirt from him, holding it as though I were daring a bull to charge. He adjusts my hands slightly, lowering them to provide more coverage. "Nervous?" I ask as he unzips his fly. I feign looking away, but I can't help myself. The prospect of tormenting him is too much for me. He starts to pee and stops midstream, realizing I'm staring at him, watching his ever-changing facial expressions. "Do you mind?" "Performance problems?" I ask, unable to wipe the grin from my face. He adjusts his stance, trying to turn his back more to me, but I'm having too much fun. I tiptoe, exaggerating my motion, making as though I'm peering over the ledge of a tall building, trying to see something tiny at the base. "You are outrageous," he says, smiling as he shakes his head. "You're funny," I say, finally turning away so he can pee in peace. He finishes and says, "I am never doing that again." "Not physically possible," I reply. "No, I mean with you watching." I laugh. "Do guys, compare when standing at a urinal? Mark looks at me with disbelief, but I'm serious. He's not going to answer. This must be like some Masonic pact of silence between men or something. I shrug my shoulders. No matter. I walk over to the door and knock on the glass, gesturing to the bucket, saying, "It's all yours." The guard unlocks the door and takes the bucket, but doesn't leave his post. He calls someone else to collect our pee. Wonderful. Dear God, I feel like such a klutz. But hey, I'm not alone on this. Loose gravel crunches painfully under my bare feet as I walk back to the table. How long do you think they're going to keep us in here? I ask, sitting back next to Mark. Dunno, but at least it's cooler than outside. I've never been good with boredom. Give me a pad and a pen and ask me to take notes during a meeting and you'll end up with drawings of spaceships and dragons and whatever else wanders into my crazy mind. Normally lots of spirals and curly doodles. Mark is far calmer than me. It's as though he's never had a double espresso in his life. Me? ADHD all the way, baby. The door opens and Dr. Callie walks in with Goethe and Flores. Do you have any idea how much trouble you just caused? Goethe asks. Neither of us speak. We both simply shake our heads softly, feeling like a couple of kids being scolded. Flores says, We need resources, technology, scientists, not an army camped at our door. And he points in the direction of the opening easily 100 yards away. We're looking for assistance mining data, not military muscle. Dr. Callie sits at the table opposite us, as does Goethe. Flores paces, saying, You have to understand. This is not a game. The stakes are too high. I'm sorry, I say. We thought we were doing the right thing. We only want to help. Tell me about your world, Goethe says, and both of us instinctively understand he's not talking about Earth. Our world is primeval New York. High humidity, Mark says. New York City is at roughly 40 degrees in latitude, but that place felt like Florida in summer. I'm assuming parallel Earths have the same tilt, but for us it was autumn when the rupture broke. Over there it was hot. We saw anacondas, giant sloths, big cats. Goethe listens intently, leaning forward on his hands. Damn. He'd be good at poker. The stars were the same, I say, remembering Eric's observation. At first we thought we'd been transported back in time, but the moon looked the same, as did the constellations. That's how we knew we were still on Earth and still in roughly the same time period. Goethe nods, impressed by the point, even though technically it's not mine. Flores paces. We were on the edge of a swamp, Mark says. Given Manhattan is an island on our world, that's not too surprising. But there were grasslands to the west. We could see them from one of the buildings. To the south, there were mountains, I say. Unlike anything in Newark today. They were volcanic, a shield volcano, with the long sloping sides. Mark adds, There was a thin trail of white smoke coming from the summit. How did you find it? Goethe asks. The portal, Mark replies. We almost didn't. It was so faint we would have walked right past it in the daylight, but we stopped to help some teenagers rescue their mother from the rubble. It was night before we realized it was nearby. If we hadn't stopped, we'd still be trapped over there. Or dead, I say, adding what I think is the most likely outcome. Dr. Callie asks, And you faced down a giant sloth and a saber-toothed tiger? Not willingly, Mark replies. We were just trying to survive. And help others, I say, feeling that's important. And help others, Mark says, reiterating the point. How did you fight off these creatures? Goethe asks. Guns were useless, Mark says. I say, we salvaged some headlights from wrecked cars and used them to keep the creatures at bay. Mark says, there was some kind of interference from the portal, causing our lights to dim. That's when we saw it. But it wasn't as bright as your portal. Ours was a blue smudge, like heat shimmering off the road on a hot day. Flores nods. Goethe says, "You did well. Very few survived the transition. Even fewer lived to return." "The shift," Flores says. "It's violent. Most people die. Those that survive are left in shock. It's rare anyone makes it back alive." "It's called the Maelstrom," Goethe says. "Like the mythical whirlpools out at sea, drawing ships down into the depths. It only drags them between worlds. The distance is important," Flores says. "The bigger the difference between worlds, the worse the collision." My confusion must show as he explains further. "Near the end, portals will open to worlds that are devoid of life, incapable of sustaining any life at all. Those worlds are as far removed from yours as Mars or Venus." Goethe says, "Imagine a world with a poisonous atmosphere flooding through the portal." "How do we stop it?" I ask. "You can't," Goethe replies. "That's the problem. At that point it's too late. The breach will allow the worlds to mix until a state of equilibrium is reached, and neither world is habitable." "But there must be something you can do," I say. "We have hopes," Flores says. "We're trying to find a solution before it's too late," Dr. Callie says. She gestures to the blue star shining in the middle of the cavern. "This isn't just another portal. It's the epicenter of the collision." "Portals are short-lived," Goethe says. "Days, weeks, sometimes months. In a rare few cases, a couple of years, but this, from what we can tell, this portal has been active for hundreds of years." "There are graves in the hills," Dr. Callie says. "The locals call it Lop Nur, City of the Dead. I've seen Neanderthal graves out there dating back hundreds of years. They've been coming here for generations." Mark and I look at each other in astonishment. "What do you think?" Goethe asks, looking at Flores. "They'll do." "I agree," Goethe says, getting to his feet. The two men leave, talking between themselves. The door is left open. The guard's gone. As I get to my feet, the guard reappears, but he has a smile on his face. He's holding 2 pairs of boots and a couple of belts. "I guess that means we're in," Mark says. "Come," Dr. Callie says. "I'll introduce you to Chen and Axe." Axe. "A Neanderthal?" I say. "A living, breathing Neanderthal?" "Yep," Dr. Callie says as I offer to shake hands with Axe. He looks at my hand with utter suspicion, unsure of my motives. It's as though he's expecting me to prank him. I watch, fascinated as he turns his head from one side to another, trying to see if I have something hidden in my hand. My military-issue shirt is slightly too big, and the sleeve covers my wrist, giving the impression something is hidden in my palm. Axe must interpret my gesture as though I'm offering him something. So I turn my palm upward, showing him there's nothing there. I guess shaking hands is meaningless to Neanderthals. "Best you don't shake, anyway," Dr. Callie says, gently pushing my arm away from the curious hominid. He's got an iron grip. "How strong is he?" I ask. "I'm not sure. I'd love to get him in a laboratory and do some tests, but I watched him throw several police officers through the walls of our hospital without breaking a sweat. He tore the top off the reception area and hurtled it into the roof." "Wow," I say, dropping my hand to my side. "Yeah, shaking hands isn't a good idea." Axe sniffs at the air. His motion is directional, like a dog catching something on the breeze. I'm in awe. To me, Axe is somewhat unsettling to behold. At first glance, it's easy to assume he's human, but there are subtle features that leave me with a nagging sense of uncertainty. He's short and stocky, and his head is slightly elongated. His facial hair is wispy and scattered, scruffy, while his nose is broad and flat. Beneath his straggly beard lies a tiny chin. I guess I expected a large, pronounced jaw. His eyes are dark, but scream of hidden intelligence. He looks almost human, and that's disconcerting. He's almost, but not quite, normal. To a Neanderthal, I probably appear equally as disconcerting. Axe is as curious of me as I am of him, but as I move, I realize it's the silver necklace hanging around my neck that has his attention. I unclasp it and hand it to him, asking, "Would you like to take a look?" The chain is robust, while the pendant is a solid silver teardrop with an inset diamond. Axe rolls it slowly in his hand, fascinated by the reflective metal, looking carefully at both the necklace and the pendant. He pokes at the diamond with his finger. "Shiny things," Dr. Callie says. "He's like a crow." "What about you?" I ask, pointing at a flute hanging around his neck. Immediately, Axe is defensive. His free hand clasps the flute, hiding it from sight. "He thinks you want to trade," Dr. Callie says. She addresses Axe, saying, "It's okay. She just wants to look." His eyes meet hers, and I can see he trusts her. "He understands English?" I ask, surprised by the notion. "He understands around 100 words in Chinese. When it comes to English, I suspect that drops to less than 10. But I think he reads the intent from our tone. He's more at ease with women than men, but I suspect that's because of the pitch of our voices. Softer, higher." She addresses him again, saying, "It's okay. She'll give it back." Axe grunts softly, removing the flute and handing it to me with what I can only think of as reverence. In response, I hold both hands flat, allowing him to rest the flute on my open palms, wanting to demonstrate that I understand how important it is to him. "It's made from bone," Dr. Callie says, "probably from deer or perhaps wild boar." I turn the flute over in my hand, looking at the holes carved into the hollow bone. There are only 4 holes on top and a 5th below, roughly where his thumb would go, but the flute is quite long. I've seen similar Neanderthal bone flutes in museums, and it's difficult to realize they're separated by 50,000 years. The bone is dry and aged, having turned a slight shade of yellow with time. Around the holes, the yellow staining is quite pronounced, marking where skin oils have soaked into the bone. At a guess, this flute has been handed down between generations. Axe watches me closely. His jaw tightens while his eyes narrow. He looks angry. "No sudden movements," Dr. Callie says softly. "Chimpanzees can rip your arms out of their sockets. I don't think Axe is all that far behind them." I've turned the flute upside down to examine it, and that seems to have offended him. So I carefully turn it back, and he relaxes. "Interesting," Dr. Callie says, noting the same thing. I hold the flute up before him, gesturing as though I am about to blow into it, but without lifting it to my lips. I'm half expecting Axe to snatch it from me. Rather than shaking his head or nodding, he rolls his head around, as though he were sizing me up. I'm not sure what this body language means in Neanderthal, so I hold the flute still and back away a little, making it clear I'm not going to force the issue. Dr. Callie watches on silently, but like me, she's intrigued by his reactions. After a few seconds, he grunts and lifts his head rather than nodding. It's as though he's trying to knock something upwards with his chin. "Is that a yes?" "I think so," Dr. Callie says. Slowly, I raise the flute to my lips, position my fingers, and blow. Axe watches me with fascination. The sound that comes out is muted and coarse. He laughs, shaking his head up and down and slapping his thigh with his hand. Axe bares his teeth, which I'm sure isn't a threatening display, even though it looks like that to me. "You show me," I say, offering him the flute. He takes it from me, keeping my necklace wrapped around one hand, and begins to play. The sound is eerie, haunting. The notes he hits are crisp and clear. There's a slight hollow ring to them, but I'm intrigued by how pure they sound. There's a harmonic resonance at work that gives the flute far more volume than I expected. "It's a centric scale," I say, listening carefully as he plays. "Several tribes in Asia still use this." Dr. Callie looks at me, surprised by the observation. I studied music at college, played the violin. The tune he plays drifts up and down from a solitary primary note, never venturing more than a fifth away from the key, and never reaching an octave. The tempo is slow, then suddenly erratic. There's no beat, no repetition as such. Some of the notes are quite piercing. For Homo sapiens, music is harmonious, it's relaxing, engaging. For Axe, it seems as though it's a proxy for language, with no more aesthetic appeal than a sentence spoken aloud. After less than a minute, he stops and hands the flute back to me, gesturing for me to try again. This time it's my turn to laugh. "Oh no," I say, "you're much better at this than me." Like Dr. Callie said, he seems to understand the intent, if not the words, and he grins, slipping the flute over his neck. I reach for my necklace, and he flinches, withdrawing slightly. "It's okay," I say, holding my hand out, using the same gesture he used when handing me his flute. Reluctantly, Axe places the necklace in my hand. I undo the clasp and make as though I'm about to put it around his neck, but being careful not to overstep any unwritten social bound and upset him. I touch lightly at his collarbone, gesturing as though I'm about to reach around his neck, looking for his acceptance. I really don't want to be thrown through a wall. Axe smiles. His face lights up as he realizes what I'm suggesting. Gently, I reach around and fix the clasp behind his neck, hanging the pendant in front of him. Axe looks down at the necklace with pride. It looks completely out of place on a man, and even more so on a Neanderthal. But he doesn't care. "It looks good on you," I say, smiling. Axe grins, shaking his head in a gesture that to a human would mean no, but for him must mean yes. Dr. Callie says, "I think you've made a friend for life." I hope so. The necklace is long enough that he can slip it over his head without removing it, but given his strength, I hope he doesn't inadvertently snap the chain. I suspect he'd be heartbroken. Axe grunts several times and rushes off. He's going to show Goethe and Flores. "Ah," I say. Goethe. "Have you seen Mark?" I ask Chen as she sits at a computer workstation responding to emails from scientists at CERN. Axe wanders through the cave, playing with his new necklace. Given how rough he is with the chain, I think its lifespan has been reduced from years to days. He's back at the entrance, talking with Goethe. Thanks. Crushed rock crunches beneath my boots as I walk around the inside of the chamber. The chamber is easily 50 feet in diameter, with stalactites reaching down from the ceiling. Most of the stalagmites on the floor are worn and discolored, and I'm reminded of Goethe's comment. Neanderthals have been passing through this portal for hundreds of years. Part of the roof is collapsed, covering the back of the cave in rubble and raising it level with the breach. The floor is uneven, with cracks disappearing into the darkness, leaving no indication how deep they run. Spotlights cast long shadows throughout the cavern. The entrance is a considerable way back. In some spots, the cave has been widened. Scars from a jackhammer are visible, scraping into the granite. There are a few wide tunnels, but most of them seem quite shallow. Crates of supplies line the main walkway. From what I've seen, there are less than a dozen off-worlders. "I'll take you," Chen says, escorting me to the entrance, although it's not like I get lost. She's quiet. I'm not sure whether to read too much into that, but she's pleasant enough. We walk past a section of the cave with holes drilled into the granite. It's not hard to realize this is the point where the off-worlders have wired explosives. If the Chinese mount an assault on them, trying to take the portal, they'll blow the entrance and seal themselves within the cavern. As they can't actually flee through the portal, I wonder if there's some other opening they can use to escape, as I can't imagine they'd seal themselves in a tomb. "Here they are," she says. The two men sit in the shadows, looking out across the dunes. Close to the entrance, the temperature rises sharply. From the balmy 70 degrees Fahrenheit inside the cavern, the temperature races to 110 plus in the open. Mark hands me a bottle of water. "We cannot allow any interference," Goethe says, responding to something Mark said as I walked up to them. "We've seen this before, on other worlds. At first everyone means well, but your nature gets the better of you. Different people have different interests, different agendas. We cannot afford to become wrapped up in the politics of your Earth, or to become a pawn between your nations." Mark nods. In the distance, Chinese soldiers watch us with interest, peering through binoculars. I sit down. "What about your world?" I ask, echoing the question asked of us earlier. "Our world is dead," Goethe replies. "There is no going home for us." I suspected as much, but it's sad to hear him say that. If his world is anything like ours, billions of people have died, something that's inconceivable to me. With 4 words, he shattered any illusions I have about stopping the collision. If he, Flores, and his team have been hopping between worlds trying to stop this thing, only to fail time and again, what chance do we have? Is our world just one more about to fall? Flores leans against the rock wall. "Our worlds are similar." Given what Goethe just said about their world being dead, his use of the present tense is telling. All they have left is memories. Their cultures, their arts and achievements, their friends and families have all been reduced to mere thoughts, occasionally recalled to mind. I can feel his heart breaking as he dreams of home. "Close to ours," I say. "Close worlds collide first, right?" "Yes," he says. "We had Michelangelo, Picasso, Mozart, Shakespeare. Although they don't have of signs and seasons," Goethe says. "But that's near enough to 12th Night," he replies. I say, "It's such a shame we have to meet this way. If only we could have met on equal terms, can you imagine what we could have shared? Or how we would have fought," Flores says with a wicked laugh. Unfortunately, he's probably right. "Did you know about us?" Mark asks. "You know, other worlds. Did you realize there were parallel worlds before the collision?" "No," Goethe replies. "It seems we share a lot more in common than we realize, even with variations in our history. We were both self-absorbed." "How bad is it?" I ask, as Dr. Callie joins us. "Bad." "How bad?" Mark asks. "Your legends, they capture the collision in folklore. Ghost ships like the Mary Celeste, fighter planes going missing over the Bermuda Triangle, the Loch Ness Monster, the Tunguska Impact. For you, the breach in New York looks like the start, but it's nearing the end. The world you described is far removed from this one. The next will be further still. At some point, that difference will prove fatal to your world." "How long do we have?" I ask. "Years, maybe. Months, it's hard to tell. But from here it only gets worse." So time is against us, Mark says. Yes. But you've found it, right? I say. You said this is what you've been looking for. This is the epicenter. Can't you go in there and solve this? I'm frustrated. I'm not making sense. Solve this is a gross understatement when I don't even understand what this is. You've seen the way it turns? Flores asks. Each turn is a change in depth, a change in frequency, a variation in worlds. Step through while the portal is shifting, and your body will be strung out like spaghetti, flung across a dozen worlds. Goethe says, even if we could stabilize the portal, we don't know which one leads to the prime world. But he does, I say, pointing at Axe. He's been across the portal. Him and his kind have traversed this portal for years, right? For generations. Right, Flores says. But we don't know how. To which I say, I think I do. The Songs of the Neanderthals. Come on, Axe, Dr. Callie says, coaxing the Neanderthal closer to the portal. Mark, Flores, and Goethe are wearing backpacks laden with equipment, rifles, mountain climbing rope, axes, and tarpaulins, ready to explore another world. Chen and I have day packs with first aid kits, water purification tablets, and a bunch of electronic devices that look like repurposed GoPro cameras to me. Axe is nervous. He's not stupid. He can see we want him to go through the portal. At a guess, the transition must hurt. I felt a jolt of electricity passing through the breach in New York City, but not too much in the way of pain. Perhaps Neanderthals are more sensitive to certain types of stimulus. I gestured to his flute, signaling with my hands as though I were playing a tune, asking him to play for me again. He shakes his head, which is a curiously human reaction, and I wonder if he's learned that from his interactions with us. He seems to understand this gesture communicates to us. Axe, we need to go through, Dr. Callie says, pointing at the blue sphere. Our world depends on this. There's no hope he'll understand her words, but he understands the concern in her voice. He looks sad. I touch my chest, touching where once the silver pendant hung around my neck. Axe copies me, touching the teardrop-shaped ornament. We need you, I say, reaching out and touching the back of his hand. I repeat the gesture, passing between my chest and his. We need your help. I'm hoping he sees this as friendship. He may not understand our intent, but we are trying to help him and his people as well. Goethe made it clear. Left unchecked, the Maelstrom will consume all habitable worlds. Axe grits his teeth. His eyes are downcast. Something happened to him back there, I say, recognizing signs of post-traumatic stress in his responses. He was hurt. He fled here. Coming to our world was no accident. Goethe says, if this works, we're going to need him to come with us, or it's a one-way ticket. Make sure those cameras are rolling, Flores says, talking to the off-worlders watching us from their workstations. Axe looks to Mark for support, which I find curious as he barely knows him. Out of all of us, Mark's the one who said the least. It's then I notice Mark's body language. He's carrying a heavy load, but he too is downcast, looking at the rocks beneath his boots. He too is reluctant about stepping into the Maelstrom. Given all we went through back in New York, his apprehension is understandable. He was almost skewered by the claws of Megatherium, and as much as I like to rib him about pissing his pants while facing off against a saber-toothed tiger, the reality is, I would have pooped in mine. His loins may have been loosed, but he stood his ground. He kept his head. He resisted the temptation to run. And in the final analysis, he outclassed an apex predator. He's the bravest soul I've ever met. And he's no fool. He knows we're setting in motion a chain of events that could lead to our deaths. And yet he understands we have no choice. We're risking death on some strange world to avoid certain death back home. I take Mark's hand. He looks up, surprised. He probably thought his solitary thoughts were passing unnoticed. Mark smiles. Oh, how I love him. Me? I'm the fool rushing headlong off a cliff, diving headfirst into the water. Mark? He's the guy that understands the height, the speed, the risk of hitting submerged rocks, and the consequences. When he jumps, he knows precisely what he's doing. We're all a little scared, I say to Axe, knowing that although he may not understand my words, he'll hear the concern in my voice. None of us want to go through that thing, but we have to. Please, Dr. Callie says, resting her hand gently on his shoulder. Axe looks into her eyes. He's on the verge of tears, but he raises his flute to his lips. Goethe steps to one side, making sure he's not blocking the cameras recording the performance. Axe plays. What I'd previously thought of as a disjointed melody is in harmony with the motion of the Maelstrom. Piercing notes alter the drifting sway of the sphere, whereas it rolled randomly before Axe began playing. Now it slowly aligns with his notes. The centric scale, staying close to one primary note, causes the motion of the portal to become more predictable. A ghostly, eerie wail fills the chamber. As Axe plays, the portal amplifies his notes, sending high-pitched harmonics reverberating throughout the cave. In some ways, it's like an opera singer hitting notes that resonate within a wine glass. There's a feedback loop, causing the portal to stabilize. This tune must have been handed down through generations. It follows a strict pattern as it repeats, but one that becomes more monotone as the portal becomes more stable. That's it, one of the technicians calls out. You've achieved resonance. The portal is stable. Yeah, but for how long? Flores asks, looking at Goethe. There's no time like the present, Goethe replies, stepping forward. His boots slip on the loose rocks, but within a few feet his body is absorbed by the swirling vortex, and he disappears from sight. Mark looks at me. I nod. I'd like to say it's going to be fine, but that would be a lie. And if there's one stable aspect of our crazy mixed-up relationship, it's that we don't lie to each other. He grins, putting on a brave face as he prepares for the unknown. Faker, I say, and he laughs, stepping up to the portal behind Flores and disappearing in a flash. I follow close behind. We reappear in a darkened cave. Goethe has a flashlight out. The Maelstrom casts an eerie glow over the stalagmites. As strange as it seems, I'm aware this is no ordinary portal. Rather than a single glowing sphere like we've seen elsewhere, there's a vortex, a column stretching from the ceiling of the cave to the floor. The Maelstrom tapers as it descends, swirling violently like a tornado. Well, this just keeps getting better, Mark says. We're close, Flores says. So very close. To what? I ask. Mark shrugs. Dr. Callie is more interested in the cave paintings over by the entrance. She examines them with the light on her phone. Dark figures run from a monster, a dragon. Large teeth, big claws, long, powerful tail. I'm hoping this is Neanderthal folklore, but deep down I suspect it's not. We make our way single file through the cavern. It's unsettling to be in almost the exact same cave, but to see it devoid of life and the heartbeat of technology. I'm beginning to appreciate how Mark felt on the other side of the portal. I can't shake the feeling we're being watched, but not by hominid eyes. Trees dominate the landscape outside. The hills and the cliffs are roughly the same as on our Earth, as is the slope of the land. But the fine sand has been replaced with a coarse, stony ground. Our desert has become a lush forest. The land running along the front of the cliff looks like a washed-out waterway and must flood seasonally. At the moment, it's bone dry. Smooth, worn rocks and pebbles crunch softly beneath our boots. The forest runs parallel to the riverbed. Thick undergrowth springs up between scattered conifer trees. For a moment, I'm convinced I can see a human in the bushes, not a Neanderthal. There's something distinct about his posture, his height and the length of his arms and legs. Only he's naked. And to my horror, faceless. I blink and he's gone, leaving me wondering if I'm crazy. No hair, no eyes, no nose or mouth. Just soft, smooth skin. I start to point, on the verge of getting everyone's attention, but I feel like a fool singling out nothing at all. I'm seeing things. On your Earth, the only way to reach the plateau directly above us is by circling to the west, Goethe says, and I dismiss the faceless man as nothing more than my overactive imagination. After being chased by Megatherium and a saber-toothed tiger, I think I can be forgiven for being a little paranoid. Goethe points. We'll head down to the lake and double back on the tableland. Whatever's causing this has to be up there. Mark nods. Sounds good to me. Axe leads the way, with Goethe and Flores following. Dr. Callie stays close to them, leaving Mark and I to bring up the rear. Having been all touchy-feely with megafauna in New York City, I'm happy to keep to the shadows, working our way along the base of the cliff. Why would he prefer our Earth? I ask, pointing at Axe. I'm not sure I want to find out, Mark replies. Goethe has given him a sidearm, a Glock 9mm, along with a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. But we've seen how ineffective these weapons are against megafauna. At best, they're like a wasp stinging a bear. We stop at the edge of a shallow creek and look out over a vast lake teeming with bird life. Back in China, this region is a barren salt flat stretching for hundreds of miles. Birds take flight, spooked by something moving along the shoreline. I don't recognize the species, but their wingspan is easily 6 feet. I'm struggling to understand why Axe and his kin would flee such an abundant environment, where game is plentiful. Axe grunts softly, getting our attention. He signals for us to stay low, fanning his fingers over the ground. Given he's the only one who knows what we're actually dealing with here, I'm inclined to take him seriously. Goethe is about to creep further on, when Flores gets his attention, pointing at movement in the trees to our right. We crouch beside a boulder the size of a bus, peering around the jagged edge as roughly 100 yards away branches sway, with a rhythm unlike that of the wind. No one speaks. A baby sauropod steps through the trees. The term baby, though, is a guess. The sauropod is bigger than an elephant, but surprisingly quiet as it moves through the undergrowth. With an elongated neck and being counterbalanced by an equally long tail, there's no doubt as to its form. But this is no terrible lizard, as dinosaurs were once called. It doesn't look like a lizard at all. I visited Indonesia with my parents while touring Southeast Asia as a teen, and I always thought dinosaurs would look like Komodo dragons or perhaps crocodiles. This sauropod, though, is entirely different. It moves with grace as it slips through the trees. Unlike a rhino, with its thick, tough hide, the sauropod appears to be covered in what looks like fur. Knowing the evolutionary relationship dinosaurs have with birds, I'm excited to look closer to see if this is some variation on feathers, perhaps something akin to down. But whatever its covering may be, it's not adapted for flight. On this world, dinosaurs and birds branched away from each other tens of millions of years ago. The markings on the sauropod are fascinating. There's a chaotic, disruptive pattern, but nothing is pronounced as that of a zebra, with its stark black on white. Rather, the sauropod has hints of gray, browns, and a greenish tinge to its tail, like of a sloth with algae growing in its fur, giving its hindquarters the appearance of the tree canopy. It stops, sniffing at the wind. Its body is almost indistinguishable from the woods around it. Ruddy brown legs and dark shades on its belly, along with motley sections on its flanks, are reminiscent of the patterns on wild horses, visually breaking up its shape. With a few trees in the foreground, it's easy to lose sight of the animal, even with its immense size. I never thought it would be possible to miss a dinosaur in the forest. But as the baby moves on, I become aware of several other larger sauropods around it. They've been there all along, moving as a herd through the trees but passing unnoticed to our untrained eyes. Axe knew. Flores has a video camera and films the animals as they lumber on, pushing their way through the trees in the same way cattle would walk through long grass. "That is quite something," Mark whispers. "They're so quiet," I say. Goethe says, "Keep your eyes peeled. If this world can sustain herbivores that size, it'll support predators on the same scale." "I wish you hadn't said that," Mark whispers. Axe cowers between us. While we're all keen to sneak a look at these magnificent creatures, he wants no part of them. I'm confused. They're herbivores. They pose no threat to him. Beyond stampeding if panicked, I doubt they present any danger at all to his tribe. If anything, I suspect the hominids on this world might hunt sauropods as our Neanderthals once hunted mammoths, perhaps killing them indirectly by chasing them off cliffs. Dr. Callie notices Axe crouching, as does Goethe. He's afraid. His hand trembles. They kneel beside him, speaking softly to him, reassuring him everything's going to be okay. He doesn't believe them. Axe is ready to go back to the cave. I only hope he doesn't get spooked and abandon us here. I can't take my eyes off the dinosaurs. Are they even dinosaurs? Maybe not as we would think of them back on our Earth. From an evolutionary perspective, these animals are as far removed from the Jurassic Age as mammals are on our world. Dinosaurs ruled our Earth in one form or another for almost 200 million years. But like all species, they weren't static. They were constantly evolving and adapting. Living 150 million years ago, the Stegosaurus is as far removed from a Tyrannosaurus rex at 65 million years as I am from a T-Rex. In some ways, all three of us inhabited entirely different worlds separated by time, rather than some dimensional rift. I'm jazzed. Rather than being scared by what we've seen, I'm excited. I'm a tourist on an African safari. As my hand rests on the massive boulder beside us, I notice it sinks slightly, which is confusing. I look down, not sure what I expect to see. Shifting sands? I don't feel any fear, but rather a twinge of confusion, wondering how a boulder weighing easily 20 tons could slide the best part of a foot with barely any sound. A hand reaches around from behind me, gently covering my mouth as another hand peels my fingers from the rock, slowly pulling me away. Mark? I start to turn toward him, wondering what could evoke such an act, when I realize there's a massive horn, inches from where my fingers lay. No, not a horn. A claw the size of a baseball glove. It's made from stone. I'm confused. I crouch, matching Mark's slow movements. Shh, he whispers, pointing up. The claw is attached to elongated toes, each thicker than my thigh. They straddle the rock like an eagle's talon. A carnivorous dinosaur looms over us. The legs of this theropod are as thick as tree trunks. Scales overlap each other like medieval chainmail. The damn thing is so big I can't take it all in without craning my neck. Thick tendons, coiled muscles, poised balance. Like the sauropods, this two-legged predator is covered in a fur of sorts, but it's patchy and scarred. A massive tail swings behind the creature as it shifts its gaze, eyeing the baby sauropod. The theropod's coloration is like that of a tiger, only not as stark, with irregular stripes varying from sandy browns to soft grays, allowing it to blend in with the shadows. Like us, it's been hugging the cliff face, staying out of the bright sunlight, trying to hide its presence. The stench from the beast is overwhelming. I'm not sure if the putrid smell is coming from rotten meat caught in its jagged teeth, or musk from its scent, or the smudge of fecal material around its anus, but it smells foul. Nobody moves. Suddenly Axe's preference for our world is all too understandable. The stealth with which the massive creature moves is alarming. Coming from downwind, we had no warning. If it had been after us rodents, we'd be dead. The theropod steps down from the boulder, looking every bit as menacing as Tyrannosaurus Rex or an Allosaurus. We're so close to the monster, I still have no idea of scale. How tall is this creature beyond stupidly big? The animal paces slowly along the edge of the riverbed, like a big cat, stalking prey. Broad feet splay wide, spreading its weight and keeping its motion quiet. I'm shaking, but I can't look away. I have to see what happens. I must know. The carnivore rocks its head slightly. At first I'm a little confused, as it seems clear sauropods are no match for a predator like this. And yet, the theropod is cautious, carefully picking its point of attack. The head of an adult sauropod swings over the baby, but with an indistinct motion, as though it can smell but can't see the theropod. The predator remains still. Its tail twitches in anticipation of a full-on charge, but it holds its ground, watching the sweeping motion of the mother. As the adult sauropod's lumbering frame comes around to face us, the predator attacks, rushing in beneath the mother's head and leaping on the child. Talons pierce the hide of the young sauropod. The theropod sinks its teeth into the back of the panicked animal as it stampedes through the forest, trying to shake the predator free. Trees sway and crack, dust is kicked up. The theropod mounts the sauropod's back, leaning around and biting at the underside of its neck, trying to crush its windpipe. The mother reacts, but she's been caught off guard. She's out of position. She rears up with her legs, kicking at the carnivore as the theropod tears chunks of flesh from the baby sauropod. Blood sprays across the bushes. The mother reels around, and her massive tail becomes a whip. The crack of her tail is like thunder, lashing the side of the theropod, stunning it. The predator loses its grip, crashing into a nearby tree and falling to the ground. The mother advances, but the theropod retreats, avoiding its thundering legs. The damage has been done. The baby slumps to the rocks, bleeding profusely. The ground beneath our feet shakes as several other adult sauropods charge at the predator, driving it off. They advance for only a few hundred yards before giving up the chase. The two-legged theropod is far too nimble for them, and circles out wide, disappearing into the trees. I watch with a broken heart as the mother nudges her young child, rubbing her head against the fallen infant, trying in vain to rouse him. She wails. The cry echoes off the cliff. Mark mutters, "Give me Megatherium any day." I get the feeling Goethe wants to move on, but Axe isn't going anywhere. Dr. Callie and I look at each other. We're silent, but Goethe gets the message. If Axe isn't comfortable going on, neither are we. We know nothing about this world other than it's significantly different from ours. Flores hands around a water bottle. Another 2 adult sauropods pause, examining the dying baby before moving on, sullen and quiet. Their heads swing in a slow, pained motion, tormented by their inability to help. Mark would probably say I'm reading too much of my own emotions into their actions, but they feel the loss. We watch quietly, speaking in hushed whispers as the mother rallies around her fallen child. But its life slowly fades. When it finally falls still, she reluctantly moves on. She's barely out of sight when the theropod returns for its kill, bringing its children with it to feast. They tear at the fresh meat with glee. Blood drips from their teeth. Mark whispers, "If one of those things got loose in New York City, there would be no stopping it. I doubt a shell from an M1 Abrams would do anything more than piss it off." I know what he means. And yet it's not a monster. It's an animal doing what it has to in order to survive. It's cruel and indifferent, but only from the perspective of the sauropods. The young theropods are skinny. The outline of their ribs are visible as they breathe, and their heads look too big for their bodies. They're malnourished. If these theropods are anything like the big cats on Earth, they must range over a local area, and have been waiting for the return of a migratory herd. That would explain why the adult risked being trampled by a fully grown sauropod to take the child. They're starving. Smoke drifts from a volcano, forming a column in the sky as it reaches into the stratosphere. Even from here, spits of red molten material are visible in the dark cloud. And I'm reminded human history is but a blip in the evolution of life on Earth. Which event separated this world from ours? Did the Chicxulub meteor miss this Earth some 65 million years ago? Perhaps it hit, but struck elsewhere, impacting a desert rather than an ocean, and dinosaurs were able to rebound. Or maybe it came in at a slightly different angle, skimming across the surface of the atmosphere like a stone on a pond, being deflected back into space. Either way, the evolutionary struggle between species locked in the generational fight between life and death took a vastly different turn on this world. Mammals arose, as did hominids, but the dynamics were different. Have Homo sapiens arisen? Or were they wiped out? Perhaps they're still confined to Africa, and Eurasia is the domain of Neanderthals and the likes of Homo erectus. Buzzards sit on trees watching the theropods feed. Mark points out a big cat moving through the long grass, attracted by the blood. But on this world he plays the role of scavenger rather than apex predator. It seems a single sauropod represents a feast for numerous species. What we've just witnessed must play out hundreds of times a day on this world. There's no right or wrong. Morals and ethics are the domain of humans, not nature. Here, there's only survival. An arms race between predator and prey, compounded by disease and natural disasters. Our petty human contrivances are but a distant dream. The theropods have eaten their fill and move on, disappearing into the trees. Scavengers close in on the carcass, and Axe signals that's our cue. He snorts and points at his nose and then his eyes before pointing at our packs. "They'll smell us first," Dr. Callie says. "Only then will they see us." Axe kept us downwind until the theropods were finished feeding. I'm not sure how much consolation that is, as being downwind works for both predator and prey. If it hadn't been for that baby sauropod, we'd have been an afternoon snack for the theropods. Village. Goethe and Flores follow Axe as he leads us along the side of the shallow lake. There are tens of thousands of birds dotted across the water, walking on stilt legs searching for food or building nests among the reeds. Entire flocks circle overhead, picking out landing spots. I've never seen so many birds. There must be tens of thousands of them. In a world devoid of modern man, nature abounds. Mark hangs back, allowing Dr. Callie to pass him, and walks along with me. We are following an animal trail. At a guess, we're using a sauropod path. Massive, padded imprints have flattened the mud along the shore. All the trees and shrubs on the side of the hill have been swept in one direction, flattened by some seasonal flood that reaches up 20 to 30 feet. In millions of years to come, the silt that builds up over these footprints is likely to become fossilized, perhaps to be examined by some future intelligent species seeking to understand its past. What will they make of our alien boot prints? Mark hands me his phone. Take this. I recorded the tune. If anything happens, get back to that cave. Play this. Hopefully it'll get you home. I nod. Thanks. Home, though, isn't a safe port. If Goethe's right, the breaches back there are only going to get worse. I appreciate Mark's gesture, and the unspoken implication that self-preservation isn't high on his list of priorities. I want to say something, to tell him this isn't necessary. But we both know that's a lie. I guess he finds solace in the idea that one of us might escape. In reality, if he doesn't make it out of here, there's not much hope for me. I slip the phone into my pocket. What do you make of all this? I ask, trying to shift the conversation. It's a loaded question. This is open to interpretation. Goethe and Flores are overconfident. They've done this too many times, he says, and I get a glimpse of my favorite NYPD cop in fine form yet again. Dinosaurs be damned. Mark is focused. They're overplaying their hand. They don't know what the hell they're looking for. How do you know that? Look at the way they talk to each other, isolating themselves from us, conferring with each other without saying much to us. Back there in the cave, they had no idea what that vortex was. They were as confused by it as we were. Dr. Callie doesn't see it. She's too nice, too trusting. If they knew what they were doing, they'd be laying out a plan. Nah. They're winging it. So what do you think? I ask as we trudge along the dried-up riverbed. These portals, these rifts, something's causing them. And it ain't a bunch of Neanderthals. There's something else on this world. I feel the hair on my arms prick at his comment. Think about it, he says. They're chasing a ghost. They don't know any more than we do. Their world was devastated by this thing, and they started hopping between Earths trying to figure it out. Finally, they find a long-term, stable portal, and then what? They have no idea how to control it. He's nailed it. They're right about one thing, Mark says. We need to get on top of that plateau. That's where we'll find our answers. Just don't let your guard down. What do you mean? If I'm running down a perp in New York, the temptation is to focus on him and him alone. But what if he's got buddies? It's his neighborhood. What if there's someone with a piece of 2x4 coming around the back of a van, or hiding down an alley sizing me up? What then? Gotta stay sharp. Keep working the angles. Assume nothing. I nod. Just another day in the jungle, he says, and I smile, appreciating his comparison between this world and Harlem. Axe leads us up onto a plateau. It's a climb of about 400 feet in close to the same distance, so we end up winding back and forth for over 3 hours, slowly ascending the rocky ground. My head hangs low, unable to look up at the ridgeline that never seems to grow closer. It's all I can do to watch the steady fall of my boots and a seemingly infinite number of stones crunching beneath my feet. Sweat drips from me. By the time we reach the top, I'm exhausted. The sun is setting, casting long shadows across the land. The lake behind us looks majestic, lighting up in blues and pinks, reflecting the sky back at us. The tableland stretches for miles in all directions, with only the occasional rolling hill. There are sauropods up here grazing on low-lying shrubs. Apart from a bunch of dinosaurs roaming through the long grass, it looks idyllic. "We need to find somewhere to shelter for the night," Flores says. "Look," Dr. Callie says, pointing at dark shapes on the horizon. There are tents in the distance, but they're in the shape of domes rather than being pitched like a teepee. As we walk on, it becomes clear they're made from animal hides stretched over branches. The Neanderthals are nomadic, following the herds, although I doubt it's the sauropods they hunt. There are a few deer in the scrub, standing at a safe distance watching us with curiosity, and I get a feel for the dynamic at play here. They're sheltering close to the sauropods, probably relying on them for protection, and all the predators, including hominids, circle out wide, looking for prey. As the sun sets and the sky darkens, an eerie but familiar glow lights on the horizon, an unnatural neon blue shimmer. "There she is," Mark says, coming up beside me. The cliff running along the edge of the tableland extends in a jagged line, running back above the cavern in which we emerged. The hills there have a blue tinge. Back on our Earth, I'd think this was light pollution from a small town, but out here it's anything but welcoming. "Is that it?" Dr. Callie asks Axe, pointing at the distant hills. Axe grunts, gesturing to the sky and pulling down his hand in the shape of a fist. "What does he mean?" Goethe asks. "I'm not sure," Dr. Callie replies. A cool wind blows across the plain. Axe gestures to the first stars visible in the coming night. Venus sits low above the horizon. Again he pulls his hand into a fist, drawing it down and clenching it by his side. "The stars?" Dr. Callie says, copying his motion. "They came here from the stars." Goethe and Flores exchange looks. Axe stamps with his feet, deliberately kicking up dust. He turns slowly in a circle, mumbling and looking down at his toes as he shuffles. "Your people," Dr. Callie says, again replicating his motion. "Your people live here. This is where they roam, where they walk the lands. They want nothing to do with the stars." She's switching between English and Chinese as she speaks, repeating herself as she talks to him, clarifying his meaning for us. Axe rolls his head in the same manner he did when I gave him the necklace. Mark says, "He knows." Goethe is unusually quiet. Axe snorts, clearing his nostrils, pushing his fingers against one and then the other as he blows hard, sending nasal mucus thundering to the dust. For me, the meaning is clear. He wants no part of this. "You've seen what's over there, haven't you?" Dr. Callie asks. "You've seen them." Mark and I exchange looks. He's right about someone else inhabiting this world, someone that's not native to the planet. "Makes sense to me," Mark says. "What we saw in the cave, the vortex, the portal, it's related to something directly above it." I'm surprised Goethe and Flores haven't said anything. They're interested, but they're not contributing to the discussion, which leaves me feeling uneasy. Mark was correct in his assessment of them. They're holding back what they know. It's easily a 3 to 4 mile hike to the hills above the cave, but now we're on the plateau, it's accessible. Mark says, "We should make camp with the Neanderthals and head over there at dawn." I like it when he takes charge, but that Goethe and Flores are timid is unusual. Yes, we should," Flores says. "I agree," Goethe says with a little hesitation. "Safety in numbers." "Can you take us to your home?" Dr. Callie asks, gesturing to the Neanderthal camp not more than 200 yards away. Axe and Dr. Callie lead, followed by Goethe and Flores. I join Mark at the rear, watching as he draws his Glock, pulling slowly and quietly on the block, loading around into the chamber. I understand what he's doing. He's not looking for trouble, but he's not taking any chances either. He doesn't want to alarm anyone, but he's also being quite deliberate, not letting anyone else realize he's ready for action. "New world," he says by way of explanation. "New rules." For me, Mark is a curiosity. He gets nervous when circumstances are out of his hands, but as soon as he asserts himself, his training kicks in, and his confidence goes into overdrive, which does wonders for my confidence as well. Although I do wonder if our confidence is misplaced. At the moment, though, I'd take him over a T-Rex in a fight to the death. We walk through waist-high shrubs, following a well-worn path toward the camp. Branches flick around us as we pass along the trail. Although they're nomadic, it's clear the Neanderthals follow a circuit as they move around the tableland. This is a regular campsite. The area around their camp is clear for almost 50 yards in all directions, but whether that's for security or just because it's stripped of resources, I'm not sure. Scraps of wood and dinosaur bones lay piled to one side. A fire rages between the animal skin tents. Mark holds the Glock slightly behind his back as we approach. Given no one on this world has ever seen a firearm, he must be concerned about Goethe and Flores realizing he's drawn his gun. Perhaps he's worried Dr. Callie will object to the use of force. I don't think he feels threatened by them, but he's ready. He's not waiting for things to escalate. Mark won't hesitate to act in our defense. Axe begins grunting as we approach. Although he can't speak, there's nuance to his vocalization. With a guttural bark, he summons the villagers. Several men get up from the fire, grabbing spears. I stay close behind Mark. The women grab torches, holding burning branches high above their heads and illuminating the night. Flames drip as burning oil splashes in the dust. At first they react as though this is a raid by a rival tribe, but Axe seems to calm them. He's hitting a steady rhythm with his grunting, almost like a baboon calling to a troop. Most of the Neanderthals are short and stocky, but one of them is thin and tall, reaching our height. Axe moves with an uneven gait, while the tall villager runs like an ungainly human, with arms swinging wildly in front of him. They know each other. He and Axe embrace, while we stand off about 15 feet, watching as the villagers surround them. Several of the Neanderthals are carrying spears with sharpened stone tips, but they have them at rest by their sides. Dark black hair, scraggly beards, weathered skin, beady eyes, thick, barreled chests, enlarged pectoral muscles and honed biceps that rival their thighs. No fat. As far as I can tell, the tribe members look healthy and fit, but I'm not sure that's any indication of their actual survivability in this primeval world. It may be that just the slightest hint of sickness, the mere suggestion of weakness or oncoming disease is fatal in their Stone Age world. Mark holsters his gun, but they're still around chambered. This is like traveling back in time, I say, shaking my head in disbelief at what we're witnessing. There's laughing. I would have never picked laughter as a universal means of communication, but they're joking with Axe. I can hear subtleties in their calls. There's nuance to their vocalization, not words as such with vowels and consonants, but the depth, vigor, length, and pitch of each grunt seems to communicate a variety of concepts. Axe points at us as he jabbers, and I can't help but think he's telling a story about each of us. He spends a while talking about Dr. Callie. There's affection in his voice. Kindness. She seems to sense it too. The tribe listens with rapt attention. Bushes rustle behind us, but not with the wind. We're surrounded. Mark's hand grips the Glock. Neanderthals rise from the shrubs around us. They have spears raised, but they quickly lower them. I'm not sure how long they were there, but I suspect it was quite a while. They outflanked us. Even with firearms, they would have easily overwhelmed us, which is a little frightening. Axe gestures for us to follow as the tribe returns to camp, walking between the tents toward the communal fire. Deer hides have been stretched over curved branches, like the skin of some anemic animal with its ribs showing. My hands brush against the fur. Coarse hair runs beneath my fingers. The hides are stiff, having been repeatedly stretched out for decades. They've been stitched together with meticulous care. I'm expecting to see rough twine with a wide stitch, and not because of any stereotypes about Neanderthals being brutes, as covering such a vast area requires a broad action. But the handiwork is fine. I've seen surgical stitches with less refinement. The hides are slightly oily, which I guess acts as both a preservative and protects against the weather. Quite something, huh? Dr. Callie says, seeing my interest in the tents. Like a day trip to the Smithsonian, I reply. For millions of years, this was the norm for us and all other hominids. What we call civilization is but a blip on the radar. I wonder how they cope medically, I say. I was wondering the same thing, Dr. Callie says. A sickly stench hangs in the air between the tents. Smells like this are the result of microbial action, and I dread to think of the ease with which an infection would spread within the camp. As we pass by an open flap, I spot a variety of figurines hanging to one side. Some of them are made from wood, others from cloth, while one of them has been sculpted from clay, perhaps baked in the sun. Dr. Callie touches it, much to the horror of a villager watching us. Art or deities? I ask. I don't know. Lucky charms, perhaps? She says, withdrawing her fingers. Maybe, I reply as we walk on. I guess superstitions are all they have to protect them from microbes. For hundreds of thousands of years, that's all we had, too. Must be frustrating, I say, not knowing where sickness comes from. They're intelligent, she replies. It's no wonder they're superstitious. Like us, they want answers, and any answer is better than no answer at all. It's sad, really. It is, I say. I like Dr. Callie. Both of us are thinking beyond the moment. If we ever get out of here, if we can somehow establish a bridge between our worlds, I suspect we'll both volunteer to come back and provide aid. As we approach the heart of the camp, the stench becomes overwhelming. Did someone die? Mark asks, only I'm not sure he's joking. Beside the fire, there are piles of dried dinosaur dung. They're burning shit. Keeps away the mosquitoes? I say. And everyone else, he replies. You're probably not wrong there, Dr. Callie says. It would help mask their scent from predators. Axe gestures to the fire. It takes a concerted effort on my part not to gag. I know he means well, and the warmth radiating from the flames is inviting. But the smell is nauseating. Chanel No. 5, jasmine, frangipani, freshly cut roses, carnations, gardenia, lilies. I'm trying to mentally recall as many pleasant scents as possible in the vain hope of fooling my mind into ignoring the wretched stink. Yeah, that's not working. Goethe and Flores sit by the fire, dropping their packs beside a fallen tree cleaned of branches. The bark has been worn smooth after decades of use as a seat. One of the Neanderthals tears a cooked leg from the charred remains of what looks like a wild boar and offers it to Goethe, who hesitates. In unison, Dr. Callie and I both say, "I wouldn't." Goethe holds his palm out, gesturing he'll pass. Flores says, "But it's cooked. Any parasites or microbes would have been killed." Dr. Callie points at the Neanderthals, saying what I'm thinking. It's not the meat that worries me. It's them. Zoonotic diseases, I say. Mark looks at me in surprise, not recognizing the term. I trained as a first responder for avian flu outbreaks. If that strain ever takes hold in New York City, it could kill thousands and take years to eradicate. Dr. Callie sits beside Goethe, clarifying her point. When diseases jump between species, the effects are often catastrophic. What for them might be a runny nose, for us could be fatal, and vice versa. Best we keep our distance. Oh, Goethe says. Dr. Callie tosses him a granola bar. Axe and the other Neanderthals exchange grunts and gestures often associated with single claps or a stamped foot. Although they may not have vocal cords as developed as ours, there's no doubt about the depth of their communication from the variety of emotions they display. The others listen attentively as Axe regales them with the tales of another world, somehow describing things they'll never see or understand. Metal birds carrying people with a great noise like that of thunder, or self-propelled carts riding on wheels. How would a Neanderthal explain something as simple as a glass window? It's there, but it's not. You can see through it. How would he describe guns or televisions or computers? I'd love to hear an anthropologist analyze his recollections. At one point, Axe holds the silver pendant up and points to me. All eyes glance at me. I wave, somewhat nervously, and the discussion moves on to some other point. Goethe and Flores withdraw, conferring with each other on the edge of the light, looking out at the hills, something that doesn't go unnoticed by Mark. Dr. Callie and I talk for a while, and she tells me about how she first met Axe in a local hospital, about the graveyard of the Neanderthals, and her first encounter with the off-worlders. Mark listens but stays detached. I'd love to know what he's thinking. His analytical mind is slowly compiling a detailed picture of a crime scene, piecing together the puzzle. Tired? He asks as I yawn. Yes. Me too. Dr. Callie rolls out her sleeping bag near the fire. One of the Neanderthals gestures to a darkened tent, but she signs with her hands what I guess is, no, but thanks. Something Axe must have taught her. Now there's a novel concept. Neanderthals teaching humans, and why shouldn't that be the case? Sure, we have a sophisticated language, science, medicine, and technology. But perhaps there are things we can learn from our hominid counterparts in areas like ethics. Certainly their social structures are open and kind. In this case, though, I think we're all in silent agreement about sleeping in the open. There are just too many unknowns. Mark uses his pack as a pillow. I go to unroll my sleeping bag in front of him, when he subtly gestures behind him. He's positioned himself so his back is to the log, and wants me in between him and the log. I appreciate his concern. It'll help me sleep a little easier. He slips the Glock beneath his pack, inches from his hand as he curls up. I nestle in behind him, wrapping my arm around his waist and drift off to sleep. But I'm restless, unsettled. I don't trust Flores. As tired as I am, I'm hypersensitive to even subtle changes around me. The howl of the wind through the bushes or the flapping of an animal's skin hanging over a tent entrance, and I stiffen awake. Getting back to sleep seems impossible. I lie there with my eyes closed, but my mind racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. There's a distant rumble, and I'm left wondering if a herd of sauropods is about to come stampeding through our camp. Too many movies, Vicky. Go to sleep. It's probably just thunder, or perhaps the volcano. Now there's a cheery thought. Death by pyroclastic flow, and suddenly we're Pompeii on another world, just a burnt-out husk for some alien archaeologist to find in centuries to come. Vicky, you're really not helping. The problem with trying not to think about things is you have to think about not thinking, which is thinking. Grrr. Somehow I drift back to sleep. The gentle snap of a twig has my eyes spring open. Flores and Goethe are still awake, sitting beside the fire talking in hushed tones. But from the position of the moon, several hours have passed. Dinosaurs bellow in the distance. Sauropods, please be sauropods. I try to go back to sleep, but I can't. So I lie there watching the dark silhouette of long necks swaying low on the horizon. A herd of sauropods amble across the tableland. The gentle stomp of foliage being crushed under elephant-like feet is strangely rhythmic, almost hypnotic. Slowly my body relaxes. I drift in and out of sleep. At some point in the early hours of the morning, I wake to the sound of footsteps. Human? No, hominid footsteps. Someone's creeping through camp. It's probably just a nocturnal bladder call, but I have to be sure. I open my eyes. There's no one there. The fire is all but burnt out, being little more than glowing embers with the occasional flicker of flame reaching into the night. Everyone's asleep. I can't shake the feeling we're being watched. There's movement in the shadows. I catch a glimpse of someone creeping through the village. The faceless man, the same man I saw outside the cavern. He darts behind one of the huts and a surge of adrenaline shocks me awake. I nudge Mark. He's drowsy but responds. What is it? There, I say, pointing over his shoulder, directing his gaze between the makeshift tents. Did you see that? He sits up, retrieving the Glock from beneath his pack. See what? There's someone following us, someone with no face. Mark turns to me with one eyebrow raised. No face? He asks, ruffling my hair tenderly. Honey, you're overtired, you're seeing things. He rests his head back on his pack. Get some sleep. You'll feel better in the morning. Maybe he's right. Dawn. The sky lightens. My hair's damp from the dew. I never was a morning person or the outdoors type. Combining those two ends with me being a wreck. Did anyone bring coffee? Right about now, I'd kill for even just a teaspoon of dry instant coffee granules to suck on to kickstart my mind. A soft orange glow lights the horizon. The sky ranges from iridescent near the sun to a dark Prussian blue in the west. With no clouds, the gradient curving overhead is majestic. If I wasn't so grumpy, I'd call it beautiful. Sleep well? Mark asks, rubbing the stubble on his face. He's already packed and sitting on the wooden log with a metal cup. Vapor rises from the rim, drifting slightly in the cool breeze. Is that? Tell me it is. He hands me the cup. Bitter black coffee scalds my lips, but I don't care. Although it's too hot to drink, I inhale deeply. Ah, sweet placebo. Just the scent is enough to get my synapses firing. How did you? Me, Mark says. Doc here thinks ahead. Dr. Callie smiles and waves. I ruffle my hair, trying to make myself presentable for the Neanderthals, I guess. Some habits die hard. As the coffee cools, I sip at it, savoring the taste. It's nice to slow down the pace of life for a moment and relax a little. Mark and I share the cup and split an energy bar for breakfast. Goethe chops up branches with a small camping axe, tossing wood on the fire, much to the interest of the Neanderthals. They're intrigued by the polished wooden handle and the shiny steel head. He lets them try the axe, and they seem somewhat perplexed by how smooth and easy the action is. It's almost like cheating for them with their well-defined biceps. Sauropods wander by at a distance, little more than dark outlines against the horizon. The sun breaks over the smooth slopes of the volcano, casting long shadows across the land. Occasionally, a few sauropods pass close by our camp, surprising me with how quiet they are. These are the cows, or perhaps the bison of this world. They're everywhere, moving in vast herds. Neanderthals mill around. The women are topless, but wear aprons like the men, which I find curious. It seems genitals are an embarrassment to hominids in general, but not any other animal species. Perhaps that's the point. If you think of yourself as different, if you don't consider yourself an animal, you hide those parts that make your true nature apparent. Several women knead what looks to be coarse flour, preparing to cook it on flat stones mounted over the fire, while others care for children or pack up animal hides. Seems they're on the move again, following the herds. I doubt this is the tribe Axe came from, as what are the odds he'd run into his own nomadic family out here? But he knows at least one of them. It seems Neanderthals are welcoming of strangers, unlike the suspicious warring tribes of Homo sapiens. Children play in the dust. Men prepare spears, sharpening stone axe heads and binding them with twine, grunting to each other the way humans might laugh and engage in banter, building camaraderie while preparing to go on a hunt. "What's the plan?" Mark asks. "We go over there," Flores says, pointing at the quiet hills. "I know that," Mark replies. "Then what? What are we going to do when we find this thing, the source of the Maelstrom?" Goethe stutters as he says, We must stop it." Mark nods, but I know what he's thinking. Not a plan. No details as to how. Flores isn't convincing. Goethe seems a little nervous about what we'll discover beyond those hills, and I find myself agreeing with Mark. There's something they're not telling us. We march through the shrubs. Axe has a spring in his step. Meeting with other Neanderthals has given him renewed vigor. The shadows reaching across the land shorten as the day brightens. The ground beneath our boots trembles, and I'm unsure whether this is an earthquake or a shallow tremor, a precursor to the nearby volcano erupting. Either way, I have no desire to stay on this world any longer than necessary. Smoke rises from the volcano, traveling straight up in the cool morning air. After an hour, the true nature of our target becomes apparent. We're walking toward a wall of dirt and earth, a crater reaching up easily 100 feet or more. But this isn't from a meteor impact. If it was, the land around us would have been decimated and stripped bare. Something crashed here, embedding itself in the desert. I feel as though I already know what we're going to find on the other side of our climb. We reach the top of the crater wall shortly before noon, clambering over rocks and boulders at the steepest part of the approach. The earth opens out into a vast bowl, reminiscent of Meteor Crater in Arizona, but with a spaceship lying at its heart. Like the classic UFOs of the 1950s B-movies, it's a saucer. A central bulge tapers to the edge of a thin disk, several hundred yards in diameter. The smooth silver alloy appears flawless. Apart from the angle it's on, there's nothing to suggest it crashed. No scorch marks, No bent or broken sections. The nose is dug into the earth at an angle of maybe 10 or 20 degrees, leaving the rear of the craft high in the air. In the bright sunlight, there's no hint of the blue glow we saw last night. But I have no doubt it reaches out around the spaceship, enveloping it along with most of the crater. Mark says, "Damn." I was about to say something considerably stronger, but that will do. I had hoped our experience in New York would prepare us for this moment. But I feel inadequate. We're hopelessly ill-prepared for dealing with alien technology. Well, shit, Dr. Callie says, using a term that seems entirely incongruous falling from her lips. But that highlights how we all feel. She drops down on a rock with a thud. Her whole body sags as she sits there looking at the craft. The sun beats down on us. Heat radiates from the rocks. I sit beside her asking, "How do we turn that thing off?" Mark asks, "What does off even mean? For all we know, this is the alien equivalent of a reactor meltdown and the concept of off no longer exists." Flores and Goethe drop their packs. Mark slips the rifle from his shoulder and peers through the scope. He keeps his fingers well away from the trigger. No doors. No windows, no markings of any kind. No front, no back. Flores peers through a pair of binoculars. The far side of the crater is lower than the section we climbed, suggesting the craft came in from that direction. The sheer amount of energy required to throw up this wall of earth would have destroyed anything we can build. The craft looks like it could right itself and fly away. The steep slopes curving down toward the spaceship are barren. There's no grass or weeds or shrubs. The crater is strangely devoid of life, which seems ominous. "Is it just me?" Dr. Callie asks. "Or is there something horribly wrong with this picture? I mean, look at the crater. It's old, it's weathered. It's been here a long time, probably for centuries, if not millennia. But that thing looks like it landed yesterday." Goethe nods. I'd feel a lot more confident if he contributed to the discussion. "What the hell is going on down there?" Mark asks, pointing. There's movement by the UFO. We watch in silence as a theropod rushes out from beneath the craft and into the sunlight. Even though the dinosaur is some 20 feet high and almost 40 feet in length, it's nimble. This is no lumbering T-Rex with tiny arms and a fat, rotund belly. The theropod is lean and muscular. Most of its feather-down covering has been torn away from its neck, leaving patchy, scratched sections on its thick hide. Scars line its chest. A row of horn-like scales run along the center of its spine, leading from the back of its head down to its counterbalanced tail, giving it the appearance of a dragon. The theropod roars, baring its teeth as it swings its massive head, but there's no sound. With just a few steps, it's on top of its prey. A woman. She falls, scrambling on the loose soil as she tries to escape. We watch in horror as she gets to her feet and runs. But there's no way she can outpace the theropod towering over her. Its head alone is the size of a small car, while its teeth are like daggers. Its gaping mouth is capable of swallowing her whole. She screams and falls to one knee, turning to face the animal, and then stutters, shaking unnaturally, which takes us by surprise. It's as though a video is being jogged back and forth. Both the woman and the dinosaur tremble, like a length of film coming off the tracks of a projector. They flicker and disappear from sight. No one speaks. We watch, waiting for validation of what we just saw. After roughly a minute, the scene replays before us. But this is no hologram. Both the dinosaur and the woman are real. What the hell is going on down there? Mark asks. I don't know, Flores replies. Time to come to Jesus, Mark says, sitting on a large rock and facing away from the craft. That he can turn his back on this spectacle and face Flores gets my attention. As much as I want to watch the chase unfold again, I know Mark too well. Fireworks are about to go off. Flores looks confused, even though Mark's comment is clearly directed at him. He gestures toward the UFO, making as though that should be our concern. Mark ignores him. You do have Jesus where you come from, right? Mark asks as the theropod shimmers behind him before disappearing again. Yes. But the way Flores screws up his face suggests this particular colloquialism escapes him. Mark clarifies. No more bullshit. Just what the hell are we dealing with? And don't tell me you don't know. I want to hear everything. We must destroy it, Goethe says, and I sense tension between him and Flores. This technology cannot fall into the hands of man. Man? It seems his Earth is a little behind on subjects like equality, but whatever. Let's not be hasty, Flores says. No, let's, Mark says. I'm all for destroying that fucking thing before it wipes out any more worlds. What is it? Dr. Callie asks, bringing the conversation back on point. We don't know what they call themselves, Goethe says. But we know they've been watching our worlds for eons. His use of the plural worlds sends a chill through me. You've surely seen this on your world. You know you're being watched. You mean like UFOs and stuff? I ask. Yes, but it's more than that. For thousands of years, you've chronicled their efforts without realizing it. The visitation of angels and demons, cave drawings of sky people, Aztecs sacrificing humans to the gods of heaven, strange lights in the sky. Dr. Callie is skeptical, which given we're staring down at a UFO that's crashed on a world still inhabited by Neanderthals and dinosaurs is quite an achievement. You want me to believe in crop circles and anal probes? She asks, pointing at the spacecraft. In the past, something like that might have gone undetected, but not now. Everything is subject to the laws of physics. No one is exempt. Surely we would have seen them. I mean, think about the Juno spacecraft in orbit around Jupiter. It transmits with the power of a cell phone, and yet our radio telescopes can detect it hundreds of millions of miles away. I just don't see how they could even begin to approach Earth without being spotted. I mean, look at that big shiny thing. It would light up like a comet in the aperture of a telescope. Ah, yes, Goethe says, but not if they were to approach it laterally. They skip between worlds rather than flying through space. Why would they watch us? I ask. What possible interest could they have in humanity? I'm distracted, looking down at the woman yet again running from the carnivore, doomed to repeat her flight exactly as she had minutes before. I find her mesmerizing. What is she thinking? Does she know she's caught in a loop? The fear she feels is evident in the desperation of her actions. At well over 100 yards, it's impossible to make out her features. She's facing away from us most of the time, but from her size, clothing, and skin color, it's clear she's not a Neanderthal. She's from our world. How did she get caught up in the Maelstrom? What hope does she have of release? Goethe brings me back to reality. Why do you observe orangutans, gorillas, dolphins, whales? So they're studying us. Over tens of thousands of years. Only something went wrong, Mark says. Yes, Flores replies. Have you ever met them? I ask Goethe. I mean, did anyone on your world ever reach out and contact them? No, Flores says, cutting off Goethe. I've never been good at reading people's emotions, but Flores has betrayed himself. His last two answers have been short, clipped, compressing what he knows into single words. Mark's right. They've been hiding something from us all along, and I think I know what it is. You did this, didn't you? Goethe and Flores are silent. Somehow you detected them, you set a trap. You tried to catch them. You wanted to harvest their technology, only the plan went south. Something went wrong and you damaged one of their ships. Goethe hangs his head. Flores says, It's not what you think. We didn't cause this. We were trying to end it. If we could have caught them, if we could have reverse engineered, you attacked them, I say. Mark runs his hands up through his hair. He's on his feet, pacing back and forth between the rocks. Son of a bitch. So many people have died, Dr. Callie says. On your own world and countless others, did your actions kill them? No, Flores says with defiance. These began hundreds of years before we were born. We were trying to stop this. He's trying to stop this, Mark replies, pointing at Goethe. But you, I'm not so sure. You still think you can somehow redeem all this, don't you? You still think you can harvest some of their tech. Flores is silent. Think about your own analogy, I say. We're like mountain gorillas trying to harvest the technology of poachers. Sure, we might get hold of a rifle or a set of binoculars, but we're not going to be able to do anything with them, other than hurt ourselves or break something. Or fight over them, Dr. Callie adds. Goethe speaks with slow deliberation. I am here to destroy the Maelstrom. Flores nods. He's reluctant, but he agrees. Below us, the woman runs yet again from the theropod, each time following exactly the same path, each time faltering and turning, and raising her arms in a feeble effort to defend herself as the massive teeth descend on her. She shimmers, and the scene resets. What about her? I ask, surprised by how easily the others can ignore her plight. Is she beyond help? She could have been stuck there for 1,000 years, Goethe says. Mark asks a question I've been wondering about as well. I thought you said this thing didn't move through time. Only between worlds. I mean, we've moved between worlds but always at the same time, right? There is no time, Flores replies. Not as you think of it. There's only space-time. Inseparable, but malleable. What happens to her when we destroy the Maelstrom? I ask. Does that monster finally kill her? Goethe shrugs. Flores says, She's already dead. Whatever we see down there has already happened. This is nothing more than an echo. Mark grabs his rifle and peers through the scope again, waiting for the next repeat. He tracks the creature, watching the woman as she flees. Flores peers through his binoculars. We all wait to hear what they have to say. Mark goes pale. His muscles seem to sag. He lowers his rifle, addressing me in solemn tones. It's you. Me? I say, on the verge of laughing. Oh, no. That's impossible. That's not me. How is that possible? Dr. Callie asks Goethe, taking Mark seriously. It can't be me, I say, interrupting her. I'm here. I'm right here. I've never been down there, and after seeing that, I never will. Mark leans the rifle against a rock and moves over beside me. I'm shaking like a leaf in a storm. It's not me, I whisper with tears streaming down my cheeks. It can't be me. He puts his arm around me. Mark is firm, strong, unfazed by what he's seen. And that's reassuring, I think. I hope. We're going to be fine. I love his use of the inclusive plural pronoun. It's nice not to be alone on this, although as I watch her appear again, she's alone. She? Me? My heart sinks. How can I be in two places at once? Flores scratches the stubble on his cheek, saying, Paradoxes don't exist. They can't. Space-time is self-consistent, self-correcting. What could have caused this? Dr. Callie asks Goethe, but her voice is kind, considerate. She's concerned, I'm panicked. Exactly how long has this been going on? I ask. Have I always been down there? We don't understand the physics, Flores says, but we have some clues. Energy and matter are interchangeable. A nuclear bomb converts mass into energy. A particle collider does the reverse, converting energy into mass. It's a two-way street. And space-time? Mark asks. Space-time is nothing more than a bunch of dimensions. Directions, really. Left, right, up, down. Forwards, backwards, past, future. In theory, they're interchangeable. But in practice, I've never seen anything like this. Goethe says, We suspect the core of the craft is powered by negative energy. It must have ruptured its containment field. That's what's causing the Maelstrom. I don't care, I yell, snapping at Goethe. Don't you get it? Your drivel is meaningless. That is reality. That's me down there. How can that be me? Goethe starts to speak and thinks better of waffling on. How this happened is immaterial. It has happened or it will happen. Somehow time is fluid around the starship. Can we kill it? I ask as the theropod again emerges into the light, stalking the woman, stalking me. Again she runs, she slips, and my heart aches. That's an interesting idea, Flores says. The anger on my face must scream at him as he quickly changes tact. Not with these weapons. We'd need something more powerful. Then we go back, I say. We go and get a rocket launcher or something. But I'm not being realistic. We'd lose 4 days. 2 just to reach the portal. And there's no guarantee we'd make it back here again. Between dinosaurs, volcanoes, and earthquakes, this world offers no safety. Mark hangs his head. He knows. Maybe there's more we can learn, Dr. Callie says, trying to sound upbeat. If we work our way around the rim of the crater, we can get a better look at what's happening on the other side. There might be more to see. Yes, Flores says, having returned to safer, single-word answers. We're not going to let anything happen to you, Mark says. You don't understand, I say, shaking. It already has. I'm in no state to go anywhere. So Mark, Flores, and Goethe set off around the vast rim, while Axe and Dr. Callie remain with me. The sun is unrelenting. There's no shade. Sweat drips from my forehead. We watch as the men work their way over boulders and along the ridge, occasionally stopping and peering through binoculars at the craft. They point. They talk. They move on. They've left their packs with us so they can travel light. The crater stretches for almost a mile around the spaceship buried at its heart. Sunlight reflects off the curved surface of the UFO. Still, the theropod and the woman replay their drama, like actors on a stage, going through the same lines night after night. And I wonder what happens in the evenings. Does this play unfold the same way in the darkness? Surely, when night falls, she must recognize the change. Maybe she doesn't remember what happened from one iteration to the next. She. Not me. I have to divorce myself from what I'm seeing. Mentally, I can feel myself coming apart. The implications of watching my own death repeating over and over is grating on my mind. I fidget with my fingers, anything to idle away the time waiting, longing for Mark to return. It wasn't a good idea for him to leave. I need him around me to feel grounded, safe. Without him, I'm caught in a downward spiral. I bite at my nails, something I haven't done since I was a teen. Dr. Callie says, I'm going to, no problem, I say as she disappears over the back of the crater, looking for somewhere discreet to relieve herself. And with that, I'm alone. Just me. A Neanderthal, a spaceship, a dinosaur, and another me. I pick up Mark's rifle. Slick, smooth, polished wood. Hot steel. Straight lines, soft curves. And yet it's an instrument of death. I nestle the butt of the rifle into my shoulder. I've got to see her for myself. At first, the telescopic sight is dark, and I have to roll my head around to pick up any light. The field of view is narrow, making it difficult to track any motion. Bits of the spaceship, rocks and dirt, a dinosaur's leg, and suddenly I'm in the aperture. Crosshairs glide over my shoulder. It really is me down there. But I'm not wearing my shirt, just my tank top. Okay, if I refuse to remove my shirt, this can never happen, right? No paradoxes allowed. Keep my shirt on and I'm safe. As I'm constantly in motion down there, it's difficult for me to see myself clearly. But there are scratches on my face. Cuts. They must be deep to be visible through the telescopic sight. I try to detach myself from the moment and think objectively about what's replaying in the crater. The theropod is injured. Blood seeps from a wound on its hindquarters running down its leg. There's meat stuck in its teeth, along with scraps of clothing. As horrifying as it is to see myself being run down by this animal, I hate to think that that's the remains of one of the team. Not Mark. Please don't let it be Mark. The scene resets, and I wait for the monster to reappear. The theropod is both magnificent and terrifying, mesmerizing me. It represents raw, unbridled power. Black eyes peer at the fallen woman. Malice stalks her. Anger, not hunger, drives the creature on. Its skin is stippled, appearing like armor. Nostrils flare. Saliva drips from the theropod's mouth. Dark claws reach for me. No. Not me. Never for me. I keep myself in the telescopic sight. The fear on my face is real. My eyes are wide, frantic. My arms pump while my shoulder muscles flex with every ounce of strength I can muster. And yet my efforts are doomed. It's not me, I mumble, losing sight of myself as the image shimmers again, disappearing in the haze. This cannot be real. How can I be in two places at once? My heart quickens. I know what I have to do. I pull back on the bolt of the rifle, and then push forward, slowly and methodically loading around into the chamber. I can feel the shell pushing into the barrel, with precision machine-fitted parts closing around the bullet. With the slightest pressure, the bolt locks in place beneath the heel of my palm. I'll kill her. If that's really me, it'll be a mercy killing. I'd rather die than be tormented for eternity, condemned to relive the fear and horror of being eaten alive over and over again. Paradoxes can't exist. That's what Flores said. Maybe this is what's needed to break the spell. She's not really me, I'm sure of it. If I kill her, am I changing the present, the future, or the past? Is this really my future? If I set up a paradox, will that break this cruel cycle? I have to kill her. If that's me, I'd want to die. Future me would hate present me for missing this opportunity. My finger tightens on the trigger as I whisper, "This is what she wants." I line up the thin crosshairs, tracking her motion as she scrambles yet again over the loose rocks. I need to steady my aim. Breathing in, and then exhaling slowly, I squeeze gently on the trigger, carefully increasing the pressure in the crook of my index finger. The woman runs from the theropod, not me. She falls, I don't. She turns. I focus, narrowing my gaze. She scrambles to her feet, desperate to escape the dinosaur. But she can't. Now. I have to fire now while she's facing me. I'm not down there. It's not my life that's out of control. It's hers. A shot rings out. The violence of the recoil takes me off guard and the butt of the rifle slams into my shoulder, kicking back. A thunderclap breaks in the clear blue sky. As the scope shifts, I lose sight of her. I search for the woman. I have to see her. She's fallen to her knees. In horror, I watch as she turns to face the theropod, raising her arms in a futile effort to protect herself. I've missed. Or have I? Deep red blood is sprayed across the rocks behind her. Is this new? Or was it always there? I'm not sure. I should have looked more closely. I reload as she shimmers, trembling before disappearing, rewinding to start her flight again. Dr. Callie launches herself at me, knocking me to the dust and wrestling the rifle away from me. "You don't understand!" I yell, with tears streaming from my eyes. "She has to die. I have to kill her. It's the only way." We roll on the gravel, fighting over the rifle. Axe cowers beside a boulder, frightened by the report of the shot. He hesitates, then races to Dr. Callie's aid. In seconds, he's wrenched the rifle from my grasp. "Please," I say, pleading with them. "Vicky, it's my life. It's my right." "We still don't know what's happening down there," she says. But logic is lost on me. I'm too emotionally distraught to be convinced otherwise. She deserves better. I deserve better. She needs release. I'm blubbering. "Vicky, please," Dr. Callie says, reaching out to touch me. But I bat at the air in front of her, waving her off. "Stay away from me." I pace along the edge of the crater. In the distance, Mark vaults over the rubble, racing to get back to me, running as hard as he can. The earth shakes. The ground shifts. Rocks tumble into the crater. I slip, losing my footing, and before I can recover, I'm tumbling headlong down the steep sides of the rock wall. My arms flail about me. It's all I can do to pull inward, trying to protect my head. Jagged rocks dig into my forearms and legs. My knees catch on the rough slope, spinning me over and sending me cascading through the air. The world tumbles around me. Sky, rocks, alien spacecraft, dinosaur, glimpses of the sky, and then more rocks. I slide to a halt. Dust billows through the air. Everything hurts. For a few seconds, I just lie there, taking stock of the pain surging through my body. Blood drips from a gash on my forehead. The skin on my arms has been torn away, exposing bone in a couple of places. Grazes cover my legs where my pants have been torn open during the fall. Slowly, I get to my feet, crying in pain. Flores, Goethe, and Mark come rushing down the slope. They're running sideways with their boots sliding on the loose shingle. I look down at the blood seeping through the skin on my hands. Hundreds of tiny pebbles have become embedded in my palms. Of all my injuries, those hurt the worst. It's all I can do not to fall back to my knees as I stagger forward. Mark is yelling at me, but his voice sounds dull, almost dreamy. Goethe and Flores hold him back, anchoring his arms as he tries to pull away, wanting to get to me. They're yelling as well, but I can't hear them. I'm confused. As the three men are only 10 feet away, I go to walk toward them. Only there's something barring my way. At first it feels as though I'm wading through water. Each step is more difficult than the last, dragging me back. It's then I reach the membrane, a thick but entirely transparent film surrounding the alien craft. My hands touch at what feels like plastic, but visually there's nothing there. It's an invisible barrier. "Mark," I say, trying to push through. To my horror, I watch as Mark shimmers, trembling slightly, and suddenly he's gone, disappearing into thin air. At first I'm confused, but then I see him again, leading the charge down the side of the crater. He's hundreds of feet above me, racing down the slope, sliding on the loose rocks. Flores and Goethe rush after him, grabbing him again. I'm trapped. Dust swirls around me, static fills the air, lightning crackles overhead, darkness descends. I'm caught on the inside of the Maelstrom. And at some point, I'm going to shoot myself. Inside the Maelstrom. I'm in shock. I stand there watching as the men assume the same stance again on the rocky slope, with Mark struggling to get away from them. Only there's a subtle difference. I've moved. I'm standing no more than a foot to the side, but it means they're staring past me. I wave my hand where they're looking, trying to get their attention, but they see me where I was, as I was, not as I am. A low growl causes my heart to race. I turn, knowing what stalks me within this time bubble, but I can't see the theropod. A dust storm envelops the UFO. Strands of lightning arc through the air, crackling as they dance across the metallic skin of the spacecraft. This is something new, something different, something not visible from the outside. The dinosaur must be on the far side of the craft. I retreat into the shadow of the UFO, shaking. My arms feel like lead weights and I collapse in a heap. Visibility is down to 20 feet. Dark shapes hang from the underside of the craft, swaying in the breeze hidden by the dust. I've got to... To what, Vicky? What the hell is it you think you can do about any of this? Blood drips on the dirt and rocks. I've got to stop the bleeding. Shock is a strange thing. In some ways, it's as though I'm observing someone else going through this and not myself. I'm thinking like a paramedic. My training kicks in. I take my shirt off, stripping down to my tank top, and tear the shirt into strips. As best I can, I bandage the gash on my leg and wrap cloth around my arms and hands. I'm so busy fussing over myself, I barely notice the feet in front of me. I'm not sure how long they've been there, but they're devoid of any hair, appearing more like the plastic coating of a mannequin than a human. Slowly, I raise my eyes. Smooth legs. No groin. No belly button, no nipples. Clearly defined muscle texture, but no veins or fingernails. I get to my feet. The faceless man stares at me, for lack of a better verb. His head is gaunt, as though someone has stretched plastic over a skull. High cheekbones, empty eye sockets, bald, no mouth, no ears, no nose. His muscular arms hang limp by his side. Who are you? He seems confused. He's waiting for something, looking for a response from me. But I'm stunned. I'm shaking, but I'm standing my ground. I feel as though, should I flee, he'd run me down. Should I lash out at him, he'd strike back. But that I'm stationary perplexes him. It's as though I can see the machinations of a mechanical mind whirring behind the plastic, desperately trying to arrive at a threat analysis. I don't fit the mold. I'm afraid, but I do my best to keep my voice steady. What do you want from us? You were following us in the desert. Why? Vicky, you're asking questions of a man with no mouth, and you're expecting an answer? Well, it wouldn't be the craziest thing that's happened to me in the past month. The strange man raises his hand, holding it inches from my face. Within a few seconds, his fingers are glowing red hot. The heat lashes my skin, forcing me to turn away, but I won't run. I don't die here. I die out there. I may not know what's going to happen next, but I know what will happen if I run out into the storm. I lean back slightly, but I refuse to move my feet. Slowly the heat fades and he lowers his hand. Just what the fuck are you? I ask. The faceless man rolls his head slightly, but not as a human would. Rather, it seems there's a ball joint at the base of his neck. He turns, apparently hearing something on the far side of the craft. I hear it too. The theropod growls in the darkness. I'm not sure what he can do about a dinosaur, but I'm quite happy to leave him to it. He jogs off, leaving me trembling. The underside of the UFO is not what I imagined. From above, the skin of the craft is smooth, flawless. Beneath, there are flaps, similar to the air brakes on a plane, revealing the inner workings of the machine. Hydraulics, pipes, cables, flywheels, grease, oil leaks. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but there are hundreds of panels hanging from beneath the fuselage in a confused, chaotic pattern, exposing the inner workings of the UFO. They've all fallen roughly the same way, with their slick, shiny exterior facing in one direction. But as the craft is circular, they curve at different angles further around the spaceship. Dark stains seep into the ground, as though oil is leaking from the craft. The spaceship rests, pitched at an angle, allowing me to disappear between the maze of panels as I move toward the front. Dust hangs in the air, hiding me from the faceless man. The panels provide cover. I hobble between them, weaving my way toward the heart of the alien spaceship, wanting to put some distance between myself and the strange mechanical man. In this region, the underside of the craft is so low I can reach out and touch it. The metal is warm. Unsure what to do next, I pull myself up into one of the openings, wanting to ensure my feet aren't visible. Can I hide? Is that really a viable option? Who am I hiding from? The faceless man, the dinosaur, the future? How long can I hide from the inevitable? I curl up into a ball within the craft and cry. I'm not sure how long I sit there sobbing, but I'm in agony. My hands are stinging. I'm shaking, unable to think clearly. I don't want to be here. I just want to go home. I want to get some ice from the freezer in my apartment and put it on my hands. If I was back in New York, I'd call Jacobson, my paramedic partner, and get him to drive me to the ER. He'd be kind. He'd give me some painkillers, wrap my injuries in bandages, get me on a stretcher, cover me with a warm blanket, and wheel me down to the ambulance. He'd sit with me as we rode to the hospital, and probably crack a few jokes to help take my mind off what's happened. Just thinking about him calms me down. The inside of the craft reminds me of a cramped boiler room. Pipes crisscross each other, forming a latticework of confusion. From above, the UFO seems plain, almost disappointing in its simplicity. But inside, it's a hive of complexity. Light seeps around the edge of an internal hatch. I touch the panel and it slides open, revealing a corridor. Only there's no floor, with the lower section ending in the shape of a V. I feel uneasy. It's as though I'm being invited to enter. I must know. I'm compelled to crawl into the hallway as if drawn along by some magnetic current. The passageway is narrow. Perhaps it's used for maintenance, or is the alien equivalent of an air conditioning duct. I can't imagine what kind of creature could traverse this corridor, as there's barely room for me to put one foot in front of another. Rather than being rectangular, like our hallways, the irregular surfaces around me form a shape similar to an exclamation mark, minus the full stop, being slightly wider at chest height than either by my head or my feet. Slowly, I creep forward, moving away from the hatch. The panel slides shut, and my heart beats a little faster. A dull white light comes from all surfaces rather than any one point, washing out the shadows without being blinding. Part of me wants to remain curled up in the hatchway, if only because I could drop down beneath the craft at a moment's notice. But with the faceless man and a dinosaur out there, I feel safer in here. Besides, I'm curious. Hello? Vicky, that is so dumb. What self-respecting alien is going to speak English? Besides, they don't have eyes or ears, a nose or mouth. I feel a little stupid. And yet there was part of me that had to announce my presence, if only to make my intentions clear. If there's anything alive in this spaceship, I'd like it to know I'm friendly. The interior of the ship smells crisp, like the air after a thunderstorm. There's no dust beyond that which I've dragged in with me. The corridor seems almost sterile, while the walls are stippled rather than smooth. The passage follows a curve, which isn't a surprise given the shape of the spacecraft, but it means I can't see the end. I'm not worried, though, as there are hatches down low that must open out into similar crawl spaces. I suspect I could slip into one of those and drop to the ground if need be. I reach a room of sorts, a junction between 3 access ways. Instead of being box-shaped, it's got numerous surfaces. The floor has 5 sides forming a pentagon, but the walls, if they can be called that, are also in the shape of pentagons and they branch away from each other at obtuse angles. So the room gets larger as it gains height, before closing back with more pentagons forming a final single pentagon on the ceiling. All the surfaces are covered in colored bumps and tiny colored lights, reminding me of dials and switches. I tread carefully, stepping between them. Why would you put buttons on the floor? It's then I realize there is no floor. Floors are a terrestrial concept. For a bunch of aliens traveling through the weightlessness of space, floors and ceilings are wasted workspace. I'm about to creep into another corridor when I see someone walking toward me. A woman. The skin on my arms pricks, forming goosebumps as I realize I'm looking at myself. Ripped tank top, ruffled hair, grazes on my cheeks, torn trousers, makeshift bandages soaked in blood. This is no illusion. I step back. Buttons depressed beneath my boots. Is this some kind of trap? Does the faceless man take on different personas like a chameleon? Is he a shapeshifter? Relax, it's just me. I say to myself, only myself said it to me. You're me? Yeah, kinda freaky, huh? The other me says. I'm you, future to you, past to me, but somehow we're both present. Pretty fucked up, huh? She extends her arms slightly, showing off her injuries. What a mess. I step back against the sloping wall, severely freaked out. The other me is my doppelganger in every sense, right down to the bloody strips of cloth wrapped around her palms. I clench my fists, but not out of anger. I'm trying to hide my trembling fingers. There's nothing down here, she says, stepping into one of the other corridors. Don't worry. You'll get used to this after a while. What? Wait! But she's already disappearing around the corner of the narrow corridor, following the curve of the spacecraft. I'm not sure what I should do. Should I follow her? Hell no. Run the other way. I don't want to be that chick in the horror flick that constantly does something stupid as the audience screams at her to try something sane. I have to look. I know she said there's nothing down the middle corridor, but as it appears to lead higher in toward the heart of the spacecraft, I have to check it out. What's the matter with me? Don't I trust myself? No. Hell no, I don't. Did she know that? I squeeze into the narrow corridor she came out of and creep forward. Only once I'm in there, I realize I can't easily turn around. The light grows progressively dimmer with each step. I'll have to back out and won't be able to turn until I get near the opening, just like she did. What if this is a trap? A sense of claustrophobia sweeps over me. The corridor closes in, like a cave tapering to an end. I want to push on. I want to find something further along here to prove her wrong. There must be some purpose to this access way, some reason it's here. I crouch, feeling around for hatches in the stippled finishing on the walls. But there's nothing. Behind me, I hear a solitary word spoken with fake confidence. Hello? That's me. That's my voice. I must have just come through the hatch. This is freaky. I inch backwards, turning once the corridor widens a little. Yep, there I am, like a deer in the headlights. Relax, it's just me, I say to myself. You're me? I can't help but laugh a little. It's been what, 5 minutes? But that me seems like me from 5 years ago. So timid, so naive. My face is pale, drained of blood. There's bruising on my forehead and scratches down one cheek. She's scared. Seeing past me is disconcerting, as it's not like seeing myself in a mirror. My features are reversed. In reality, they're not. This is precisely how everyone else sees me, but I've only ever seen myself reflected. I look awful. More dead than alive. Yeah, kinda freaky, huh? I'm you. Future to you, past to me, but somehow we're both present. Pretty fucked up, huh? She inches backwards. Her eyes go wide. I've got to help her understand, help her relax. How can I convince myself I'm me? Hey, we have the exact same injuries. I raise my arms, trying to be friendly. What a mess. As I step out of the corridor into the room, I realize what this is. Pentagons for sides. 12 sides in all. It's a dodecahedron. I remember this shape from chemistry in high school. Some crystals form in dodecahedrons, but for reasons that escape my memory. It's a more natural shape than a square. Old me steps backward, clenching her fists, but I know she's not angry. She's trying to hide her fear. Her eyes dart between me and the corridor I came out of. There's nothing down there, I say, but she doesn't look convinced. I step into one of the other corridors, knowing there's nothing I can say that will help her adjust to life in Wonderland. Poor me. I look like I've seen a ghost. Don't worry, I say. You'll get used to this after a while. What? Wait! I keep going. She doesn't really want me to wait. She won't believe anything I say. Past me needs to figure this out on her own. Time is a funny thing. We all know our own past. We understand the rhythms of our own lives, our mannerisms and habits, our faults and failings. And knowing these, we can choose to change our future. Perhaps we regret some past mistake where we got angry, or lied, or said something stupid and insensitive. So we resolve to change, to mature, to do better next time. But what happens when you know the future, as well as the past? Does that mean you're doomed to repeat it? That you have no choice? Damn. I should have said something different to her. Was it fatalism that had me utter the very same words I heard? No. I said what I meant, what I felt needed to be said. There was reason behind my words, not mindless, slavish repetition. Next time I'm going to say something different. Boo. That's it, I'll jump out and scare myself. But not the first time. Only on the repeat. I'll change my present to change her experience. Wait. That won't work either. I have no idea how many times I've met myself in that chamber. If I did something different, I'd know. But she wouldn't. The previous me could have already tried that and I wouldn't know either. I think I said the same thing to past me as future me said to me, but there might have been a few words different. I'm not sure. Damn, I should have been paying more attention. Time travel is trippy. I think my head's about to explode. I'm acutely aware of the irony of my position. Ignorance of my future affords me a chance, while knowing what happens condemns me. How can it be that ignorance is more valuable than knowledge? Are we all just slaves to time? Fools deluded with visions of free will? The tunnel I'm following curves inward ever tighter. There are several other chambers along the way, but they're all the same, to me at least. As much as I don't want to, I can't deny what I've already seen. At some point, for some reason, I'll end up outside this craft and he'll be there, the theropod, watching, waiting for me. Everyone dies, but life makes that easy to ignore, to dismiss, and leave to the misty future. Problem is, I know where and when I'll die, out there and shortly. And that terrifies me. I can see myself again. I'm in the next chamber. My heart pounds. What have I seen in there? What am I about to see? What would I do differently now if I knew what I know up ahead? Is that it? Is time just another variation on distance? Here, there? Hey, wait up! I call out. But it's too late. My future self steps forward. There's a flash of blue light and suddenly, she's a statue. Well, damn. I'm sure as hell not doing that. I emerge into another larger chamber, wondering what just happened to future me. She has her hand out, hovering over a blue orb. Although it looks familiar, the portals I've seen have all been in motion. Like her, though, this one is frozen in time. God damn it, I say, frustrated with myself. You couldn't just play nicely, now could you? You couldn't just stop for a moment and let me catch up and tell me what the hell I'm dealing with? Bitch. I'm anything but perfect. I can be a cranky old fart when I'm tired. Can't find a clean shirt. I'll moan to my roommate about mixing up the laundry and blame her. Feeling lazy? I'll have ramen noodles and call that dinner. As the saying goes, fatigue makes cowards of us all. I snap. What the hell am I supposed to do? I ask my future frozen self. Do you want me to go in there after you? Is that it? You can't be serious. Hell no. I'll wait till the next one of us comes along and push her in there instead. Yeah, 'cause that'll work. Sarcasm never was a strength. I step carefully around the room, wanting to get a better view of what's happening, but staying well clear of the blue shimmer in the middle. You're not helping. You know that, right? From what I can tell, we, have worked our way into the heart of the craft. What about the aliens? I ask myself, not expecting an answer from the mannequin I've become. Who's in charge? Are they dead? What could possibly get me to step inside that force field the way she did, knowing I'd freeze in time? After circling around the outskirts of the chamber and marveling at the vast dome overhead, replete with control panels and, at a guess, dark curved screens, but no walkways, I returned to myself, standing not more than 2 feet from future frozen me. It's the only way out, isn't it? Out. That's it. This is the only way out of this crazy house of mirrors. When viewed from above, time seems to be stuck in a loop near the spacecraft, doomed to repeat just a few minutes over again. But being down here, everything's different. Time unravels. Not quite as normal, there are duplicates, echoes, but time still unfolds in a linear manner. I've seen time repeat, but it's never actually repeated on me. Wait, if it had, how would I know? Damn it, Vicky, stop thinking. Yeah, this kind of crazy shit is what got me to step forward. It looks like a trap, but it's not. I'm already in the trap. This is stepping out of the cage. Anything to escape this hell. She may look frozen to me, but given all I've seen, I bet she's not. A voice echoes down the corridor behind me. Hey, wait up! This is it. This is the moment of decision. Stay here or step forward. Here lies madness, caught in a loop chasing myself through the bowels of an alien vessel. On the other side, there are answers. I step forward expecting to bump into myself, but I don't. I merge seamlessly with future me. She's gone. Suddenly, there's just me. My hand is outstretched just like hers, but I'm alive. I'm not a statue. I turn, looking back. My past self appears frozen, stepping out of the tunnel. Time around here is seriously fucked up. What I thought of as a blue orb is organic. It pulsates, suspended above a central pillar reaching up to waist height. What are you? I ask. I'm fearless. Death no longer scares me. I'll die out there, not in here, so what the hell am I waiting for? I reach out and touch the orb. Suddenly I'm floating. Flying. Muddy brown water stretches beneath me for hundreds of yards in all directions. Trees rise out of the river. Dark water swirls around dozens of tree trunks, forming eddies. I'm soaring through the air, skimming over the branches. There are fish in the water. Big fish. No, wait. They're white, with a flat tail. They lack a clear dorsal fin. But the shape of their heads and elongated snouts leave no doubt they're dolphins. They jump playfully, chasing along beneath me, rushing to keep up, as I soar some 20 feet above the river, racing along what I guess is the flooded Amazon. I'm speechless. The sky is an azure blue, with barely a cloud in the distance. I can feel the warmth of the sun on my face, the rush of wind past my cheeks, and the smell of the forest filling my lungs. I have no control over my motion, and come to rest hovering before a tall tree. A snake rolls over its own coils, getting comfortable in the branches. Birds flitter nervously above the snake, calling to each other in alarm, warning others of danger. "What are you trying to tell me?" I whisper. I blink, and a herd of sauropods march through a dusty plain. They're migrating, not stopping for the meager greenery struggling to survive in the arid landscape. The bones of a dead dinosaur lie to one side, just the empty husk of a rib cage, with scraps of skin clinging to the spine. I'm gliding, dancing between sauropods' heads as they sway, fascinated by my approach. I race across the plain, gaining speed and height, rushing toward a volcano. Red streaks of molten lava explode into the sky, raining down on the slopes. But I don't care. I fly through a plume of ash rising from the caldera, and suddenly emerge from the darkness to find myself soaring over 18th century England. Low clouds smother the land, hanging heavy over the countryside. Lush green fields give way to villages with thatched roofs. Peasants work in the fields, driving teams of horses as they till the rich, dark soil. A horse-drawn carriage trundles down a narrow lane, boxed in by hedgerows. The driver points at me, while a lady sticks her head out the window. Her frilly bonnet catches in the wind, and she has to hold it with one hand to stop it from blowing away. She too is looking at me with astonishment. "This is you," I say. "This is where you've been." Symbols appear before me, hundreds of thousands of them. Although I don't recognize the shapes, they're arranged in pairs forming thousands of columns containing what I presume are data. The symbols are simple, like the strokes of a calligrapher's pen. There's lots of repetition, but I have no doubt our numbers would look similar to alien eyes. Numbers like 1, 10, 100, and 1,000 may look repetitive, but they convey different meanings. And the same must be true here. "You're cataloging life on Earth." I catch myself mid-sentence. "You were." I feel a sense of heaviness, regret, hurt, anguish. The UFO is suddenly transparent. I'm struggling to understand if this is a vision or reality. I see what amounts to a fly-through of the schematics for the craft. Immediately below the blue orb, hidden beneath the floor, lies a sarcophagus, and behind that another, and yet another. 3 aliens lie entombed, but there's some kind of life support system. The blue orb must equate to a central computer or a control mechanism running on automatic, protecting the aliens as they lie in suspended animation. "Oh," I say, as my knees start to buckle under the emotional pressure bearing down on me. "You're trapped." A lump forms in my throat. It's difficult to speak, but I must. As best I understand what's happening, they're alive, or perhaps uploaded into the machinery of the spaceship. But either way, I'm communicating with a living, sentient being. I have to be honest. "You're dying. Like all of us, you're afraid of death, I get that. But you have to understand. The worlds you visited, the worlds you love, they're dying. They're being destroyed by you. Your spaceship is causing parallel worlds to collide." Suddenly I'm in orbit above Earth, looking down on the azure waters of the Caribbean. Sandbars reach into the sea, stretching for miles. Dark waters mark the drop-off into the depths of the Atlantic. Islands appear as blots of green foliage surrounded by white beaches. Fluffy clouds drift lazily across the sky. I have to kill you. Again, reality shifts. Cracked ice stretches across a frozen lake. Hundreds of fir trees line the shore, their boughs laden with snow. It's night. A greenish glow lights up the northern sky, leaving a smudge on the heavens, falling like curtains over the stars. A moose ambles through a snowbank, its vast antlers pointing up at the stars like satellite dishes scanning the heavens for signs of life. I know, I say, pleading with a creature I cannot possibly begin to understand. I blink, and now I'm following myself through the depths of the alien spaceship, drifting near the ceiling, watching as my past self struggles to come to terms with my future self. We meet inside a dodecahedron. I talk with myself, at once both full of fear and growing in confidence. What are you trying to tell me? My point of view drifts through walls, sinking into the heart of the spaceship. There's a vast blue vortex swirling within what I guess is the engine room of the UFO. Wild, racing eddies pass through the floor of the craft and into the ground, disappearing into subterranean caverns. Yes, I say. I've seen this. We call it the Maelstrom. This is how we found you. I think I understand. You're trying to repair the rupture. You want to fix your spacecraft, but you can't. Why? My perspective drifts outside the alloy hull of the craft. I see Axe. He's unconscious, lying beneath the damaged underside of the UFO. There are blisters on his face, along with red welts on his arms. His spear has fluorescent blue fluid dripping from its sharpened stone head. The faceless man, I say as the realization sinks in. You're defending yourself against the faceless man. The faceless man. I'd assumed the faceless man was protecting the UFO. It never occurred to me that he might be the instrument of the off-worlders. But now it makes sense. Why would an alien assume the shape and characteristics of a human, and imperfectly so? The faceless man is some kind of android built by the off-worlders to catch this extraterrestrial intelligence. This is how they sought to take down an alien spacecraft, only they never foresaw the consequences of their design. Once unleashed, the faceless man became entangled with the craft and thrown into this parallel world. They had no way of recalling it from another universe. Now, however, they must be able to call off their attack dog. Or has it gone rogue? It must be beyond even their control, blindly following its initial program. Goethe harbors doubts, but Flores doesn't seem convinced this strategy has failed. It seems he still wants to salvage their program. But I believe Goethe's sincere in his desire to destroy the Maelstrom. I think he's seen the damage scattered across countless worlds and is genuinely trying to bring this to an end. If he had some kind of remote control, he would have used it. But he's as helpless as the rest of us. The alien orb pulses beneath my hand, feeding my thoughts, energizing my thinking, synchronizing itself with my reason. Before, the alien communicated with images, working with my senses. From there it progressed to emotions, and now it moves on to intuition. Awareness. Instinctively, I know what needs to be done. Finally, I understand. Ever since I sat high on the crater wall looking down on this mysterious craft and watching myself run from the theropod, one point in particular bugged me. Why? Why would I run out into the sunlight to be chased by a dinosaur? As I know what's going to happen, why would I ever put myself in that position? Why go out there, knowing what will follow? Back then, my conclusion was I wouldn't, and yet I could see that I did, or I do, at some point in the future. So why? Sitting on that rock, baking under the relentless heat of the sun, I thought I'd do all I could to prevent that future from unfolding, even up to the point of trying to shoot myself, to spare myself the agony of being eaten alive. And yet here I am now, prepared to go out there and die. Is the alien manipulating me? No. The future is malleable, even once known. This is my choice. I have to destroy the faceless man. If I can kill him, this creature will release the various distortions of space and time protecting it. It'll repair its craft and flee. I know it will, because our minds are functioning as one. Could it be lying to me? Perhaps, but it seems to me that lies are a particularly human trait. After tens of thousands of years peacefully watching our planet, I have no reason to doubt the sincerity of this alien intelligence. I pull my hand away from the orb, and the connection is lost. I feel as though someone just opened a blast freezer and a wave of cold air swept across my face. There won't be any more time traps. Not for me. A ramp opens behind me, leading from the heart of the flying saucer to the dusty ground. I jog past panels hanging down from the fuselage, madly looking for Axe. I've got to see if he's still alive. Shadows move. The theropod lurks around the edge of the spacecraft. Occasionally it bends down, working its shoulder under the lip of the UFO. The animal roars, calling for me. All in good time, I mumble with gallows humor. From memory, the theropod was wounded. As crazy as it seems, a ravenous, angry, 20-foot-high carnivorous dinosaur resembling an insanely muscular T-Rex with a scruffy feather-down coat is the last of my worries. How am I going to kill the faceless man? How do you kill something that's not alive to begin with? Vicky? Mark! I yell, turning and catching a glimpse of him between the panels. As the silver sheets differ in length and size with dust swirling around them, it's difficult to see for more than 20 feet. But Mark is working his way between them. He sprints toward me, darting from side to side with the stock of his rifle held firmly in one hand. Mark almost knocks me off my feet, throwing his arms around me in a bear hug. Oh, God, he says, sweeping my hair away from my face. It's so good to find you. Look at you. Are you okay? I'm fine, really. Liar. Every muscle in my body aches. He knows. Our eyes meet and he smiles. He understands. His eyes dart around, trying to accurately assess my physical state along with any approaching danger. The panels in this area have fallen randomly, in patches of 2 or 3, giving the appearance of an upturned junkyard. They swing softly with the breeze. Goethe and Dr. Callie come running up behind Mark, with Flores following close behind, but out of breath. How are you feeling? Dr. Callie asks, dropping her day pack and pulling out the first aid kit, looking to tend to my injuries. I'm sore, I say, but nothing's broken. Chew on these, she says, handing me a couple of tablets. Flores steps onto the ramp, leading into the heart of the UFO. Oh, no, you don't, I say, stepping away from Mark and grabbing Flores by the shoulder. I swing him around to face me. You're not going in there. What? Mark asks. Why? It's not them, I say. They didn't cause this. He did. Me? Flores asks, pointing at himself. But I note Goethe isn't coming to his defense. Goethe is quiet. Physically, he stands beside Mark and Dr. Callie, making his allegiance clear. The faceless man, I say. You sent him, right? Not me, Flores replies, stuttering. I mean, I was there. I was on the contact team, but I didn't program him. Faceless man? Dr. Callie asks, seeking clarification on what must sound like a crazy concept. I say, they sent an android to disable the craft. An automaton, Goethe says. Flores worked on the insertion module, the design for getting through the alien shields. But I didn't send him, he says, still defending himself. Can you turn it off? I ask. I don't understand, Mark says. These creatures, the aliens that built this thing, the UFO, they're using time as a countermeasure. They're hiding from the faceless man as he tears apart their spaceship looking for them. You've talked to them? Mark asks. Yes. And this faceless man? Mark asks Flores. You built it. It was never meant to harm anyone, only to isolate them, to disable their flight controls. You've killed billions of people, I say. You get that, right? Flores hangs his head. We didn't mean to. His sentence trails off without any further explanation. They're trapped, I say. If we stop the faceless man, they'll repair their craft and leave. You're sure of this? Dr. Callie asks. They've watched us for eons without ever harming anyone, I say. They never intended any of this. So how do we stop him? Mark asks. Goethe says, You don't. These things are the soldiers of our world. They have no mercy. They feel no pain. They're goal-driven. If this is the work of an automaton, he'll keep coming until his mission is complete. Mark asks, Are there any weak spots? Anywhere I could shoot it? No. Automatons aren't like humans. All the weak points are armored. We have to do something, Dr. Callie says. Axe, I say. He attacked Axe. Where is Axe? Dr. Callie asks, looking to me as though I know. But the vision I saw didn't provide any real clues. Just blood-stained rocks and swinging panels. She looks at me, confused. If I know Axe has been attacked, surely I know where he is. But I don't. From memory, the panels in that area were curving inward. He was near the edge of the craft, as I think I saw lightning crackling where he fell. Over there, I say, pointing in what I hope is the general direction. We spread out, weaving between panels, unsure what lurks behind each section, but calling out to Axe regardless. There's no reply. Here, Goethe yells, and we scramble toward the sound of his voice. Axe has rolled into a fetal position behind one of the panels. Oh, Axe, Dr. Callie says, kneeling beside him and opening her first aid kit. Easy. She begins tending to his injuries, giving him some water and painkillers. Mark's more interested in his spear. He crouches beside it, looking at the blue liquid on the tip. Can the automaton repair itself? He asks. No, not out here, Flores replies. Okay, so we can't face it in open combat, but we can wear it down. Axe sits up. Dr. Callie applies some salve to his arms and bandages them with non-stick pads before wrapping compression strips around his cuts. Mark says, We've got to come up with some way of trapping this thing. I think we both know how this ends. I reply, No, Vicky, Mark says. It doesn't have to be this way. We've already seen it, I say with tears welling up in my eyes. What other way is there? We'll find another way, he says. But I'm not looking at him. I'm staring over his shoulder. Does it understand English? I ask Goethe. Yes. He turns, following my gaze. The faceless man creeps up on us using the panels for cover. Mark whips his rifle up, pressing it hard into his shoulder and firing. The shot is deafening. A burst of blue fluid explodes behind the robot as the bullet tears through its shoulder. An empty shell casing skids across the dusty ground as Mark pulls on the bolt action. The faceless man rushes at us before Mark can finish reloading, batting the rifle from his hands. With a single blow, he strikes Mark, hitting him in the solar plexus with the flat of his palm. The force knocks Mark into the air, sending him flying into one of the panels. He rebounds and falls, with his head slamming into the rocks on the ground. Blood runs from a gash on his forehead. Flores unloads a clip into the faceless man, firing his Glock rapidly. Chunks of plastic skin are torn from the robot's torso, leaving dark blue holes in its body. But even 10 hits, tightly clustered over its chest, cannot stop the machine. The automaton is ruthless. It grabs his hand, breaking his fingers as it squeezes, crushing them against the pistol grip. Flores screams in agony. The faceless man twists his hand, forcing Flores to his knees and turning the gun on him, even though it's still in his broken fingers. "No!" Goethe yells, hitting the automaton with an axe. The blade lodges in the robot's shoulder. The faceless man is undeterred, focusing on Flores, seemingly watching with invisible eyes as the barrel of the gun comes around to face the aging man. Flores begs as his own finger is forced to squeeze the trigger. A shot rings out. Blood spatters across the panels. The bullet grazed the side of his head, tearing at his ear and leaving a mass of bloody pulp in his hair. The gun falls to the dirt. Flores pulls himself free and scrambles to his feet. He runs toward the crater. "No!" I yell, as Flores darts out from beneath the crater and into the storm. The head of the theropod appears above him. The creature lunges, snapping at him, consuming his entire body in a single motion. Blood squirts out from between its clenched teeth and drips to the ground, pooling on the rocks. My heart sinks. The faceless man turns his attention to Goethe, who's hacking at his back and shoulder with the axe, but to no avail. The blade barely pierces the skin, hitting some kind of alloy beneath. Blue fluid seeps from the wounds. The android grabs his wrist, twisting it sideways and forcing him to drop the axe. Bones crack and break. Goethe grimaces in pain. I grab the rifle from where it lies in the dust, but my fingers are clumsy, and the rifle fires before I can bring it to bear on the robot. A bullet tears through one of the panels. I swing the rifle around so I'm holding the stock and barrel, and slam the wooden butt into the robot's head. To my surprise, its jaw is knocked out of alignment, and although it has no eyes, the automaton seems to look on me with malice. "Pick on someone your own size!" I yell, enraged. The faceless man releases Goethe, and he collapses to the dust, cradling his broken arm. "Vicky, no," Mark says, getting to his feet. But he's groggy, barely able to stand. He leans forward, holding onto his knees, and vomits. I strike the automaton again, but it bats the rifle from my hands. As much as I don't want to, I know what happens next. Ever since I saw myself from the rim of the crater, I knew there was only one way this could end. I run, darting between the panels hanging down from the spacecraft. I grab at them, pulling myself on, swinging them wildly behind me, trying to disorient the robot. Thick, scaly legs stalk the edge of the craft. The theropod roars, encouraging me, inviting me out into the storm. "I'm coming!" I yell, knowing what must unfold. I can only hope I'm buying the others some time, just as Mark did for me back in New York. Deep down, I feel as though I've already tripped and fallen, already failed. If what I've seen is any guide, time unfolds on itself, caught in a loop when viewed from the outside. If I had succeeded in changing anything, that loop would have been broken. But I followed the same path. I had to. Free will dictated my decisions, not fate. And yet the end result is just the same. I'm going to die out there in the dark storm. My boots can't carry me fast enough. I can hear the automaton behind me, batting the panels away as he tries to take the most direct route to catch me. Rocks slip beneath my boots. I clear the edge of the UFO and turn to see the theropod towering above the craft. Lightning crackles around its head, reflecting off its dark eyes. "Come on, you overgrown pair of chicken drumsticks! What the hell are you waiting for?" Massive legs thunder toward me, kicking up dust. The theropod lowers its head, charging. I run, but my feet catch on the rocks and I stumble, losing my footing. Oh, hell. In a few seconds, my past self is going to shoot me. And yet I scramble regardless. I push off the ground with my hands, throwing my legs as wide as I can, trying to gain traction on the loose sand. My arms are swinging, my legs are pumping, my heart threatens to burst out of my chest. The faceless man is coming straight for me, seemingly oblivious to the theropod, but he's still in the shadows. I catch a glimpse of him over my shoulder. I shouldn't be looking, I should be watching where I'm going. A shot rings out, tearing through my lower thigh. The bullet cuts through the muscle like a hot knife. I fall, landing painfully on my hands. Sand gets in my eyes. I spin around, scrambling backwards on my hands and feet, trying to escape the theropod looming over me. Dark eyes, broken teeth, scars that speak of a brutal life. One of the creature's arms hangs limp, having been rendered lame in some other battle. His head blots out the sky. He's so close, I can feel the warmth of his breath on my cheeks and smell the rotten meat stuck between his teeth. His jaw opens, threatening to devour me with a single bite. The faceless man stands to one side, content to watch the dinosaur finish me off. I try to push myself back further on the ground, fighting for a few more seconds of life. But the searing pain tearing through my leg prevents me from moving. My left leg muscle has seized after being torn open by the bullet. This is what I saw. This is the end. There is nothing more I can do. I raise my hands in a feeble effort to defend myself. The theropod lunges at me. The next fraction of a second unfolds in a blur, and yet it seems to take forever. Bare feet appear beside me, kicking up sand as they spring into the air. Axe lands on the side of the theropod's jaw, with his feet climbing its teeth. He grabs hold of the animal's upper lip with one hand and pulls back his spear with the other. Veins bulge from his arms as he thrusts his spear into the eye of the monster. The stone tip punches easily through the soft flesh, embedding itself deep inside the retina. The theropod roars in pain, arching back and sending Axe flying through the air. He rolls in the dust, connecting with a boulder. The dinosaur swings its head, trying to dislodge the spear protruding from its eye socket. Blood cascades down the side of its face, dripping in the dirt. The animal staggers, blinded in one eye. It leans forward, trying to rub its face against the ground in a futile effort to dislodge the spear. The faceless man steps over me, determined to finish what the theropod started. I scramble backwards, fighting against my limp leg. Dr. Callie grabs me, pulling me to my feet as she rushes to get away from the automaton. Mark runs in beside us with the rifle raised to his shoulder. Neon blue fluid drips from the robot's naked body. The automaton strides toward us. Mark lines up a shot. "No," I say, reaching out and pushing the barrel down. The theropod wheels around, enraged, still trying to find us with its one good eye. It shakes its head, pawing at the side of its face with its arm, wanting to dislodge the spear. The faceless man storms toward us, his head bowed, his shoulders broad, his glowing fists clenched. "Don't," I say, as Mark tries to raise the rifle again. He lowers the gun, letting it drop to his side. We may have only known each other for a few weeks, but we trust each other implicitly. Having faced off against Megatherium and ancient big cats, we understand the need to work together in the tension of the moment. There's no time to explain. I need him to trust me. And he does. The dinosaur lowers its head, snarling like a lion, pulling back its lips and revealing its teeth. Its broad head sways, barely 10 feet from us as we stand there trembling. The faceless man pauses. He doesn't attack. This is what I saw when I first fell from the crater wall. At its heart, the faceless man is a computer, constantly analyzing situations and prioritizing threats before determining a response. The theropod, though, is an animal, driven by hundreds of millions of years of survival instinct, consumed by the pain surging through its tiny brain. It won't evaluate things logically. It'll attack, seeking revenge. Dr. Callie must sense what's happening as well, as she holds her ground, neither fighting nor running. I'd like to think we're defiant, but all three of us are shaking like leaves in the wind. The dinosaur kicks stones in the air behind it, lunging at us. With its tail high and its head low, it bellows. The faceless man turns toward the greater, more immediate threat, and attacks. Its hands glow red-hot. We back up, retreating into the shadows as the fight unfolds. The faceless man leaps on the theropod. Skin sizzles and burns as he mounts the snout of the dinosaur, trying to reach its thick skull, probably seeking to blind its remaining eye. But the animal will not relent. It rocks its head, and the faceless man loses his balance. Teeth close around one leg, and the dinosaur shakes him like a rag doll, whipping him back and forth. Blue hydraulic fluid sprays across the ground. The faceless man works to free himself, trying to burn the inside of the dinosaur's mouth. Steam rises from the soft tissue, which only enrages the monster more, and it crunches on his waist. Bits of the mechanical man fall from its teeth, including the upper torso. We watch in awe as the faceless man crawls toward us with fluid streaming from behind it. But the theropod isn't finished. It will have its revenge on this puny creature. It steps forward, crushing him beneath 20 tons of primeval flesh, and roars with delight. Goethe joins us, helping Dr. Callie with axe. The dinosaur tries to reach us, sticking its head beneath the rim of the UFO, but we're too far back. "How did you know?" Mark asks. Game theory," I say, still shaking, my voice trembling. The faceless man was always going to go after the biggest threat. We had to use that as a weakness against it. I'm dizzy. A steady stream of blood runs down the inside of my leg. I collapse, but Mark's got me. He lowers me gently to the ground. "Keep pressure on the wound," Dr. Callie says as I lie on my back. She cuts away my pants, talking rapidly with Mark about containing the bleeding. I can feel her working with the needle and thread. Battlefield surgery, bacteria be damned. "Look," I say, pointing. The panels on the underside of the vessel have closed. We watch as the UFO begins to spin, slowly at first, pulling chunks of dirt from the ground and sending them spiraling outward. The dinosaur flees, leaving the crater via the low hills to the east. A high-pitched whine fills the air. The craft turns faster and faster, until its wings are a blur, with only the central core of the UFO appearing stationary. The spacecraft reverses. Lights glow beneath the alien spaceship, emanating from the heart of the craft and flickering over the ground. The UFO hovers 50 feet above us, spinning in a blur. Dust swirls around us, caught in the updraft. I'm losing consciousness. I'm barely aware of what's real. But I feel the connection again, one last time. There's a sense of relief, thankfulness, closure. Darkness descends on me, but not before I whisper, "Goodbye." The end. Epilogue. It's been several months since the events that led to the collapse of the Maelstrom, and I'm still recovering. The bullet that tore through my thigh shattered part of the bone. Dr. Callie says I need to be patient, but hobbling about on crutches is difficult. I can't wait to be able to walk properly again. We buried what little we could find of Flores beneath a pile of rocks at the heart of the crater. Goethe could barely speak as he gave the eulogy. He choked up as tears rolled down his cheeks. "This is the place where worlds collided. From this dust bowl emanated a dimensional rift that caused billions to die on far too many worlds. It was here we fought for the future, prepared to give our lives to stop the Maelstrom. We don't know the names of the untold dead, but we know the name of at least one of them. My colleague and fellow scientist, Dr. Marcelo Flores. Rest in peace, my dear friend. You are sorely missed." We're all still coming to grips with what happened in that lifeless crater. Goethe and the scientists on his world saw the collision unfolding in slow motion over the course of centuries. And yet they caused it. They unleashed the Faceless Man less than a year before we met. Apparently they initiated a causal loop. The aliens, reacting to being under attack, spread themselves out in four-dimensional space-time, and the collision ended up spanning hundreds of years as they sought to hide within time itself. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the implications of time being run through a kitchen blender. But I saw the same madness play out between me and that damned dinosaur. I still have dreams where I run into future me and she's still a bitch, which makes me laugh when I think about it. It took 3 days for us to make our way back to the cave. Goethe said it was a waste of time, that without the alien presence the vortex would have closed, and we had to accept we were stranded on this world. But Mark is nothing if not stubborn. He had to see it with his own eyes. Goethe and Axe carried me on a makeshift stretcher as Mark and Dr. Callie led the way. Part of the cavern collapsed when the alien craft departed, but to my delight, the Maelstrom had been replaced with a portal. I don't know for sure, but I'd like to think the alien intelligence left this for us, knowing that without it, we'd die here on this strange world. Since then, humanity has established a permanent mission on the Neanderthal home world. The United Nations placed the portal under the governance of NASA, ESA, Roscosmos, and CSNA, the Chinese Space Authority. Having 4 agencies vote on measures isn't a smart idea, in my opinion, as there's often an impasse. But everyone agrees on one thing. The preservation of this unique world is paramount. The biggest quandary we've faced has been what to do with the Neanderthals themselves. Some have advocated for their continued isolation, but the appalling rate of mortality, especially among the young, has necessitated intervention on the grounds of compassion. There are several teams of scientists based on their world, monitoring their health and endeavoring to work with them. Anthropologists are falling over themselves to study hominids in the wild. And beyond them, there's an entire planet to explore. It seems there's as much we can learn from them as they can from us. The UN has built a scientific research station within the cavern, called the Mendez Center after me. I should be flattered, but it took all of us to resolve the puzzle of the Maelstrom. I'd rather it was named after Axe, as it's his world. But I guess Axe is considered more of a common noun than a proper noun, and these things need to be done properly. No one knows how long the portal will remain open. Goethe said, maybe a month. But that was a calculated guess based on previous encounters. It's been almost 3 months, and it's not showing any signs of weakening. Everyone that goes through understands the risks, and the UN is madly shipping equipment across so that if the base is cut off, they at least stand a chance. To my delight, this strange parallel universe continues to surprise. Astronomers think they've detected life on the other Mars as it appears slightly green rather than rusty red. It's practically impossible to mount a space mission in another universe, but NASA wants to give it a shot, as the telescopic evidence is that the other Mars avoided some kind of catastrophic event that knocked out the magnetic field on our Mars. They're detecting unbalanced chemical equations in the Martian atmosphere that suggest there's at least microbial life. As for the aliens observing our planet, we've seen and heard nothing. To say NASA has tried to make contact with them would be an understatement. I suspect that effort will go on for decades. But given their last encounter with us, I'm guessing we won't hear from them again. Mark and I are getting married, as are Goethe and Dr. Callie. Axe is going to be the best man for both weddings, although I doubt he understands what that means, and I can't see him fitting in a tuxedo. Will I ever get back to his world? I don't know. I'd like to think so. But for now, Mark and I are happy to rest for a while and enjoy life here. I've seen enough megafauna for one lifetime.
Word. Thank you for supporting independent science fiction. I'd also like to thank Jay Douglas from Vanquish Motion Pictures for commissioning the initial story Collision. If it wasn't for his vision, these 3 novels would never have been written. Parallel worlds have been a mainstay of science fiction for decades, and I was initially skeptical I could bring anything new to the subgenre. But with Jay's encouragement, I tackled the idea with vigor and sought to explore a fresh angle. Will Maelstrom ever play out on television or the silver screen? I don't know, but I know Jay and the team at Vanquish are working hard to make it happen. As a kid, I loved the way the TV show Land of the Lost mixed modern humans with a T-Rex and a bunch of technologically advanced aliens, the Sleet Stacks, and you can clearly see that influence in Colliding Worlds. Land of the Lost included stories by legendary science fiction writers and editors such as Theodore Sturgeon, author of More Than Human and The Synthetic Man, Larry Niven, Ringworld, and Ben Bova, editor of Omni and Analog, and author of a bunch of novels. So I'm proud to have my story pay homage to their work. Another story that influenced Maelstrom was the series Flesh from the comic book 2000 AD, in which cowboys from the future go back in time to harvest dinosaurs for meat. The antagonist in that story is Old One-Eye, a Tyrannosaurus with clear parallels to the theropod in this story. As much as possible, I've endeavored to ground this entirely fictional story with accurate facts. Yes, the plague really did break out in Yumen less than a decade below. Yes, there really is a necropolis in the salt flats of Loup Nor in northwest China. In fact, there were more mummified remains recovered from Loup Nor than any single site in Egypt. Yes, both the Wollemi pine and coelacanth are examples of living fossils. Prior to their discovery, the only known evidence for either of them was in the fossil record. Both species are largely unchanged after hundreds of millions of years. Yes, Neanderthals were intelligent. They were surprisingly close to humans and may have been able to speak. Neanderthals developed musical instruments, things like a simple flute, cared for their sick, performed burial rites, mastered fire and stone implements, and lived in social tribes. Although smaller than modern humans, their muscle texture and bone density suggests they would have had an iron grip for a handshake, but may have lacked the fine motor skills we have when it comes to things like writing, carving sculptures, etc. 50,000 years ago, there wasn't much between the two dominant hominid species, and we still really don't know why it was Homo sapiens and not Homo neanderthalensis that planted a flag on the moon. Given the vast majority of Europeans have some Neanderthal DNA, it's fair to say they helped. Could Neanderthals have survived into modern times in some geographically isolated pocket in a manner similar to the Wollemi pine and the coelacanth? It's theoretically possible, but increasingly unlikely as there's no virgin territory remaining. In 1988, a Shanghai newspaper reported that hair samples gathered from wild men in the mountains of central China was not human, but such claims are most certainly exaggerated. The Tibetan myth of the Yeti relates to the Mongolian myth of the Alma, or Wild Ones, which was an interesting point of departure for this story. What would it be like to interact with another hominid species? It's a fascinating possibility, and one I hope you enjoyed exploring with me in this story. When it comes to worlds colliding, we are well and truly in the realm of science fiction. There are some speculative ideas in the scientific community that the cosmic background radiation may contain evidence of colliding universes as the Big Bang unfolded. But there's no definitive proof, and no reason to think such an event could occur again in the tiny region of space that makes up Earth. But it's a fun, interesting storyline. I'd like to thank Ellen Campbell for her work in editing this story at short notice. She's always phenomenally busy, but somehow has time for my crazy projects. I hope you've enjoyed this story as much as I have. Please take the time to leave a review on Amazon. Oh, and tell a friend. Writing is hard, being read is even harder. It's astonishingly difficult to reach a broad audience without having an established, easily recognizable name. Most of my books languish in the charts, so I deeply appreciate your support and enthusiasm. All the best. Peter Cawdron, Brisbane, Australia. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Maelstrom by Peter Cawdron, performed by Emily Wu Zeller, Andrew Iden, and Amy Landon. Performance copyright 2017 by Brilliance Publishing Incorporated, all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.